Live.
Oh, yay, we're live.
I
We
just
are
want to.
live.
I just want to say, divinity is the driver of sharing. Life is the growth, and of us. Transcendence requires exploration, my friends.
We have Will Smith's son here.
Whoa, 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 whoa! I'm quitting the show. Goodbye.
See you later,
I'm pretty
Lee.
sure. I'm pretty sure that's where he gets all of his Twitter feeds from. Is that fucking website you're on right now?
Probably.
I think bringing up Will Smith's son made this show already worse than it typically is.
I'm pretty sure it did too. Yes, I agree. Excuse me. Anyway, guys, a good day, and welcome to another episode of Dweebs United. As usual, you have the Viceroy and the King of BeerTube here on their own, with the troll. Average Troll Merc is here with us tonight so far.
On their own with average.
On their own with Average Troll. We
Okay.
don't count Average Troll.
You should. You really should.
Bad start.
I did send out a bunch of invites to people that did say they wanted to join in, so maybe we'll get them later tonight. Maybe we won't. We'll find out.
Will we maybe get Joe D and Tom Beer Whisperer, whatever, and some of these other people in here tonight?
I don't think you'll get them.
Oh.
I hope we don't get them.
I don't think any of them really care.
No Greg's beer reviews tonight? We're not going to get him in here?
That would be pretty awesome, to be honest with you.
That would be something special.
Just because he's such a celebrity.
That's right.
I'd love to meet him.
You could tell us how to
For
get
the
more
internet.
subs.
Yeah, he could tell us how you sign up for the companies.
I'm just starting shit right away, just so everyone knows.
You did the same thing
Nice.
last week.
Did I?
Okay.
Okay.
With you just starting shit right away. You start shit all the time right away, it seems now.
Okay.
It's okay.
Never mind then.
Just for what are you two drinking? Let's start with that tonight.
Go ahead, Lee.
Okay. New to the NSLC, Muskoka Detour Session IPA.
I like that quite a bit. What do you think? Did you review that already, Lee?
I have reviewed it. Yes.
I don't think you were a huge fan of it, right?
No, I haven't. I haven't uploaded a review of it. I just reviewed it tonight for the first.
Maybe it was Nick who didn't really care. I like it quite a bit, actually.
Yeah, I actually like it quite a bit too.
I'm drinking a Bell's Hop Slam,
Nice.
but this probably won't show up. But I aged it for a year. This is last year's release. So this is bottled on 1/17/14. So double IPA that's 13 months old. Only reason I did it was because it brewed with honey, and I wanted to see what kind of characteristics you
came out
did.
more.
And it did. Basically, you know how like a lot of double IPAs, when you age them or you get them old, they have that orange marmalade character, which Ethan has no idea that orange marmalade exists. This actually is like an orange slice dipped in honey. Lots of caramel, like dark coffee. It's fucking pretty awesome for a double IPA that you're not supposed to age ever. They're fucking awesome. I enjoy it. I have one more bottle I'm gonna open next year, 2 years, and see how.
Well, I did that. I did that with the when Big E came here and he left that bottle here. After we reviewed it that one night, there was the extra bottle that he left here. I drank it almost a year later, and it was so damn good.
It is. It's really good, man. And what I like is, typically when you age a double IPA that's fucking hop to hell, you get just this generic bitterness that's very just, it's like in your face bitterness, but it's like a generic bitterness. There's no redeeming quality to it. This has a very low bitterness to it, which is nice as well. So overall, the experiment so far, Joe D, bing, 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 bing. Yes. Good times.
Nice.
Alrighty, and for myself, I will be drinking this, which I just reviewed before we went online. It is Block 3's The Wall. It's a Berliner Weiss. Now, in the video, something did happen when I opened it up and I did my usual sniff. Something happened, and I won't go into it, but let's just say all I can smell whenever I smell it now, and all that my mind thinks of, is like stinky feet out of wet winter boots. Tastes really good, but yeah, that's the smell that's stuck in my nostril.
That's unfortunate.
It is. You know that like weird musty bready smell? Yeah, that's that's what it gave me.
Don't want to know what he does with his winter boots.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan.
I don't have a pair of winter boots. I have one pair of boots that I wear everywhere I go.
Always unprepared. The albino.
Always, yeah. Anyway, very first bit of news is like the only real new news for this week in Canada beer, basically, in breweries and new releases. It's Winterlong Brewing is aiming for a spring opening in Whitehorse. So another brewery is opening up in the Yukon, and this is going to be what Canada's northernmost brewery.
Probably the first most northernmost brewery to shut down.
Well, Yukon Brewing was the very first northernmost brewery, and it's still out there.
No, I said the very first to shut down after 3 months because it's too far north. There's what, 5 people up there?
They'll say fuck it and brew it for themselves, Lee.
It plans to produce around 350 liters of beer a week.
Mm-hmm. That's a decent amount.
Yeah, that's 700 bottles a week. You might be right, Lee. That's a big size for. Well, I don't know how does Yukon Brewing do. I mean, I've had one beer from them and it was pretty good. I don't know. They might be okay.
Well, what else is there to do up there than search for Bigfoots and drink beer? I mean, come on.
They'll be selling exclusively to Ice Road truckers.
They're going to be focusing more on hop-focused pale ales and IPAs, with a dark beer for the dark beer lovers.
Welcome to 2010.
Yeah.
Cool.
We'll probably rotate a beer once a month or so. Something more special, like a smoked porter, imperial stout, or a German hef.
Ooh, those are really special.
Yeah. You know what, guys? Again, I'm hoping you succeed in all that, but this just shows how the beer culture is different in a lot of different provinces. That's considered stuff that you would normally open a brewery with here nowadays.
Yeah, but they're in the fucking Yukon, bro. I mean,
well, yeah, that's why the fact that it shows how the cultures are much different.
Yeah, it's very different.
Because if you ever watch Ice Road Truckers, all they drink is like fucking Coors and Budweiser up there. So
yeah, to actually be able to sell that stuff and I don't know, do well and not close down in 3 months, hopefully, that would be a miracle.
German hef, I don't see how a German hef is ever gonna fucking work up there. I don't see it.
Those nice, sunny, warm, sunny.
It's for when they're mowing their lawn with the snow tractor.
Yeah, with the snow tractor.
That's. I don't know. I don't have high hopes.
You gotta look at it like this. A lot of people nowadays, they don't put style to season, so there's people that'll drink German hefs fucking whenever. It doesn't matter. It doesn't need to be warm out. And if you like the style, like the style. So maybe people up there will like the hef. I mean, I feel like that's a style that people can get into much more than a hop-forward pale ale or IPA.
Coming to the History Channel, Ice Road Hipsters.
Well, you know what? I completely agree with you, Joe. I think that a hef up there would probably do a lot better than a full-flavored, in-your-face IPA. But again, yeah, I think that would do a lot better up there, just because it's a more approachable beer, especially when what they have for the most part is macro brews. They don't have many craft breweries anywhere near them or the ability to get craft beer. I don't know.
I always feel like if you're opening up in a smaller town or city, you want those crossover beers that you can get the seasoned craft beer drinker to come in and buy a pint or two of something, and then you can also get the people who are all about Coors Light. And I think a hef is. I mean, you look at it like this. I'll just throw out like the Blue Moon, Shock Top, and stuff. Something like that. A non-craft beer drinker could get into before jumping into like a smoked porter or like a double IPA. I mean, there are rare instances where people jump into craft beer and instantly love double IPAs or sours or whatever, but for the most part, those are acquired tastes. So I feel like a hef is something a lot of people could enjoy. So it makes sense to me, but
Stupid palate.
So I don't know. I don't know
talk
if you
about
guys
yourself
have,
like that.
don't know if you guys have heard the heard the news out of Rogue. Rogue will be making a new novelty beer.
Hellboy beer.
Yes, the Hellboy beer. So Hellboy now has a comic a movie, and they will have a beer. Which brings us,
Oh.
every once in a while we touch on these things, the celebrities that get beers, or the TV shows, or things like that get beers put after them. How many comic books actually have beers, though?
That's the first I've ever heard, actually, as far as I know.
Yeah, same here.
And
Yeah,
damn it, Hellboy, sell a note to fucking Rogue.
Of course, it was going to be Rogue that made it, right? It has to be.
But what did they say? What style it's gonna be?
Let's see if I can find it anywhere on here. It's a red ale.
The red. Oh, how ingenious.
Right Hand of Doom red ale.
Oh, you know what it should be. It should be a smoked red ale.
What are they selling then? Bombers?
So it'll
what are we
probably be
looking
like $15.
at? Like $40 a bottle, I think. It's Hellboy. Come on.
On the plus side, Rogue sometimes does okay with their novelty beers. On the minus side, on the subtraction of it, Rogue usually overprices their beers. So they're going to make a good penny off of it, and it has a chance of being okay.
Yeah, I mean, if you talk to people who actually have drank Rogue stuff in the past, it's typically not an issue of the quality of their beer. I've had a lot of their beer, and I wouldn't say any of it is gross, other than like the specialty, the voodoo ones, like a couple of them. It's just most places you go here in the States, you have Lagunitas right next door to fucking Rogue. You have Sierra Nevada right next door. You know, most places put the West Coast stuff, or California and whatnot. And you sit there and you're looking, and you know, you're like, well, I could buy this beer from them for $10-12, or I could buy this fucking entire 6-pack for $8. Like,
Yeah,
what am I doing?
Yeah, you get that here too. I mean, they send their beer here, and you're looking at anywhere from $8 to $12, mattering what it is. And there's so many beers, even from Europe, that are less money, that are just as good or better. So I mean, that's Rogue's biggest hit for me, is their pricing. Their pricing is their biggest hit to me.
For me, I just you know, I'm always say I don't really care about price too much, really at all, for the most part myself, but I do care about quality and how the beer tastes, and their beer is not as good or substantially worse than those beers that are right next to them or readily available. So it's like I really don't have any incentive to buy their products. They do make a lot of unique things, like the Voodoo series. You say what you want, it is unique. The majority of it's not good.
I personally like the maple bacon, and I hated the next one. What was the next one? It was the
peanut butter banana.
Yeah, the peanut butter banana one. I hated that.
They have the chocolate pretzel, chocolate raspberry.
Yeah,
pretzel.
that one was meh. Like, I could drink it, and then I never had the lemon cooler.
Yeah, the lemon. Yeah, it's one of those things where, I mean, it's their quality doesn't match their price point, and in the States where you have a substantial selection in most places, it's not worth buying their products. But they seem to jump on these on the bandwagon of, like they came out with the Sriracha stout. Like, does that sound interesting? Sure. Is it probably good? Nah. I would imagine it's not that great.
This is weird. Like, Hellboy's popular and stuff, but there hasn't been a Hellboy movie for quite a few years now, and it's not like he's been in everyone's face in the last few years, any other medium. So
maybe another.
No one else wants to attach their name to Rogue.
Maybe another movie's on the horizon.
Yeah, maybe Guillermo del Toro needs some crowdfunding for the next movie or something.
Well, he needs to pay for Ron Perlman's giant face.
That's right.
He does have a big dome.
I love that guy. I think he's a great actor. Just giant fucking head.
Yeah, shit's out of hand.
So that's why one of his first roles was in Quest for Fire as like a fucking Cro-Magnon man, because he looked like a fucking caveman.
I had some Mom and Hop stories to talk to you about, but I can't get the Mom and Hop's websites to open up, so I guess we'll just skip over those.
Oh yeah, the Hops and Robbers is now available in the NSLC as well.
Oh, is it in the NSLC as well?
Yeah.
I know that it's now a permanent stable in New Brunswick.
Cool. I won't be buying it, but cool.
Here's one that's actually nice for people in New Brunswick. and for even you if you ever travel, or for Nick when he travels. Changes to the Liquor Act allow beer and spirits to cross borders between provinces.
It's great.
So you should no longer have border patrol people stopping you on your way out of Quebec to give you a giant ticket or to take your beer, or vice versa, going into Quebec.
I wonder if that applies for Quebec.
Well, it's a federal law, so it should. The Quebecers.
Sometimes Quebecers whine and bitch. Oh, you're oppressing us. We need sovereignty, you fucking English pig dogs.
Where's Guy when you were?
He escaped Quebec. You'd agree with me.
I just really want to hear the translation.
Anyway, yeah. So it's new changes announced today by the federal government will allow people to buy beer and spirits in provinces where they don't live and bring them home for personal use. These changes were announced in Penticton Friday afternoon by the Minister of National Revenue, Terry Lynn Findlay, and Okanagan whatever the fuck that is. It's a riding in BC. I just can't for the life of me pronounce that. Dan Albus. We are a trading nation. Canada has trade agreements with 10 countries and is negotiating with more than 60 others around the world, but we need to make trade easier within our own border, says Findlay. This is why our government has eliminated federal restrictions, allowing Canadians to take beer and spirits across provincial lines, just like we did in 2012 for wine.
That's good. I mean, it's nice. I mean, welcome to what everyone was already doing anyways, Canada, but all the same, at least it's legal now, so.
You know what? The best part about this is it should actually make it so that some breweries that have had a hard time getting into certain provinces can get into certain provinces better.
I'll be getting all the Camerons now, bitch.
You'll be getting all the Bellwoods.
I'll be getting all the Black Oak and Bellwoods as well. Yeah. Greg won't get any more of that shit.
The Nickelbrooks.
I'll be getting all the cool beer. Get all kinds of Millennium Buzz. Fuck.
Slightly off topic, what did the 6-pack of Detour cost you?
I don't even remember.
I mean, why?
I don't even think there was a price tag on it, honestly. I think they had it on the shelf so early they didn't even put a tag. I'll just go check on the old NSLC here.
It was free.
Yeah, he did that. He put it up on the counter and said there's no price tag on it. It's free, right?
Yeah. And then
I hate those people.
Bitch laughed at me. And,
yeah, because there's no price tag on it automatically.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. That's fucking expensive. $15.99 for a 6-pack. That's the first and last time I'm paying for this shit.
It's good. Yeah, it's one of those good session IPAs, but that is.
Oh, I enjoyed it a lot more before I looked at the price.
I think it was 12.
You better re-review it.
12 or 13?
I think it was 12.97 or something. I bought a 6-pack of it. It was like, it was around 13.
Okay, this shit's the same price as fucking Bone Shaker. I'll just be buying Bone Shaker from now on. Thank you very much.
Here's the funny thing: in the States, Stone's go to $12.99 6-pack.
No way.
That's session IPAs as well.
Actually, I did mean to ask you, and I think we talked about it last week. What's the Smutty Nose Imperial Stout cost in the U.S.?
I know I picked it up for Paul when I went down to review stuff with him on Labor Day weekend, so beginning of September. It was $4.99, but I think it's normally $5.99. I think it was on Saturday.
Okay, because it's like $9.95 up here. Just curious. I like knowing the differences in markets, especially because a lot of times the U.S. beers are cheaper up here. And this time it wasn't. That Smutty Nose is actually imported into Canada through Double Trouble. Double Trouble Brewing is the guys that do their distribution.
Yeah, you mentioned that last week about that. We talked about the price a little bit. I noticed, I think, on my Google Plus feed, you commented, I think it was on Dave's video for Chocolate Manifesto. And he said, I think it was $12.99 where he is. Here, it's $9.99 in here for Chocolate Manifesto. It's crazy that it's an extra $3 in Ohio.
Yeah, I think I don't even remember what it is here. I think it actually is 10.
And the one he
it's either $9.95 or $10.95.
oh, sorry, that was the Matador, I think.
Yeah, he did the Matador.
Yeah, and that was the version 2.
Okay,
Dave
that
probably
was
just
El Toro
walked in.
Bravo.
He probably walked to the store and pulled his gun on the fucking clerk and said, "Give me the fucking beer, Dillweed."
Probably.
I'd
imagine
that man, eh?
Hey, it's very upfront and forward.
Lee loves everybody. That's why, like, every 2 days he goes to his Google Plus and reorders it by 98% of the people.
Yeah,
right?
that's right.
Yeah, you gotta purge all the nonsense.
Hey, I only purged like 3 people. I got some comments here. Dullahan Brewing says, "Good evening, gentlemen and Joe."
He always says that.
That's awesome. I love that. Nice attention to detail there, Greg. Winter's Greg, who is doing beer reviews now as well, so go check him out. Says, "Cheers, guys. Drinking Smutty Nose Imperial Stout, Bolshevik Bastard, and Rochefort 8 tonight. Hopefully not all at the same time."
What was the first one?
Is drinking Smutty Nose Imperial Stout, Bolshevik Bastard, and Rochefort 8.
That's a drunken night in the making right there.
Mm-hmm.
Bolshevik Bastard is amazing. I love it. I haven't opened up the Imperial Stout. I was actually going to open it up and review it quickly before I went online. But I looked at my phone; it was already 8. So I'm like, okay, I'll do it tomorrow. And so I reviewed 2 beers tonight before I came on, and I saved half a bottle of each. And I'm kind of wishing I had given this a lower mark now that I'm drinking it again, because all I'm getting is boot smell now.
Yeah, Rochefort 8's that's my jam, baby. That's my fucking jam. Fuck Rochefort 10. Rochefort 8's where it's at.
I like them both, and I love when I can get them both here. I wish that more came in, because that fucking $3.25 price tag and $3.25 and $3.65 price tags, amazing.
Yeah, honestly, if that was the price here in the States for those, I'd probably have one of each at all times in my cellar. It would be one of those things where I want it on hand, but at $5.99, there's just so much more stuff available here that I get to try.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that's all about shipping costs, because I was talking to the guy that owns Belgium in a Box there, and he was saying that at one point he was able to ship into Canada, and then they changed their shipping laws, so we can't anymore. But he loved shipping here because it cost like a third worth of shipping than going to the States.
Yeah.
Greg's here. He's over at Black Oak right now.
On location.
He's in Ken's office.
It's true. Ken's under my desk right now. Having a
That's great.
You're just pretending.
Actually, funny.
You're just pretending.
There was the guy who sold me some beer. That could have been Ken's son. It was just a younger version of Ken.
You seriously go to Black Oak today?
I did go to Black Oak today.
Leave the chat. Leave the fucking chat.
What did you buy at Black Oak today?
I bought a 10 bitter years, and I bought a triple chocolate cherry stout.
Didn't Paul place an order with you for one of those?
Yeah, I remember something about that. I was kind of drunk when he did. I'll have to remember that when I'm sober. But don't worry, they're not in any danger of selling out of that. They've got like 1 million of them. They're, in my opinion, a little overpriced at $10 a bottle, but I usually buy one a year.
You'd be one a day probably.
No, 10 bitter years I'd have one a day, but not the chocolate cherry stout. It's a good beer. It's not a great beer.
I remember the first time I had the chocolate cherry stout, the triple chocolate cherry stout, was at the Toronto Festival of Beer, and it was my first year there. And me and Paul went, me and the cantankerous cook, and we were reading the beer list before we got there to pick what we wanted to make sure to try, and we both circled that one. We're like, we need that beer. And I mean, it's a good beer, but when you get yourself all hyped up for a triple chocolate cherry stout, and it's like the beer you want the most at the festival, and then you drink that, you're like, yeah, I'm not as excited now. And you kind of let back.
It reminds me of when we went to the festa in the summertime in Turtle Island, and we wanted the maple stout. And we tried it, and then it was solid, but still disappointing, because when you hear what's in that and what your expectations are, you're just like, damn it.
When I hear like a chocolate cherry stout, I basically expect to be drinking like liquid Black Forest cake. And I've had a few beers that were like that and were quite good.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Chocolate Manifesto really reminded me of a Black Forest
Yeah,
chocolate
that
cake.
was a good one. That one I quite enjoyed. I don't know. Again, I didn't really enjoy it enough that I'd go out and spend another $13 a bottle on it, but it was good.
Um, this past week, I had a cider aged in tequila barrels, which it was a pear cider aged in tequila barrels, and it was a weird experience. I'll tell you that much. Very weird. Never thought.
Never had a tequila aged beer, although I would like to try it one day.
That's the second one I've had. The first one I did with Johnny G, Crafty Beer Reviews. He actually just posted that, I think, earlier this week. It was Lost Abbeys. What the fuck was it? Agave Maria. It was like an American Strong Ale aged tequila barrels. And the thing is that they used agave syrup in addition to the tequila barrel, so it was like extremely sweet. Like 6 ounces of it, and I was tapping out. Like, no more, please, no mas. But it was good. I mean, it was exactly what you wanted in the beer. It's just you can't. The sweetness is way too much.
You know, I always thought that like a tequila barrel aged IPA would be good, just because they seem to me like flavors that would complement each other. But I have no idea what that would actually turn out like.
You would be tasting agave all day, every day.
Yeah, well, that's pretty much how that Lost Abbey one was. It was they made it, like I said, they aged it in tequila barrels, but then they also put agave syrup in it. So you're sitting there like, is the agave syrup really all that necessary? And if so, do you think maybe they put a tad bit too much in there? I don't know. It was fucking crazy sweet though. But the pear cider was, again, it might just be the tequila, because the pear cider I had aged in tequila barrels, it was more of a dessert cider. It was definitely on the sweeter side, but it wasn't as sweet as that beer. But again, it was like 4 or 5. No, it was like 7% less in alcohol. So I guess that might play a part as well.
Well, last year, wait for it, Bellwoods released a set of beers where it was the same beer. One was aged in tequila barrels. I think the other was aged in wine barrels or something. I didn't get a chance to try them, but I think that'd be really neat, just trying a bunch of the same beer in different barrels.
I think Aaron and Ewart had either one of them or both. I mean, Aaron's watching, Ewart's on vacation, so he won't be chiming in, I think. But
the tequila one, I think, sold out like in a few hours, and I think the other one stuck around for a few days. So
yeah, people, if it's a strange barrel that isn't used very much, people will jump on it. And tequila,
you
don't hear about that much.
I mean, as much as we talk about barrel-aged beers, the one thing that we've always said for, it's probably been going on a year now, it's all about different barrels. So if I see something in tequila barrels or any kind of like brandy barrels or something different on top of it, I'd love to try it. I never had anything tequila barrel-aged.
This was aged in the cask of Amatolato or whatever, that Edgar Allan Poe story.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm on to Evil Conscience, the black IPA from Innocento.
9.75 out of 10.
It's not got a moose on it.
I gave it a 9.5 out of 10.
Oh, okay, close enough.
I don't have a bottle to prove it, but you'll have to trust me that I'm drinking a Flying Dog Old Scratch Amber Lager. And it's
Is that from Michigan?
It is. It's another classic Michigan beer.
It is pretty meh. It's drinkable. It's very drinkable.
It's fine.
Yeah, it's an amber ale though, so most amber ales are.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying that it had to be anything
spectacular. It has a few off flavors, but I'm not really sure how old it was, or at least this one I know was refrigerated, but I don't know how old the bottle is. I should see if it has a bottling date. But so far I've had 4 beers from the brewery. I've got 1 more to try, and I've liked pretty much everything I've had. This is probably the worst one I've had, and I'd still rate it about a 6.5.
Yeah,
Flying Dog makes
Flying Dog doesn't make. They don't make bad beer like JoJo said. Some of the beers are like okay.
That fucking Old Bay seasoning one, whatever, Dead Rise or whatever it was. I was going into that like they've taken Old Bay seasoning, which you typically use for seafood and in some instances like chicken, and they fucking put it in their beer. And I'm like, this is just going to be absolutely horrific. Like, I don't know why I'm buying this. I bought it, and I was like, I taste the Old Bay seasoning. It's kind of weird, yet it's kind of enjoyable at the same time. Like, I'm digging this. This is a nice, summer thirst quencher. And I was drinking, I think, in like July or August, so it was perfect. And I'm like, yeah, they make pretty good beer overall. And their Gonzo is awesome. and hopefully we'll see how their barrel aged one is at the fest
Do I have
lately.
Gonzo?
Don't have a Gonzo, but so far my favorite from their regular series I've had is their Snake Dog. It was a really good IPA.
Their session IPA was surprising. I forget the name of it, but like in the summer when all the fucking session IPAs came out, the Firestone Walkers, the Stones, I picked up the Muskoka Detour, and I picked up this one. It was weird because I don't know what hops they were using, but it had the melon / berry character to it, so it was one of the few session IPAs where it kind of stood out from the rest of them because the characters were so vastly different in the fruit qualities. So I enjoyed it.
It was a grove of Belma hops that 13 Dash and Hounds pissed on.
Maybe.
Well, like
Maybe.
even their pale ale kind of had a lot of the hoppy taste that it seems most U.S. beers have that I don't particularly like. I have to check what the hops on it. To me, it tastes like Centennial. I'm not sure if there's actually Centennial in that beer, but
And what beer?
It's their doggy style pale ale. I'm not sure if that one has actually Centennial in it, but it tastes like what I usually get from Centennial, which I'm not crazy about. But the weird thing is, it's such a well put together beer. Even though it's not quite the flavors I like, it was still really enjoyable, which is kind of odd. Like, it was a very well made beer, just not quite my flavors of choice.
The hops are Northern Brewer, Cascade, Simcoe, and Citra.
Yeah, I think Cascade I don't like either. I don't know my hop flavors nearly as well as you guys do, but I think those
clearly, man. Cascade is the classic.
Hey, I haven't earned my neck beard yet.
Cascade is the OG. If you've liked any pale ale like from 2010 beforehand, like typically that is the top that most, especially in West Coast IPAs, that is the granddad. Yeah.
My favorite, if they're done the way I like them, is Citra hops. I will have any beer with Citra hops, and I almost always love them.
I do want to mention, Chad, on Tap, there's this guy, and I assume he's one of your friends or followed you, but I think he's a bigger whore for Innocente, or if you don't want to use whore, Lee will appreciate this, Mark, for Innocente than you. He seriously, he must live close to the brewery because he always has the fucking, the awesome Italian style growler, and he's always drinking something out of it. Like every third day, he had the Evil Conscious, he had Mutter Shucker, he had the Haggis Brew, and all these fucking things, and every single beer is either on tap to 4 out of 5 or 5 seemingly from this guy. So.
Oh, it's cute. He's got his first John Cena T-shirt. That's awesome.
Oh man, so I just found that hilarious because every beer from Innocente just goes nuts about.
See, and there are some beers from Innocente I don't like. There are, and
like 3 of them.
He doesn't have that many beers, and there are a lot that I haven't given more than a 7 on. But yeah, like his beers, when they're on for me, they're on, and when they're off, they're off. And I think he loves his hoppy beers. That's what he does the best at, according to him. But from what I've had, I think he does best at dark beers. His porters, his stouts, and this black IPA have been my favorite that I've had from him. And really, this black IPA is like a mixture of his guilty, innocent until proven guilty, the Russian Imperial Stout, and the regular Conscience. Like, it's very hoppy, but oh my god, is it roasty and smoky at the same time, and it's beautiful mixed together.
To be fair, though, you're more of a dark beer guy.
Yeah. No, I know.
But you're gonna gravitate towards his dark offerings, I'd imagine, as long as they're made well.
We've got Berserker. What is he drinking?
Oh my god, Berserker!
Maui Brewing Company Coconut Porter.
It is. Did you say coconut?
Coconut.
Did you say
coconut? I got one more. I got one more I got to review, and this is one of the only beers I got to drink tonight.
You did say coconut, though, right?
Coconut porter.
Yep.
Joe, I'm telling you gotta try that Oscar Blues Death by Coconut. You'll want to just pour that in a bathtub and bathe in it.
Yeah, I was thinking about that earlier, Greg, and then I realized, fuck you.
A lot of people realize that.
I just thought of this. Berserker should get a theme song for his channel. It should be a reworking of Berserker from Clerks. Might want to change some. Might want to change some of the lyrics. I mean, you probably don't want. Would you like to suck my cock, Berserker?
Maybe he should. Maybe he should.
Oh, that'd be a good one. Yeah.
Make sure he sends it out to all the female beer tubers. Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Your jump cuts make me sick, berserker.
That would be pretty. You do all the remixes, so you need to get on it. Berserker, that'd be fantastic.
Oh, I did some research on Saison, not like real heavy research or anything, but we were talking about it the other week. Kind of wondering why there's so many higher ABV Saisons. And that BJ, the BJ whatever authority that determines the style says
they're
not cunt punches.
Authority? Okay. Well, anyway, they got it. So they said between 5% and 7%. So they're kind of might be a little bit more pressure to have people brewing that if they want to get award other things, you know.
Well, I think it's a marketing thing, isn't it? I mean, if they came out with this style, oh look, guys, when it first came out, especially when this style first started to come out again, it's like, oh, here we have our 3.5% pale ale with maybe some different flavors here and there. Aren't you guys excited for it? And you see all these hipsters with their goddamn imperial stouts and barrel-aged barley wines going, fuck you.
I think it has less to do with style and more to do with giving no fucks. I mean, absolutely none about, being stylistically correct or ABV or any of that shit. Nowadays, people just brew whatever they want to do. You want to brew an Imperial Saison at like 12%? Fucking go for it. Like, most brewers aren't going to sit there and go, BJCP is what I'm brewing my beers after. And if so, fuck you.
To say the BJCP actually can do anything for awards, to give actual style marks for awards, is just stupid too, because most of these judges don't seem to even know what they're supposed to know. Because, I mean, you go into an award ceremony, and again, we take Muskoka's Cream Ale, for instance. It's a cream ale, but it won first place in the Pale Ale category with enough points to win Beer of the Year. I'm sorry, according to the BJCP, a Pale Ale is not a cream ale.
Or like the fucking, what was it, the Great American Beer Fest, where the fucking one company put in the wrong beer and they still won a silver.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. It really doesn't.
So,
it's cool to have a nice little fucking thing, but...
So the BJCP, what are they? Just some fucking website, or?
It's a group of people that made up rules, and they make you pay to get your judging certification from them.
Like everything else in the world, it's all about the moonshag, the money.
It's kind of like the Academy Awards. They're just a group of people that have been around for a while and claim they know a lot about movies, but at the end of the day, half the movies that they give Movie of the Year to, I think, are crappy movies. So
Greg, that might have been the smartest thing you've ever said.
Well, don't expect any more of that.
In the end of the day,
Really
people
not.
like Silver Lining Playbook or whatever the fuck that garbage is.
It's one of those things where then you get people who like live and die by the whatever BJCP says. Well, stylistically, it says it can't be under 5%. And this is 4.9, so it doesn't fit in. Who fucking cares? Fuck off. Go suck a dick. Like you see a lot of reviewers on even though fucking beer tubers or whatever. At the end of the day, they're novices. It comes down to the simple fact that you're not professionals and you're just reviewing it based on what you like. Who the fuck cares what BJCP says? At the end of the day, who really cares?
I think
if you do care, then you got a significant issue. I think.
I think it's good to have some sort of guidelines on what a style should be, just so you have an idea. But I'm one of those people, okay, if it's supposed to be this style, it tastes different. If I like it, I don't give a shit if it follows the style. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, all Saisons, whether they're 2% or 10%, can go to hell because I hate the style. I don't hate it, but I rarely ever like it. I rarely ever enjoy it all that much. So to me, I don't care, but...
I just think that it is weird that they're supposed to be an authority, but then they have the ABV rating wrong. You know what I mean? Like that's just a weird part to me.
Per se. What they did was they went out and they changed the ABV higher because that's what American brewers wanted to do, was brew it higher.
Right.
I take it back. I think the one good thing about BJCP is the simple fact that if you actually go through the styles and everything, and you go through the program, you learn what flaws are supposed to be of each style and what to look for, and what isn't a well-made beer based on what you enjoy and what you don't enjoy. It's one of those things where you can go into a certain style and say, okay, it has this note, it shouldn't be here. So as far as stylistically, it's not correct.
Yeah, if
Whether you enjoy it or not, it's a different story.
if anyone actually wants to go out and become a certified beer judge, the first test is $10. The first test is 250 multiple choice questions. You have half an hour to do it, so it's you have to do it fast. And some of those questions are actually hard, even for people that know beer fairly well, because a lot of it is in depth. If this fault happened in the beer, what did the brewer do wrong? If you have two beers, and this is where I think that the BGCP fails at a lot of these awards, because the questions they'll ask you are things like, you have these two beers and these are the flavors in them. What style is which? Yet beers that shouldn't be in those categories are winning. So if you're going to test me to know exactly what every style is and all the minute details of it, I should be able to pick out a fucking cream ale or a pale ale. It's just little things like that irk me.
You should, but I feel like people who review on YouTube or Beer Advocate or wherever, if you're not doing it for your job or for any kind of professional situation, BJCP shouldn't really affect you all that much. In all honesty, it should be one of the things where you're like, okay, it exists, whatever, but you shouldn't be like, oh my god, this farmhouse ale's 5.3, it doesn't fall in the guidelines, let me fucking flip out. Well,
if it was 5.3, it is following the guidelines. Then I'd flip out.
Well, I'm just making up numbers and styles. I know.
My
examples aren't great.
Like I said, and I always, whenever I review a saison, if it's over 5, I always say the same thing. I want it under 5, and people always ask me why, and I say the same thing all the time. If you're going to sit here and put on the bottle all this traditional stuff and talk about it being a traditional style and all that, it should be traditional. If you're just going to say, once a traditional style, that this is what it's become, that's fine and dandy, but all these people are staying on the marketing of this being the traditional farmhouse ale for farm workers. Well, you didn't give your farm workers 7% alcohol saisons.
I guess what it comes down to is how much you give a shit about that.
Well, do I actually care? Do I usually mark the beer exactly how I feel anyway? Yeah, but I just... when I'm doing my review, as you all know, I like to talk about what I feel about things. That's how I feel. Does it matter in the end? No, it doesn't matter at all. But this is how I feel.
Well, in general, beer reviews don't matter, right?
No.
I mean, like at the end of the day...
Let's be 100% honest, they don't matter at all. Even if you're actually getting paid for them, they don't matter at all. They're fucking beer.
They're fun to do. And it's more about the community aspect than it is the actual reviewing aspect. I think people fail to realize that. And it goes even further than BeerTube. Like, you do go to Rate Beer, Beer Advocate, or other beer-centric sites, I think you'd say more people enjoy the community than fucking posting a review and caring what people think about your ultimate review.
I disagree with you all. My reviews are super important and well-respected, and I think you're all just jealous.
I don't even know where to begin.
Hey, man, I'm pulling down the big fucking bucks every year. There's a reason, because it's quality.
Maybe you should work on your subscription count there, son.
Hey, I got as many subs as I need.
You could always use more. Okay, Greg? You need to get on that.
No, I only have the quality paid for subs, the ones that really count. I have a much more high-class subscription buying robot.
True, Raining on Parade is a sub of yours, therefore he's worth about 5 billion subs at once.
See, quality individuals like you and Raining on Your Parade and the Albino Rhino, individuals with reputations that are impeccable, that mean something in the community.
I don't have a site and I have 24 subs, so that's all I gotta say.
Look who's here, it's Matthew. Oh, little Matthew.
It's Matthew.
Hachu!
I was at work yesterday, and actually somebody came up to me and goes, "Are you the Albino Rhino?" Yeah, he goes, "I'm a fan." I go, "I really pity you, buddy." What do you recommend to drink here? Alcohol, like liquor. Why? Because you don't want any of the beer we sell.
What a negative Nancy you are. You should have said, we have the greatest of macro selections.
What I really like is when an American comes in and they see Alexander Keith's IPA and they're like, "Ooh, an IPA, I'll have that." And I can tell by their accent that they're from the States, and I'm like, "Are you used to drinking craft beer?" "Yeah, don't know really an IPA."
It's the greatest IPA in all of the land, good sir. Your ballot is stupid.
Like, if you're gonna go for our taps, get yourself a Stella, which is the best thing we have on tap, or buy a bottle of fucking Guinness, or go upstairs to R5 and get some Niagara College Butler's Bitter.
Well, that's actually there. Huh?
I'll have you know, Alexander Keith was the pride of Nova Scotia.
Yes.
And you're disparaging us.
I wish those commercials with the Alexander Keith guy in the pub were still on the air.
Oh, the pedophile, yeah.
Well, they were good commercials. They made me laugh.
Whatever happened, I distinctly remember 2 or 3 years ago, I think it was only in the U.S., but Alexander Keith had like a mix pack of like they had a brown ale and I think a bunch of other shit. Did you guys ever get that in Canada? Or was it U.S. only?
It was U.S. only.
That did not last long. I remember walking into a local beer shop and it was there, and then like 2 months later, it was no longer there.
Although a couple of the beers from that there was different versions, probably showed up in Canada before they made that pack, though.
That bothers me. Do you guys remember what the fuck? I'm gonna go search it. It was like a traditional, maybe pale ale, and it was like Brewmaster or something. I don't remember. I'm upset.
Yeah, that just sounds like they redid the Labatt Brewmaster selection and gave it to you with Keith's name on it.
Probably.
Okay, well,
that had a Marzen, that had a red ale, a brown ale, and the porter. That was what was in the Labatt one.
Well, I just did a quick Google search and it took me to Sask Liquor, so Saskatchewan Liquor, I guess, and they have a Brewmaster collection that includes an Alexander Keith's Red Amber Ale, their India Pale Ale, and the Premium White.
Yeah, those are all still their regular lineup.
That's the regular. What the fuck was the name of it? I don't know. Yeah, it was one of them interesting situations where I was like, I had Alexander Keith's IPA, but what the fuck is the rest of these? I just assumed that they were probably terrible.
How'd your beer run in the blizzard go there, Matt?
It wasn't too bad, man. It was pretty much over by the time I left, but I'll tell you what, man, that stretch of road from Scranton, Pennsylvania to Binghamton, the snow drifting is fucking crazy. Like, it wasn't snowing at all. But, I mean, there was points where I was like, should I be driving right now? Like, it was sunny, no snow whatsoever, and I was like, uh-oh, bad news. But, yeah, ended up being a nice day, man.
Did you go to Sam the Beer Dude in Binghamton? Is that right?
Yeah, I went to Sam the Beer Man, and then I went to Wegmans, and then I went to this tiny little brew pub microbrewery called Water Street Brewing Company.
Yeah,
it was actually really nice, man. Their beers were really good. I dug it. It was a good day. Especially getting stuff that I can't get in state. That's pretty much the whole reason why I went there. So it was just it was like Jack's Abbey stuff, and then like
fucking right.
And then like I forget what else that I picked up. Just Lagunitas stuff. Then I picked up what
Did
else?
you pick up any of the? I know you guys. Paul always cries about it because he's a little bitch. I love you, Paul. He said something about the Great Divide Yetis, like the espresso. Or something.
You know what? I didn't because I don't know why. I just didn't pick it up. I said they had a bunch of them there.
What the fuck are you doing, man? Yeah, I never actually had the espresso ones.
Yeah, and I was like, but I've had them before. Like, a bunch of my friends, like, sweat them so much that I constantly have had them, so it's not something that I've, like, I haven't reviewed it. I should pick some up, but I was like, yeah, I'll pick it up whenever, because I could always get it. So it was just, like, getting, like, little stuff here and there. They had some age stuff, some old J.W. Lee's, some old, like, John Courage, Russian Imperial Stout. You know what I mean? Like, stuff like that I can barely have time to get in.
Yeah, you'd be surprised here. Like, we have a lot of J.W. Lee's and stuff just hanging out on the shelves around here, like, 2007, 6, 7, 8.
But it's also pricing, man. Like, pricing was, like crazy. Plus, I went up there, and the first thing, they were like, oh, what are you looking for? I was like, Tucabo? Like, what do you got? Like, what do you got, the good stuff?
Yeah.
They're like, no, but then, like,
nope.
they're like, no, that kind of sold out. And then when I was buying a couple things, the one dude was, like, moving a hand truck, and I helped him out, and he's like, let me see what I can find. You know what I mean? He came out with a 2015 Sucaba, so that was nice.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, typically a lot of that stuff here in Western Europe goes quickly. All the first no walk releases and all the special releases. You get like six bottles at each store, so it's pretty much going.
Yeah, but I mean, I've never been to Sam's before. I usually go to Jersey, and I usually go to like east and south, and I figured I might as well go up there. And it was cool. It was ghetto as hell. Like, the second I walked in, it was like Have you ever gone, Joe?
No, I've never been to Mississippi.
It's like ghetto. Like ghetto. You walk in, you're like, holy shit, this place is ghetto. So I was like super excited because when you walk in those places, you're like, yes, they're gonna have all the good stuff. And they had good stuff, and the prices were right. So
Yeah, there's some stores around here. We have a chain in Western New York called Consumers Beverages. There's like 17 of them, and some stores are better than others. But some stores get ridiculously great stuff, but they're in not the greatest areas, or people just don't think about them. So you walk in and like Bourbon County Stout, people are in line at all these different stores, and there was this one consumers that everyone was oblivious that it existed, let alone that they were getting Bourbon County Stout. You walk in there like, yeah, we got it. We got like three cases of it. It's like, the fuck?
yeah.
Why isn't it gone? It's been like 4 hours since you've had it. People should be on top of that. No, they're not. It's crazy stuff.
Yes, sir.
Brews under influences. Reviews under influences here. So good day. Good day, sir.
Brews under influences.
It's because I sent a email invite to Brad as well. That's why that was on my mind.
I gotta say, I'm having a Flying Dog. The last beer I have from the Raging Bitch Belgian Style IPA.
Oh, that's one of my favorites from that I've had.
It's quite good, but I'll tell you, I think I got to deduct a point because I'm sorry for putting nudity on your channel, Chad, but there is a very vividly drawn dog vagina on the bottle.
Yeah, that's cool. How about you don't put it directly into the camera?
Yeah.
So we can see it.
Now I've offended everyone. It's
no, we just you show us again, but this time don't put it inside the camera. Right?
Don't put it.
She's raging.
Yeah, you're putting it inside the camera again.
How's that? Is that good?
No, it's not. Hold it back.
Hold it back. There.
All right.
Okay, I gotta say.
Is that all right, Joe?
Wait. I think the lighting is bad. Put your tongue next to it so it reflects the light towards the bottle. There you go.
Engulf the bottle with your entire throat.
Yeah,
Let us
my
know how
tongue
that.
reflects the light in such a perfect way that it allows you to see the dog clitoris.
I just gotta ask, show of hands, who before he mentioned it never even fucking noticed the dog vagina on the label? Because I never did.
I've drank that beer a couple times, and I've never noticed the vividly drawn dog vagina. It's true.
Greg.
Leave it to Greg to figure it out. Good job.
That's what I'm here for.
Yeah, you're here to pimp Black Oak and Bellwoods and to point that out.
And then promote beerstiality.
Yep. Let's not forget
It's-
to inform you guys that Bottle Imp has very little coffee taste to it.
Oh, is it not very good this year that way?
You need to shut up.
I don't know. I thought it was chocolate forward, coffee in the back.
Okay.
But then again, I have a stupid palate, so what do I know?
Probably better on tap too, right?
It would
Get the
be
fuck
fun.
out of here, Greg. Jesus.
Little too much tongue in the fucking dog clitoris.
Oh my god.
So it was such a slow news week this week that I ended up having to talk about this. This was actually up on ESPN. A angry Penguins fan showers Ovechkin with beer. He hit Ovechkin.
I saw that. Yeah.
Yeah, he hit Ovechkin and he hit the athletic trainer for the Capitals. The athletic trainer had said, "Next time, get it in my mouth, not on my shirt."
He's probably Canadian.
Probably not the first time he said that.
Mm-hmm.
Just back to the locker room instead.
And then I don't know how many of you have a lot of naturalists on your Facebook sites or anything like that, but there was a lot of news this week about a girl who made yogurt out of vagina yeast. She made a yogurt. She makes her own yogurt out of her yeast from her vagina, and then this came up, and this is the heading of this article. Just so you know, you can't make beer with your vagina. And then it goes on to talk about the differences between vagina yeast and the yeast strains normally used for beer. You most likely could, but I don't think you would get it over 1 or 2% because the human strain of yeast isn't normally very conductive at eating sugars like the yeast we use for alcohols. But
the session vagina.
Yeah, it would be. You know what? And
Yeah,
even the author of this article says the best thing about making a beer out of your vagina yeast is one of two things. One, everybody would want to try it, or two, nobody would ever take a drink you ever offered them again. And those are the probably the true things.
Speaking of yeasty vaginas, Ethan's in here now.
Yeah, Ethan.
Oh, how y'all doing that?
Well, hello guys, how y'all doing? What is Orange Poppy?
Ethan, what do you think about vagina beer? Vagina yeast.
Oh, well, some people like it, some people don't.
I want to go to like the vaginal yeast room where they harvest all their yeast from and inspect the vaginas for cleanliness. Because there's some vaginas maybe I'd try beer from, others not so much.
I'm pretty sure if you drank vagina beer, everything would sound like a long-haul trucker had sex with auto-tune.
Internet, this is what is it already deteriorated to? We are an hour and 10 minutes into this.
I told you it was a slow news week this week. There was almost nothing. This was the only real article from Ontario. Ontario grocery stores won't sell booze anytime soon. About a year ago, the Ontario Liberals had put out that they were going to open up LCBO kiosks in grocery stores. Now, with all the changes they're proposing for the beer store, they've put this completely on hold. They actually were just in the process of signing lease agreements with the stores that were going to have the kiosks, and they put it all on hold and said we can't do anything until after we've made our changes to the beer store and the liquor sales in Ontario, period. So, does that mean something good for Ontario? Hopefully. But could it just be them stalling? It could be.
Well, haven't the Liberals been stalling for like 30 years or something? So.
Well, see, there is the thing. It was promised 30 years ago that it would be sold in grocery stores and all that. The Liberal leader at the time wasn't stalling as much as he got the shit put on him because they ended up being a Liberal minority that year, and the Conservatives stopped it right before it ever happened. He actually started pushing for it like he promised, and it was stopped in the House. So it has been blamed on him stalling for 30 years, but I mean, at the same time, it's been promised by the Liberals for 30 years. The Liberals have a majority government. They could just do it at any time if they wanted to actually follow through with a 30-year-old promise. But they make too much money from the other side of the coin.
It's one of those things, I mean, I'm not into politics at all. I don't even understand why it's a debate. If people want it, people should have it. You know, if you're over 19, you can buy a beer. You should have a choice to buy it from wherever the hell you want.
Is it 19 out there?
Yeah.
Oh.
18 in Quebec, 19 in Ontario.
Okay.
It's one of those positions that politicians just like to juggle around and use during election times and stuff like that to get them more votes. It's just one of those things. I mean, and also a lot of politicians have the beer store and LCBO in their line in their fucking pockets as well. So I mean, as long as they keep the issue up in the forefront and, you know, basically use it to their own advantage, they don't actually have to make any real decisions about it. They just have to pretend they're doing something about it.
Well, you know, I'm sort of hoping something comes of this whole beer store issue, but I kind of have the feeling eventually it's going to get swept under the rug and nothing will happen. But I guess one can hope.
I think the craft beer thing happening is gonna push it open because, like, back when all there was Budweiser and Labatt and shit, it didn't really matter, but now it seems to matter. You know?
Yeah, well, there's more and more people. The more people that drink beer that actually care about what they're drinking and their craft beer and all their fancy flavors and stuff like that, the more I think there's going to be push for change. But unfortunately, I could be wrong, but I suspect a lot of the people that are really into craft beer probably are also a lot of people that don't vote. I'm going to throw that out there.
Did you just say fancy flavors?
I did say fancy flavors.
When in doubt, pinky out.
Says the Ohio Elvis.
Ohio Elvis.
Hey, Ohio Elvis has some news if you guys want to hear it.
Yeah, go ahead.
I can't even pronounce it. Alex Ovechkin doused with beer.
You're not. Stop talking. You're not allowed. You're not allowed to talk anymore just because you don't know how to say Ovechkin.
Number
Yeah,
one,
Ovechkin.
Ethan, you have disappointed me to levels that you have no idea. All right, listen. You have a Columbus Blue Jackets hoodie. Therefore, I assume the assumption, and again, as Chad always says, that's you and me, but you would be somewhat of a hockey fan. So the fact that you cannot say one of the best player in the
On the
NHL,
Capitals, right?
Jesus.
Or if you weren't going to say
I'm
his
sorry.
name properly, you could have at least used the trolling name of the generation, which is Oven Chicken.
Yeah.
Or you know what he could have done? He could have waited 5 minutes before he joined and actually watched the previous news story we did.
Yep.
Which was the one he was just bringing up.
Really? Did you guys already talk about that?
Yeah, and then you could have learned how to pronounce his name.
You're under the
but yeah,
assumption
you know
people
what?
actually
You know
watch
what?
this show, Lee.
In all honesty, even if it's Miller, Coors, Bud, whatever it is, if I spent $10 to $15 for a cup of it, I'm fucking drinking it. I'm not pouring it on somebody. It's not happening.
Oh, yeah.
With the risk of getting thrown out, too.
And if
you
I'm
know.
pouring it on anyone, it's going to be on Crosby, even if I am a Penguins fan. All right, let's be clear with that.
Oh, and this is what I'm drinking now, which you can't tell what it is because I didn't show you the bottle. But it is the pumpkin coffee porter from Five Paddles.
That probably neither has pumpkin or coffee in it.
Yeah,
It has pumpkin and coffee.
That's a great label. I like the picture.
It actually is.
Last year's was terrible. Let's see, they
This
improved it.
and no, well, not last year. The year before. Remember, 2013. This is last year.
Well, that's what I meant. This was the
Yeah,
last
I didn't
release.
get. I didn't get this until like December. It was a late appearance for me. But yeah, it smells a lot better. You actually smell the pumpkin and the pumpkin spices this time. So right off the bat, it's better than the original.
That's a pumpkin porter.
A pumpkin coffee porter.
Nice. You tried that Lost Souls pumpkin porter thing?
No.
The best pumpkin coffee porter I've had is the Elysian one.
Greg, we can hear you still.
He's probably asking his wife if he can stay up late chatting with his friend. Or girlfriend, I guess, right? But the Elysian pumpkin, the cappuccino one was...
I did not get to
amazing.
try the cappuccino
Oh,
one.
my God. Great.
I did really like their pumpkin stout. And yeah.
Yeah, and their pumpkin, regular pumpkin, and their imperial pumpkin. Of that 4-pack that I brought up, the mixed pack last year, I think the only one we disliked was the Pilsner because it was, for lack of a better word, shit.
Okay,
It was terrible.
how many of you guys have had Sawdust City's Long Dark Voyage to Uranus?
Well, no, I had the specialty one that we had at the festival
bloody.
with the
Yeah, you had the bloody one.
the bloody.
I've had both.
Okay. Winter is coming asked how it is because $5.25 for a tall boy seems steep. You know what? It's the same as the bottle. The bottle was 500 milliliters. The can is 500 milliliters. I
Also
paid
Imperial
that.
Stout.
It is an awesome Imperial Stout. $5.25 for it canned is an amazing price because you can just sit it in the basement forever.
I'd pay that definitely. If the bloody version is the indication of the quality of the regular, I would definitely pay that. Yeah.
Well, let's just put it this way. I still have 4 bottles of it over there and 2 bottles in the fridge. So I still have 6 bottles of it. And that's the only reason I didn't pick up a can today. I was at the LCBO. There was absolutely nothing new, but I saw it canned and I almost picked it up. And I didn't because I remembered I had 6 bottles sitting here that are now a year old.
I can't remember if I liked the bloody one better than the regular. The bloody one, both Lee and I had at your fest. We actually got the pour at the same time, and we were initially, I think, somewhat unimpressed. But as it warmed up, it got quite a bit better. I think I liked the regular one better though, just the plain old.
Was that a Parallel 49 bottle that Reunited Influence held up there? Was that
Oh,
that
yeah.
Parallel 49 the Lost Soul?
Yeah,
I recognize their bottle shape. Is it pretty good?
That's good. It's not super pumpkin, but you get a bit of it, and really at the time it fits out, that's all you want. is just a bit, because you just get tired of it, you know?
Is it high ABV? Because I like their high ABV stuff they're coming out with lately.
Oh, I forget actually, LC. 6.5.
Okay.
I remember asking Chad this question about Parallel 49. It actually showed up recently here in Western New York, and I'm trying to think of what are the like regular offerings from Parallel 49.
The Gypsy Woman, Ruby, whatever. All the Parallel 49 ones I've done is their regular offerings. I just can't remember all their names.
I think the Imperial Rice IPA or something showed up here.
I've never had that. Everything I've had from Parallel 49 has been meh at best, but I've gotten just their standard offerings.
Okay.
Where the artwork is better than the beer.
True.
Yeah, that's the best one I've had from them. It's like a 9% Imperial Red IPA. It's pretty nice. And I like their India Pale Lager was good.
Oh, and welcome to Chris. He's jumped in here.
Hello, Chris.
Thank you. It's nice to be back.
I see that Greg finally got told he wasn't allowed to play with his friends anymore.
Yeah, most likely.
But honey, no, go to bed, Greg.
And then you tell him the following week, yeah, we heard you. Well, you couldn't have heard anything. She was sleeping. Apparently not, Greg. You're not.
I wasn't talking to anybody, really, because that's not what the video shows.
I gotta find these Parallel 49 and let you guys know what showed up. It was in the fall time.
I'd be curious what showed up. But yeah, I've only had their actual core offerings. I've had 4 or 5 beers, but they were their core offerings, and they were good. Like, they were drinkable. They just weren't anything that was a reason to go out and get them.
Seems to be some head enhancement on a lot of them. Like,
I'm sure there was some head enhancement on my wife. Yep, I just lost 7 followers right there.
I'm coming into this conversation a bit cold. What's the actual topic?
No, we're actually out of news articles, to tell you the truth. It was a slow news week.
Yeah, so if you got any bullshit you want to bring up, feel free. And anyone still watching, you have questions.
Yeah,
ask
to
fucking
the
questions.
7 people here, we say this every week. You'd think after, a year of doing this, you would have a question or two.
Don't
But
be
yeah,
afraid.
I've got something. I recently brewed up a gruit, and if I can just bring up the topic of gruits, does anyone else have any experience just with tasting or any reviewing of any gruits that you've done before?
The only real problem with gruits in Ontario is the same problem with gruits in all of Canada, which is you can't sell, like, a gruit can't be in the beer section of the LCBO or sold at the beer store unless there's hops in it, which creates the problem that you're not an actual gruit. I remember Bose, when Bose was first making their gruits, their double coit and their bog water and all that, they were throwing 1 hop pellet in the entire batch because that 1 hop pellet would classify it as a beer. And now they've upped their hop production. I only know this because of the one guy that only drinks gruits because he's afraid that he's going to go impotent for hops that I work with. But he whines to me all the time about how they've upped their hop profile. He's like, it's 1% hops now. I'm like, you realize how big their fucking tanks are? 1% of that tank is hops means nothing. Don't worry about it.
Is this guy an anti-vaxxer too? Is he that goddamn fucking stupid, or?
No, he's not an anti-vaxxer, but he is an anti-hop guy because he thinks that he won't get up.
Well, before brewing it, I had to do quite a bit of research, and what I did learn near the later end of the stage when hops did start becoming more introduced as the bittering agent above weeds and flowers and what have you, they did start allowing hops into gruits in its primitive stage, but it was more or less when the original hop craze hit. So when you were bittering with anything that ended with either foot or wort, there was that one guy at the party that would say, yeah, but you know what, maybe throw a little bit of hops into it. It has been around for some time. It's out of style to brew the whole thing with hops, but it is if you're really pulling hair, somewhat socially acceptable to put some hops into a gruit if you're making like a later stage gruit. Think like a Mennonite who drives a Ferrari but still keeps the sideburns. So then it's just
Well,
kind of in it.
when you think about it, I don't see what the real problem is about putting hops in gruit. I mean, it's just a different botanical that you're sticking in it to bitter it up or flavor your beer, right? And in the end,
it comes down to how much do you care, right?
Yeah,
do you care if it's traditional or do you not care? Do you care that it's written as a gruit or do you care that if it's written as gruit style? I mean, when you add style at the end, it means you can do whatever you want as long as you were kind of aiming for that.
It just sounds like it comes down to marketing again, because I mean, I'm sure there's beers out there that have little to no hops that are just like spiced beers.
You look at Double Coit, right? Double Coit was fucking. That was the beer I had in the tasting glass at the brewery when I was doing my beerumentary, and it looked like semen in the glass when I was moving it around. And then he ended up getting me a bottle of it, and Matt's excited now. He's like, semen in a glass?
I wasn't even listening, but I heard semen and I got excited. I don't even know what you're talking about. I just heard the word semen.
The Double Coit was 95% oats was the grain bill on. He was doing a full-on traditional ancient gruit style, and it tasted really good, but it was the fucking most disgusting mouthfeel and look of a beer I've ever had.
See, I thought I was going to go like opposite direction. It's going to be so dense and fluffy and just be fantastic, but it was more like porridge.
Yeah, it was. No, it was more like gelatin that hasn't fully hardened yet.
Probably should have used vaginal yeast in that one.
But to answer your question there, Chris, several of us have reviewed the Bog Father and the Bog Water and some other stuff from both. If you want to classify those as gruits, I have no problem classifying them as gruits.
Both St. Luke's Verse also is a really good one. I just had, thanks to Greg, Anne of Gruit Gables, which was Refined Fools Gruit. It was actually really good. I had a gruit from Railway City. It was the Let the Gruit Times Roll. That was a really good gruit too. Most of the gruits I've had though have been like rosemary and lavender has been the main botanicals in them.
I found those ones a bit interesting because I mean I was game on to put yarrow, mugwort, and stuff in the brew, but when I said finishing with rosemary, for some reason that's where I kind of jammed on the brakes. I couldn't, for some reason, get behind the idea of finishing the beer with rosemary, even though I was game on for the other wacky stuff.
Well, what's the one from the traditional ales of Scotland? Isn't it the Heather?
No, not the Heather one. It's the gruit in that one is the God,
the
I can't
Feroc or whatever the fuck it is, or Feroche or whatever.
It's time to get Welsh with the
yeah. But
I mean, all the beers in that pack are really good, but the gruit was the best of the pack.
Because the thing about gruits is it's really not. It's sort of like traditional saisons. There's really no style boundaries except for low alcohol. Other than that, it's basically just a pale ale with whatever spices were available to the people making it. So I assume it's the same with the gruit, really.
The Nordic Pale Ale from the B-side label of Bose was technically a gruit at first because there was no hops in the first batch of it.
Yeah, I think I'm open to certain exceptions, but if you just hop the bejesus out of it and crank the alcohol, then it strays from a gruit.
So what did you do with yours? Did you?
I was basically kicking it with Arnold Palmer. It was like I was making a big batch of tea in the kitchen, and I fermented it with Weinstefanen Weizen yeast. My only finish, aside from the rosemary, is I have a grapefruit plant. And of course, in this climate, it's not going to yield a grapefruit. But if you rub the leaves, you'll actually get a grapefruit aroma off the leaves. So I finished with half a dozen grapefruit leaves going into the burnout.
Interesting.
Yeah, you might wind up tasting such a beverage, young man, if you also enjoy it with a nice fresh pair of work socks.
Oh, God, Ethan.
God damn it, Ethan. So anyway, I wanted to ask Beer Surfer and anyone else who's had these beers. They just started recently showing up this past fall, but the House Sound and the Parallel 49. Now, we talked a little bit about Parallel 49. It was their Gypsy Tears. It did show up along with Old Boy L and Salty Scott.
Okay.
Okay, I've had Old Boy and I've had Gypsy Tears. Both are solid beers. They're just nothing special.
Yes, Salty Scott's a pale, bready Scottish. I think sea salt, I believe. So it's salted. It's pretty good. It's definitely drinkable and worth buying. You know.
Sorry, I'm not trying to interrupt or anything. I just got to turn my camera off. I left it on for my reviews earlier.
And then House Sound brought the hammer down. They sent a shit ton of stuff. Their Baldwin and Cooper Best Bitter, their Diamond Head Oatmeal Stout, their Pumpkin Eater, their King Heffy Imperial Hefeweizen, their Three Beavers Imperial Red Ale, their Total Eclipse of the Hop, and their Wee Beastie Oak Age Scott Ale.
Okay, can you just say those again quick? The first two or three?
Are you fucking kidding me right now,
Just
Chad?
the first two or three. I had my headphones out.
The first three?
Yeah.
Baldwin and Cooper Best Bitter, Diamond Head Oatmeal Stout, and Pumpkin Eater. I know you guys got Pumpkin Eater because I picked up.
I've had the Pumpkin Eater, and I've had the King Hef from the list you had there. The Pumpkin Eater, out of the two of them, was the better. The King Hef was kind of buttery, actually. The version I had, but that was 2 years ago. Who knows what it's like now?
Yeah, I saw that one. I really wanted to try that Imperial Hefeweizen. So, worth getting, Chad, or?
I personally don't think so, but again, I only had it 2 years ago, and I don't know what it's like now. What's the price on it there, Joe?
I don't know. I don't know what they didn't.
It was $10 a bottle here, but they're what, 1 liter bottles?
Yeah,
that's what we were getting.
Yeah, they're growlers.
Yeah, well, they're growlers, but in bottle form. That's basically, they look like a bottle, but they're a growler.
Yeah, I had. Oh, go ahead, Beer Surfer.
Oh, I thought that maybe they're 1.5. They're just 1 liters, though, eh?
Yeah, they're just.
I got one probably.
I have the Pumpkin Eater in the fridge right now. I bought it actually in Ontario in 2013. So it's about 1.5 years old. I'm curious as to how that beer will actually age, but it is an Imperial Pumpkin, so I'm sure the spices will die down.
Yeah, and it's actually, it's not made with normal pumpkins. It's I don't remember the brand of pumpkin it is. It's the warty pumpkins. That's what it is. It's I can't even remember the name of them. You guys start using these comments, asking me these questions after I've been drinking, and then my mind, with all of its concussions, moves really slow. It's like,
But, I mean, you're a Wikipedia beer, you know, a Wikipedia pumpkins? I mean, come on.
Well, I don't even... knucklehead pumpkins, that's what they are. Knucklehead pumpkins, that's what they brew it with. Oh, and Greg, your wife let you come back and play with us again?
She has, yes.
Is she's not nervous anymore?
No, she let me out. Well, no, it's just, we watched the 50 Shades of Grey movie the other day, so she had to tie me up for a little bit and whip me. But now that we're done that and I've got my welts on my ass,
So you watched that movie, so basically what you're saying, she had the most uninteresting sex of your life after watching that movie.
It didn't do a whole lot for us, let's put it that way. It was kind of like, I don't know. To me, I've always thought about
but the dog vagina did better for him.
The dog vagina definitely worked for
me. Is way too happy about that.
Well, when doesn't dog vagina work better? I mean, come on, that's a given.
To me, the thing with S&M is, here's the thing. I got nothing against anyone who likes whatever. To me, S&M is just a lot of work. It's like, you're spending 15 minutes tying somebody up, another 15 minutes whipping them. By the time you're actually getting off, I mean, you're talking 45 minutes to an hour. I mean, come on, who has time for that?
I don't have time for any of this, Greg.
Does anybody have an idea of how much a barrel to age beer in is?
How big of a barrel are you looking at?
I have no idea. Just
what kind of barrel?
Yeah, what kind of barrel?
Let's just say a bourbon barrel.
A bourbon barrel?
First
Anywhere.
use? First use barrel, or it doesn't matter?
Yeah, I don't. I just want to know in general because like I was just
trying
reading
to
an
take
article.
Well,
away from
the only
Greg's,
reason I'm
that's
asking is because
the
my Weyerbacher Brewing by me,
Yeah.
about every 6 months they sell off single-use barrels for $25 fucking dollars.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was
First
gonna
come,
say,
first serve.
in Ontario, they'll range from 50 to 150.
Because I was
for
reading
most things.
I was just reading an article about how it's slim pickings to get bourbon barrels, the first hands on it, whatever.
You know what, Ethan? I'm going to try and find the link. I had a friend of mine send me a link to a company that it's a cooperage, and they'll make you your own barrels, and some of them are actually fairly small, like only 2 or 3 liter barrels, and they're actually really, really reasonably priced. And all you'd have to do then is age them yourself. You just get your barrel. If you want it to be bourbon, throw the bourbon in it.
Okay.
Leave the bourbon in it for a while, mixing it up. Dump the bourbon out, and there you go.
Because I was thinking about making a bourbon stout with dog vagina. That's all. I was just.
I'm gonna try and find the link for it. A buddy of mine sent it to me because he thought I'd be interested in it, and I actually was, but I didn't have the extra. I was gonna buy the 3-pack. They had a 3-pack that was a 1 liter, a 3 liter, and a 10 liter barrel, and it was like $100 for the 3 barrels. And it actually really intrigued me to do, so I was going to do it, and then I just never did. I have to find the link again though.
Especially
And they're in the U.S., so they're good
All
for
right.
you. It costs much to ship.
And I just brewed a beer and just took oak shavings from the brew store. But if you know this, whatever type of oak you want, you can just plane them off yourself and burn them if you want. And I soak mine in Irish whiskey, so you can soak it in whatever you want.
You can do that too if you don't want to actually do a barrel. You can do the innocent gun method and go to a brew store and buy some shavings, soak them in whatever you want to soak them in, and then throw them in your fermenter.
And you could steal Rhino's recipe as well.
Yeah,
You could.
you could. And then I'll threaten to kick you in the balls and break your kneecaps, and then you'll laugh and just give me beer.
But it's not. But it's not stealing the recipe as so much as not giving him any credit. Is the issue.
Well, yeah, my issue was that he took the recipe and made the beer and didn't give me credit. That's my only issue. I didn't think it was stealing as much because we were actually sitting down here drinking when I gave him the recipe, when I was saying this is what I would do. And then he went and did it pretty much word for word.
My question to you would be: do you want credit for what is pretty much a shitty beer?
I thought it was a great beer.
Your palate's stupid.
Okay.
Of course, it's a great beer. It's your recipe. Biased fuck.
When you're brewing, there's definitely nothing wrong with just having a little 2-liter barrel or even 1 liter. If you're doing a full-size 50-gallon thing like that, that's definitely getting into that Hollywood hardcore type stuff. If you make a 5-10-gallon batch and just bourbon barrel age just a liter of it, you can have a little fun because you're definitely getting into a real different category when you get into the barrel aging stuff.
Well, the cool thing he can do with it too, if he buys like the 1, 3, and the 10 liter section, is he can put different boozes in each of them and have 3 different barrels, and then do 1 batch of homebrew and put some in all 3 barrels and see what ends up happening out of them.
Exactly.
Just keep in mind that you may have to find a way to force carbonate afterwards, because that a lot of breweries will end up having to carbonate after barrel aging. A lot of commercial breweries, and you'll have the same problem. You'll lose a lot of carbonation through the barrel. So, and you'll have an almost still beer when you throw the beer into your bottles.
It's definitely something to be well read on, because as fun as it is and as cool as it is, barrel aging anything, it's a whole different world. It's a hobby. It's a different science within brewing itself.
Beers are
like how much headspace would you leave,
What was the base beer you threw the oak shavings in? It was just Imperial Stout?
Yeah, I did a Cascadian Dark, basically a stout. I threw an extra 2 pounds of crystal in, and my Vin meter said it was at 10.25%, supposed to be 130 IBUs, and Irish whiskey it with oak shavings. They weren't burnt shavings. It's not fully carbonated, but I had one yesterday, and it was pretty good.
I mean, even call that absolute pure.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I heard that.
What is he doing now?
He's not shooting himself.
Friday, but I'm gonna just tell them to come pick it up tomorrow. What do you think?
I'm gonna
Maybe
come
you should
pick
mute
it up
yourself.
tomorrow.
Yeah, Kishka's lying here with me, so she's okay. So I'm glad she's gotten used to it.
She did get used to it. She got used to having an albino everywhere.
I was talking about my cat, you pervert.
I know.
That pussy.
Anyway, is there any comments, Lee? We haven't done comments at all.
No one's been commenting. I think they pretty much all abandoned the sink and ship fucking hour ago.
People just trying to avoid the chat altogether.
I was going to mention that the majority of the people who comment are in the chat. That's usually how it works. Like, they'll comment, then they'll just jump in the chat. Be like, fuck this noise.
Well, Paul will be in here soon enough.
They're all in
Which
here. Now
fine fool is that?
That's Rip Snorter.
Oh, is that? It's not vanilla anymore, is it?
It just says bourbon porter on it now. So
yeah, it used to be a vanilla porter, and then they changed it into a bourbon porter.
I've tried it before. I'm not sure if I had it when it was vanilla or whether it was just bourbon.
Yeah, when they first opened it was a vanilla.
I remember liking it quite a bit, so hopefully I still do.
I'm just curious, as I'm going to get back to Ontario Brew now. I noticed the shortage of my box that we have in Ontario, and I know spring is coming.
Not even just my box, all box. My box, best box, box, doppelbock. There's not many of them. Period.
You'll get something in the eventual gift pack. I'm just kind of curious, as we are fairly broad across the spectrum here. Is anyone looking forward to any particular my box coming this eventual spring?
We don't get any really anymore. So.
Aside from
Holston and Fax.
I like
Fax
my box. Yeah. Dab. We get Dab out here.
Oh yeah, we get
the Dab as well. So yeah, the Dab, the Holston, and Fax every once in a while puts my Bach out, and those are the only ones we really get.
We got those year round, yeah. They're all garbage, pretty much.
No, you're a piece of shit.
If it comes down to box, my favorite box period is year round now, and it's the bourbon barrel aged Deviator Doppelbock.
Oh, that's year round now. That's awesome.
Yeah, they always have it because they just actually the brewery just keeps expanding its barrel room. I don't know if any of you watched my cast night review from September, I believe it was. No, it would have been November when I was in my wrestling mask and my Santa suit. But they just have a room full of barrels now. They have probably the best barrel room in Ontario that I've been into.
That was cool. What was that again?
That's Cameron's. What they did was that used to be their event space, but they had empty space above the brewery that they just turned into their event space. So now they filled that entire area with just barrels, and it's awesome.
A hybrid Bock that comes out of Ontario, seasonal in the spring, would be from King Brewery, and they do the Pils Bock, and it's generally their most accurate attempt at a Maibock.
And I'm not a big fan of anything from King except for their dark.
And this is actually a good, considering we're talking about my box and stuff, this is a good segue into an actual comment we got from Winter is Coming, saying any good spring seasonals releasing in the near future worth keeping an eye out for.
The person that would best answer that question is probably the Duchette. He uses a bunch of different apps and stuff that keep track of what's coming out. I don't even know what's supposed to be released for spring. Let me see if I can pull it up.
I mean, okay, it's not quite spring yet, but I mean, I know Great Lakes is releasing their their Karma Citra in the LCBO and RoboHop in the LCBO. It's
Great
in
Lakes.
the next few weeks. So, I mean, those are kind of springy beers. It's not quite spring yet, but.
And shouldn't Bose have some sort of spring pack probably coming?
Bose pack comes out. Bose pack comes out in the fall. Their best of.
But they do have spring beers, don't they? They have the what is it?
Okay, here we go. I got I'm on Bar Towel. Here's the list of beers that are supposed to be coming to the LCBO in the spring. Some of these are actually already there. St. Louis Premium Gouza. I'd try it. St. Louis is that is a Belgian brewery, is it not? I've had something from them.
Yeah, it's pretty good for.
The only beer I've had from St. Louis was another sour. I think it was a cuvee or something like that, and it kind of tasted like hairspray. But I'll try it because it's actually only $4.75 for the 375 bottle. That's actually pretty good. Triple Carmelot. That's actually a really good beer. St. Fulian Grand Cru. That's been here before. Doppelhirsch Doppelbock. So Hirschbrau is a German brewery. It's okay. I don't love any of their stuff, but I don't hate any of their stuff. Green Devil IPA. Okay, I'd try it. Green does some good stuff. Goat Bay Imperial Weizenbock. Never had anything from Goat Bay, so I'd jump on that just to try it. Gregarious. Oh yeah, Gregarious Triple is coming to Ontario. I actually meant to ask you that. How much was that 2-pack that I got you to pick up for me? The Gregarious and the it had the Feku, the Gregarious, and the
all of the money in the land. No, it was $26.99.
Okay, so Gregarious on its own is $4.55. So
yeah,
actually,
well, how big is the bottle?
it's a 330, so it's the same bottle size.
Really? Shit, that's
so $4.55 a bottle. I will buy that shit up if I see it. That's like Rochefort 8 for me. That stuff's great. What else?
That's what I'm drinking right
now. X Roche beer, whatever the fuck. I've only ever had that. Actually, the Rochefort Weizen Dark. I don't know if I've had that one or not. Heelsch Hop Double. Never even heard of that. Pardon me?
Never mind. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, Ayinger Weizenbach. Good beer. Phillips Cabin Fever Black IPA. Phillips actually makes some good beers. They're not usually the flavor profile I like.
Assuming it's fresh too.
Yeah, it is coming through the LCBO, so who knows? It could be neglected for a while. Dudicier's Moralité. I actually have never gotten a chance to try that. That's supposed to be like heady topper, so I would love to get my hands on that.
Whoa.
What style is that?
That is a double IPA.
Awesome.
Yeah, it was brewed.
Does that spell like
Alchemist, wasn't it?
Oh no.
Pardon me?
I think it was brewed with the Alchemist.
Yeah, it was brewed with them. Yeah. It's supposed to be somewhat like it, is what people that have tried it have told me. So I'm actually excited to try it. How Sounds Hop Razor. The 12 Musketeers Hop Weiss. It's okay. And a double IPA strong Danish beer from Brigus. Brigus does some good beers too. So out of those, there's a couple I'm waiting for, but I've not had a lot of them, other than say the Gregarious. So what I'd say winter is coming is Gregarious. If it comes near you, buy one to try it. Try it that night, and if you like it, go out and grab a whole shitload of them, because at under $5 a bottle, that's great. When I paid $26 for 2 bottles.
Do you know where Winter Coming is from in Ontario? Like where he is?
Oh, he's told me before, but I'm drinking again.
I was wondering if he makes any runs to the States.
Just from watching his video, he says he's about 45 minutes away from Muskoka, so he's probably not too far from the Toronto area.
Yeah, he might, but that could even be like the Barrie area.
Yeah, I mean, he could be 45 minutes north of them, so that's could be not so close to Toronto. By the way, Chad, just to interject here, they maybe don't call it a vanilla porter anymore, but this is a damn vanilla bomb. Like I don't taste any bourbon. This is all vanilla, so don't concern yourself if you want vanilla in it. It's good. Sorry.
What are you drinking, Ethan?
Oh, I was just about to tell you, Joe. Tonight, guys, Ohio Elvis is drinking Steel Reserve Hard Pineapple.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah.
That's a whale. Joe would line up for
that. How is it? Terrible? Good?
It actually, it's okay, but like, it's got, for the average series, it's got about a 10 for me. No, it's funny because the Hard Pineapple is probably the lowest, because the fruit punch one, or the spiked punch, was not that good. It was fucking horrible. But the blackberry was probably the top one. probably the best one, and then this one's probably like right in the middle because I could taste a little bit of like a pineapple-y like cleaner. You know what I'm saying? Like a little bit of that, but it's not that bad. I prefer these over Four Locos any day of the week.
Is there a regular pineapple?
What Steel Reserve?
A non-hard pineapple? It's gotta be a hard pineapple. Can't just be.
That's what I was thinking.
Pineapple.
I was thinking they probably stole that from Mike's Hard Lemonade or something, where they made a hard pineapple. But
speaking of Mike, I think Michael Jackson is rolling in his grave.
That is definitely a malt beverage.
Flavored malt beverage, if you will. No, but I was drinking Sam Adams before this, so.
What were you drinking?
Sam Adams Boston Lager.
Oh, just regular. Have you tried the Rebel Rider?
Hashtag proper glassware. No, I've seen the Rebel Rouser, and what was the other one?
Rebel Rider.
Rebel Rider. Yeah, the Rider. The Rider one is the one I wanted to try. Everybody has been doing the Rouser review, and I want to see. I see Scott White. He did a review on the sessionable IPA version of that. And I wanted to try that.
Reviewing a Sam Adams beer? No.
Whoa! Did he give it a most excellent review?
Yeah, he did. Of course he did. It was Sam Adams. No.
Good surprise.
I wanted to try it.
The most excellent, right?
Yeah, he gave it an A, but like that's the point. Was like I wanted to see what the session IPA, like what they had to offer, to see if it, was good. I mean, so.
Now, I wonder if all those beers use the same hops, but just with the I know I want to say it was BrewDog who made a beer with all the same ingredients. And I think they made like a 4%er, a 7%er, and a 10%er, and just more ingredients of everything. So I wonder if that's kind of what Sam Adams is doing with the whole Rebel series. If, the Rebel's the regular IPA, the Rouser's the double, the Rider's the session, but they're all the same ingredients, just
right.
Higher alcohol, just more. Okay.
I don't know. Maybe.
That may be traditional party gal style brewing, just if they started with something that was particularly through the roof and milked it down a bit. Because if your final product after 4 beers with the same ingredients came out at 4%, your initial beer would probably come out at probably around 16% and then get watered down. So I don't mean to be like the total homebrew guy here.
Well, I'm just saying, I know that. I just wondering if they're all having the same characteristics, different with a different ABV is all. Yeah, or if they're trying to go for certain styles. Because I know their Rebel IPA was considered a West Coast style regular old IPA, and I don't know if they're marketing the double as like a double West Coast IPA, or if the Session IPA is a West Coast IPA, or if they're...
Well, the Rouser is the double, right?
Yeah.
They said on the 6-pack it was West Coast style, so...
And I guess they're trying to keep it somewhat similar.
Where'd Chad go? There's a question for him.
Is no longer in the room.
Do you think other breweries, like say microbreweries, do the same thing? Do you think? I mean, I'm not accusing anybody of doing that. I'm just saying, do you think that it's possible that they could be doing, like what you guys were saying before about how they just add more ingredients to something instead of, you know what I mean?
I don't know. I mean,
you'll see several microbreweries that pop up. All right, Chad, I'll fuck off, I guess.
No, I'm. What the fuck? I get kicked out of my own chat.
Lee said something about taking over because he's the official king of beer too, but
Well, I was already running the chat beforehand. I mean, unofficially, I don't want to. I don't want to put up a lot of pomp and circumstance and try to pretend, all that. But everyone knows I am.
Of course, when someone comes out with a small brewery, like a microbrewery, and they come out with 6 beers all at once, and they all clock in at the exact same alcohol percentage, and the graphics on each label is all just a little bit different, then generally you're under the impression that you're being taken for a little bit of a ride, because generally the same beer that's just been tweaked a little bit all along the road. I'm responding to you, young fella in the sunglasses. I didn't get your name.
This is Ohio Elvis. It's Ethan. It's just straight up. It's Ethan. Okay. All right. It's just Ethan. That's it.
Okay, you said that 5 times now, Ethan. All right. You can shut up.
Not money, not Ethril, just Ethan.
No one was going to say Ethereal. No one was going to say Awesome.
No one was
one
even
gonna
thinking Ethereal. Let's be clear with that.
It's not Nathan either.
You said your name once like a normal human being does when they introduce themselves. You could have stopped right there.
Yeah, I think Chris was looking for pretty much a straightforward answer.
Yeah.
I didn't catch your name. Oh, my name's Ethan. Okay.
Like
That's
Chris doesn't strike me as learning disabled. He doesn't need repetition to learn things that easy. You know.
And at no point.
You know, Ethan's a nice guy. Got nothing against him, but damn, that mustache makes you look like a child molester.
All right.
Hey, y'all better all come down before I use that karate on you.
From dog vagina over here earlier.
That's right. You might molest a dog vagina.
All right, let Chris finish his thought, please.
Yeah, please.
What about cat vagina?
Oh my God. Ethereal, stop.
Ethereal, he's talking to you. He didn't catch your name. He knows your name now. Continue, please, Chris.
Yeah, Jesus.
All right, I'm gonna put it on mute.
Or you could just not talk.
He can't not talk.
Okay, thank you, Evan. I think I already made my point, and the Rhino and I already know a certain brewery that just kind of does that, and I think we've all been through this experience before, where you want to go and try something new, but somebody debuts with 6 different brews all the same once, and they all have the same Corel Draw type graphics on the can, and you know that it's just generally the same brew that's been tweaked along the lines. In a way, it's okay because you're brewing, you're not getting your pennies in that much of a bunch, but you're not going to be fully committed to purchasing a 6 of something when you know it's just a tweaked version of something you could probably make yourself.
That's an easy that's an easy macro trick even. Like for instance, I've heard rumors that Alexander Keith's and Olin Export are actually the same fucking beer. They're just brewed slightly differently, but they come from the same tank. So it's that concept of the from The Simpsons there of Duff Factory, where everything's coming out of the same fucking tank into different Duff, light Duff, black Duff, this,
now,
that.
Now on his comment about breweries using the Corel Draw labels, this brewery actually finally, after 10 years in existence, has upgraded from the Corel Draw labels, and this is Grand River Brewing. They no longer have the Corel Draw labels with the just printed on fucking construction paper that's taped on the bottles. So maybe they did that so that they could sell in the U.S. because they're going to the U.S. now.
Oh wow! I didn't realize they upgraded their labels. Cause, yeah, they're old labels.
Whoa! Grand River's coming to the U.S.
Yes.
Can you please not have them send the beer to the U.S.? And
New York, and Ohio are the first 2 spots, actually.
No, definitely not, Ethan. No.
Ethan, don't do it.
Joe, you know you don't have to buy them, right?
I don't. In fact, I might accidentally knock a few over while I'm walking down the aisle of certain stores.
It'll be another quality Michigan beer.
Yeah, no, definitely. Now, Grand River, Jesus. Oh.
Hey, Chad, for the those Cunahan meads that I brought you, aren't they, especially for the price, aren't the labels fucking terrible on them?
Sorry, what was that? The which bottle?
The Cunahan meads that I got you, for the price especially, aren't the labels on them fucking terrible?
The labels actually look like they're 3 years old. They have rips in them, and
even the server who packed them for me actually apologized. He's like, I apologize, these labels are so terrible, but that's just how our printer is.
Aside from Matt, I don't think there's anyone who gives a rat's ass about what the label is. When you're drinking
there you go.
At the end of the day, I don't give a rat's ass, but you know what? If you're selling a product for as much as they are, especially with our shitty Canadian dollar, how much they ended up costing.
Yeah, make it look presentable.
Yeah.
Then don't buy them if you don't like how they look.
I just don't want a label on it, period. I just want a glass bottle. Just random, just pick out whichever.
Oh, why not?
You don't even know what you're picking.
The presentation is great, but at the end of the day, there are a lot of cool beers that come in, boxes and all this great labeling, and they end up sucking complete ass, and then there are ones that, as Matt would say, are just ghetto as fuck, and they're amazing.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, ultimately, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter, and price shouldn't affect the presentation as well. It's just whatever. It's the whatever's in the fucking bottle ultimately
But
matters.
there's a direct correlation between like a good like not I wouldn't hesitate to say good labeling because again you're talking about subjectivity, but they're like if someone's going to put thought into everything, they usually are anal retentive, so they're going to put thought into how they produce stuff and how they do everything in their life. So there's like if there's a cheesy label that's just like super cheesy, like you tell they hired like someone out of high school or right out of community college, they're probably trying to nickel and dime shit on the side. So they're probably trying to nickel and dime shit in their life. That's what I mean,
you take Block 3. This is Block 3's normal labels. I mean, they do some special labels for certain beers, but this is their normal labels. It's fairly simple, fairly mediocre. Almost anyone can do it. Great beer usually in the bottle.
I love their labels. So it's that
Innocente again, a really simple label. Innocente beer is usually really good. Now on the flip side with Block 3, some Block 3 does do some special labels for their special one-offs, like this guy here, the Space Camp, and then through the quad, which I think I'm actually going to streak across my video for it.
More nudity.
No, like perfect example. Like I'm drinking tonight. I'm drinking 2 beers. I'm drinking Weyerbacher. This weird Validus Luporis. I actually hate this label. Like it's done really bad. It's like a cheesy, like wolf howling at the moon. I thought, yeah, it's that cheesy tattoo style wolf howling at a hop, but it's instead of a hop, instead of a moon, it's a hop. You know what I mean?
Come on, you need an awesome wolf shirt, bro. Come on now.
Yeah, but I thought this was gonna be good because I like Weyerbacher. I'm not a big fan of this. Now, the other beer I'm drinking tonight is Breckenridge, who I've avoided because they do the whole fucking gluten-free shit.
I actually had that one you have right there. Not the barrel aged version.
I think it's fantastic. You know what I mean? But this label's badass. So I mean, this label's badass.
That's a nice label. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah, it's like very old school, stylish. You know what I mean? Classic, not pretentious. There's nothing on the bottle about what the beer is about. It says brewery, recycling, beer, milk stout, barrel aged, done. You know
Where
what I mean?
did you get that, Matt?
At Sam's. Yeah.
Oh, so it's in New York. All right, because I love the base beer.
Breckenridge makes some pretty good beers. We got them about, I want to say, this summer, or 2014 in the summer, but their stuff's pretty good. They make really good IPAs. That's all I was gonna say.
We don't get that in my state, and I left to say I went to an out-of-state beer run this weekend.
Yeah, yeah, here in Ohio, they just make a big deal about it. Like, I remember because I work at a restaurant next to like a bar, and they made like a huge deal. Like they were like, oh, we got like the first keg of whatever, you know, from Breckenridge. I don't remember what it was, cream something. I don't know, but.
I'm going to interject quick just for 1 second. Douchette, yes, I do think that the labels they have right now still suck, but I think the Grand River Brewing labels are a fucking upgrade from here's the label, it just says Plowman's Ale on it with a whole bunch of fucking random swishes of color on a fucking beige fucking piece of construction paper. Yeah, I think the labels are an upgrade from that. I don't think they're great. They're still one of the worst labels in Ontario, but I think they're a lot better than what they were. Continue, sorry. I just had to respond to a comment about getting my eyes checked. Fuck you, I'm blind, fucker.
I need to get my eyes checked too, but these sunglasses, man.
Yeah, as far as labels go, the only thing that I ever put in the style labels, they might catch my eye on the shelf, and that's about it. That's about all I.
Yeah, I mean, if it's a garbage label, I have $5, and there's 2 beers that are $5 each. And I may want to try one more. I may be drawn to the other one with the catchy label before I'm drawn to the label that I might want to try more, just because the catchy label one makes me look at it and go, ooh, have I had that before?
I hate it when a brewery has been established for years and they've grown and they've gotten bigger and their labels stay the same and they're the same lazy fucking labels where it's just a color variation with a slight text variation for the different beer and that's it. One in particular, fucking Garrison. Their labels are absolute shit. They're terrible. Their labels are absolutely terrible. They give you no information for the most part, and they all look the same almost across.
Well, like
the
I said,
board.
I am actually a big fan of the Block 3 labels that are just simple.
But that one looks really good. Like I like that. It's a nice
And then,
minimalist.
yeah, and then here's the one I reviewed a few days ago. So this one is the Wall, the Berliner Weiss, and then the Dry Hop. So yeah, like you said though, there's not much of a difference in the labels, but they're there. They're exactly everything you need. ABV, when they were packaged, what they are, what their name is, and who made it. That's all you need.
Yep.
When a brewery comes out with a crappy label and a hit beer, and then vice versa, it'll take you to a brewery much like Trafalgar, but I think everyone's got their own Trafalgar. It makes it a very trying relationship because you'll always try the brew and you'll keep going back, and you'll quite often like in some sort of like in a bad relationship. You'll always get kind of disappointed from one point or another.
Yusuf.
Yes.
See, here's one I don't like. I don't like Flying Monkeys labels. I think they're too fucking busy.
I was just gonna say that, but
They have too much. Well, especially their special edition beers have way too much writing on them. Like they have a friggin'
Well, no. Their special edition beers have too much dog vagina. That's the thing.
Well, most beers have too much dog vagina.
And I really hate Stones with their big fucking stories on the back, all their fucking labels. It's like
They're basically Flying Monkeys.
Yeah, Stone.
Still writes a book on the back of their bottle.
Flying Monkeys, especially their one-offs, their specialty beers, are Canada's version of Stone.
Yeah.
The labels I can't stand. I hate Clown Shoes labels. They're cool in a sense that they're drawn well, but they're very, very, very like illustrative and almost like video game art in their design. Like they're like cheesy. But my favorite labels of all time are fucking like West Veltrin or like Rochefort. Like West Veltrins are the best because they're just no label, like stamped and then a color cap. That's all I want to know. Blue, red, green, good beer, bad beer, done. You know what I mean? Simple.
No, an example of a really well-designed label that is kind of artistic and stuff that I really love is Due to Seal.
I was gonna say that fucking next. They're my favorite labels in the history of mankind. Like, look at that shit. Like that's art. That's not even label art. That's fucking art, man. Their rigor mortis labels like the best label I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah. Unibrew does some pretty good labels too.
Unibrew does too. Yeah, I like their labels.
Yeah.
For Canada, Quebec does some pretty good labels.
Yeah, the Unibrew's got that like traditional, like almost like historical painting style to their labels. Like you're seeing some picture out of a history book or something like that. And Duty Seal, they got like some of my favorites are like Corn de Diable. I love that.
In all honesty, do you care more about the beer inside the bottle or the label? For me, if the beer is good, it doesn't matter what the label is.
Exactly.
Will it catch your eye on a shelf? I mean, you think about bottle shops where all the beers are out on a shelf. The better labels are going to catch your eye before the worst labels.
I think of the classic line, "Thank goodness you don't drink the label." But with the brews that come out of Unibrew and Due to Ciel, yes, those are the most consistent with artwork matching up with the beer.
Well, I'll tell you, like, if I'm in a market where I'm not familiar with, and I'm not very familiar with most U.S. beers, stuff like Flying Dog Brewery, now that I've tried it, they make excellent beers, but even if I didn't know they did that, their labels, especially ones with the dog vagina on them, definitely attract me. So, labels...
Wait, did you just say dog vaginas attract you?
I did say dog vaginas attract me, so
I know.
You got that on record.
And I'll say this: I do love Flying Dog just because I do love Ralph Steadman's art. So
the art is really nice. I like it. You know what it reminds me? Has anyone, like, as a kid, ever read those Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark books?
Yeah.
The art
reminds me a lot of those old books.
Yeah, it's very similar. Yeah.
Those scared the shit out of me when I was like 8 years old. So yeah.
My favorite labeling has to be De Molen from Netherlands. Just simple stuff like that, eh?
Yeah, that's nice.
I love De Molen stuff, man. You know what made me fall in love with De Molen, though? was when they had their old Rasputin, and then fucking North Coast kind of like made them not have their old Rasputin label, so they made a beer called Cease and Desist. You know what I mean? That was basically it was them shit talking North Coast for like a whole
Got one
label.
right there.
Yeah, baby. That's what I'm talking. That's why I was like, I love this brewery.
I like these
love
labels.
that brewery.
Yeah, there you go. Chad.
Rochefort labels, great labels. Nothing on them. Rochefort Trappist 10. Awesome. I'm good.
A nice simple.
Okay, Aaron, I don't know if you read this comment. Aaron posted, if you think GRB's labels are an upgrade,
Yeah, he
you need
mentioned
your eyes. Okay, you need your eyes checked. Oh, wait.
You ever seen this beer here? It's got a pretty great label. It's Nostradamus.
No, the only Nostradamus I've had was from
Like
Great Lakes in Cleveland.
Nosferatu.
Yeah, Nosferatu, you're right.
Yeah, that's good. It's baller.
Did you just call it Nosferatu? Is that a Viking vampire?
Nosferatu.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, I just shit myself. Not literally, but...
That would be an awesome beer.
Actually, I got one for you. What would be your favorite perceived girl beer? Because I remember when I used to live in London, Ontario, my little drinking hole was a cool punk rock bar, and they eventually introduced Truly, the strawberry Belgian pale ale.
Well, see, and there comes down the idea of girl beers. I know more girls that will drink an Imperial Stout and love it than will drink a fruit beer and love it. My wife wants a fruit beer more than anything else, but a lot of my friends, my female friends that drink beer, want a big bad stout or a barrel aged this. The Puntette wants like a triple IPA. The Blueberry wants a barrel aged stout. The Commander wants a stout. The Algae wants an IPA. Like a lot of the females I have in my group that like to drink want stuff like that.
That's kind of what I'm getting at, because when I was at this bar, when you would look down the line, we'd all be in dirty clothes and just coming home from work and whatever. But it'd be a bunch of dudes lined up all the way down the bar. So I don't necessarily associate that with 100% girl beer, because I saw the plan failed.
Now, if you're going to say something like, say, what type of beer would a non-beer drinker like, and not just, say, female, but anyone, like a Lindemann's Lambic, Lindemann's Pesh, Lindemann's Apple, the Brimstone's Dunkelweiss with cherries. I mean, average dad loves that stuff.
Loves what now?
It's the cranberry Dunkelweiss from Brimstone.
Yeah, he was all about that.
Like basically a fruit beer. If you're not into beer at all, you don't want the taste of malt, you don't want the taste of hops. Regardless of sex, a fruit beer is going to be the beer that you can actually drink and enjoy. People that like the taste of beer probably gonna either go to the malts like me. I'd rather a porter or a stout than anything else, or you're gonna go to an IPA because you like that bitter hoppy taste.
Most of the women I've known around here have been macro drinkers. They'll be drinking like Wildcat or something.
A surprising number of women I know love sours too. Like women tend to gravitate towards sours.
They do.
Are you saying I'm a woman?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you just called average Joe's dad a woman.
He drinks like a woman. I would agree with that. I tell him all the time.
I said, regardless of sex, if you don't like beer, you usually will go for a fruity beer.
You're a fucking misogynist. It's terrible.
Okay. Ben Johnson for coming back and talking to me and Chris Scryer. Thank you.
One of the favorite beers that I split with Average Dad was Rodenbach's Caricature Rouge, which was their Flanders sour with sour cherries, fucking cranberries, and something else. It was like the best sour I've ever had, hands down, and he was all about it. I mean, and I can see a lot of women being down with that beer too, because it was a sour, but it also had a nice sweetness. It was fruity whatsoever, but I loved it too. So I mean, I don't know. I don't think you can really.
Okay.
So many people like so many different styles.
I'm going to bring this up just because this is the first time I've seen this. Okay. This is a beer that Greg picked up for me, the Break of Dusk. Well, he picked up a 6-pack. No, this is Break of Dusk.
Oh, is it Break of Dawn?
It's Break of Dusk. Fuck you.
Oh, did you change it? Oh.
I did change it. Fuck you. Anyway, this is Break of Dusk. And most craft breweries here in Ontario, I don't know how it is in the States or in Alberta or in BC or anything like that, but most craft breweries in Ontario are where the new glass is coming into the system. New glass usually comes in through craft breweries. Now, the reason I bring this up is this is one of the few. I know that Railway City and Grand River reuse their bottles if they can get them because they offer more money if you drop it off to them than the beer store. But this is one of the first craft breweries I've noticed that you can actually tell you're getting a recycled bottle from because you have the actual roller marks on them.
You know what? You can't get. I don't think you can get their Nut Brown or their Pale Ale in 6-pack anymore at the LCBO. I think it's only brewer exclusive. But yeah, their bottles are brutal. They look really bad. Like you can tell they've been used probably a couple times.
Yeah, this is, again, I don't notice that from a lot of the breweries. A lot of breweries, like Cameron's, for instance. Cameron's and Nickelbrook are both new glass only. And that's I always find it funny that the companies with the most money that could actually bring the new glass into the industry are the ones that don't bring new glass into the industry.
Well, you know what? I think a lot of Black Oak's regular beers like the Brown Ale and the Pale Ale are pretty reasonably priced for a craft beer. So that's probably where they cut corners on cost.
Well, I don't actually care. I'm just bringing it up as a tidbit of little information because it's not something I notice very often.
No, their 6-pack bottles are brutal. Like when they used to have 10-bit beers in 6-packs, they always looked terrible. Like they were brutal looking bottles.
We do have 2 comments here. Another one from Aaron saying, bottom line, the beer in the bottle speaks volumes over the label. Hopping Frog have some of the shittiest looking labels. I take some Boris all day, though, apparently. And Winter is Coming has a question for Greg. Hey, Greg, you have a question. You have to field this. He says, I know you're from Toronto area. Do you ever go to Verst?
I'm sorry, where?
WVRST. I assume it's Verst or Worst or it's a brewery. I don't know. He says, I went there for the first time this weekend and thought they had a great beer selection. Although expensive, they had offerings such as Rochefort 8, 10, and Westy 12, all going for about $38. I got to drink Knox Etima and Winter Jack for the first time.
The fact that was this Winter is Coming that asked this?
Yeah, no, yeah, it was Winter is Coming.
Okay, well, the fact that he got to drink Winter Jack for the first time there when he lives so close to Muskoka is sad. And second, the fact that Rochefort 8 or 10 would be going for $38 when it's $3 at the LCBO makes me want to stab somebody.
I'd like to know if Verst is from the Thunder Bay area. Because I'm actually back in Ontario. I drove back from Edmonton to Ontario dead of winter.
Well, I assume it's somewhere near Toronto because he said it was Toronto area.
Yeah, I just looked it up on Google. It is a Toronto area place, but I've never even heard of it before. So no, I haven't been there. But I'm a cheap bastard. I don't like to go to Toronto bars because they're so overpriced.
Yeah, they are disgusting. Even the beer market, everything.
But I mean, $38 for Trappist Rochefort 8. I'm trying to go gadget my mathematics on that one.
It's like what size glass would they give you for that? Like, would it just be a standard pint glass or what?
For 3 liters? Like, I mean,
no, it's too high in ABV. They wouldn't be allowed to sell you an actual pint.
Oh, fuck that.
That's even like more egregious. It's not like Rochefort 10. I mean, it would probably be a 12-ounce or maybe a 16-ounce glass.
Ooh.
Yeah, like Innocent Gun. Innocent Gun isn't allowed to be sold in a pint because it's too high ABV.
What's the rule with that? What's the highest ABV they can sell a pint in?
I think 6.5. I think it's 6.5. I'd have to look it up again.
Oh.
Based on what they have available on their site, it looks like they have Rochefort 8. and it's in bottle only, and also the Westy 8 and 12.
Wow.
So
I've never had Westy 8. I've only had the Westy 12.
So bottle only for $38?
Well, I was gonna say I think he's mistaken or.
Or maybe he's just talking about Westy 12. Maybe
yes,
Westy 12. Yeah.
I don't think he meant the Rocheforts were $38 a piece when they were fucking $3 something.
I'm hoping not.
Yeah, because I mean, Westy 12. I mean, there's a place right 5 minutes from me that has them, and they're about $45 a bottle. So that's pretty much the standard for Rochefort 10 in a Toronto bar. Sorry, Rochefort 12.
Yeah, I mean the reason why it's $38 is because it's you got fucking what you call it, and it came last year or the year before, right? And that was a one-time thing that came in the bricks. So you can't compare the price that came in the bricks to how you get it regularly.
But the thing is, you can actually order it through the LCBO. You can get it because the LCBO has brought it before. The Beeraholic was buying it by the case.
How many do you need to get?
You need to buy 2 cases.
And just 2 cases is going to set you back.
Will that be?
I don't know. Is it $13 a bottle?
I don't
like that.
know how much it would be.
$12 or $13 a bottle is what it comes down to. So mathematics on that: 48 bottles at $13 a bottle.
Yeah. So let's spend $500-600 or spend $38 on one bottle to try it. I'd probably spend the $38 on one bottle to try it unless I had a shit ton of friends that wanted to go in with me. That's where it comes down to.
$624.
Well, there you go. So even if you were to, have 4 people going with you, you're still spending, fucking $155 on it or $157. It's like, or you can just go get one bottle of it to try. It all depends. If you love that beer, then order cases. You know what I mean?
I'm wondering
if you want to try it, go there.
But you can like a lot of things that are happening now is the River Valley Beer League that Dawn and Nick are in. They'll get their homebrew group and their beer group and all that together, and they'll all order whatever you have to order to get it, and get 1 bottle each. So I mean, if you had enough friends, you could get 48 friends together that all want to try it. $13 a piece. There you go. Or like you said, easier, just go pay $38. Will I pay $38 at a bar for a beer? No, I won't. But if you,
I can't believe that's
all
serious.
the more power to you.
Well, if I had 12 people say I wanted to split it with, we each bought 4 Westy 12s. I think that wouldn't be too unreasonable. Would that be about $60 or a little less than $60 for each person?
I would split a 2-year-old Sakaba between 3 people for $40 in a heartbeat.
How much is
That's just me though. Like if I went to a bar, like a high-end bar, and like a couple-year-old Sakaba was $40, I would absolutely spend $13 myself for a glass out of that. Like split it between 3 people.
For glass, maybe I would do that. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like if you're talking to Sakaba,
Yeah, I mean, it all comes. Everybody's different on what they're willing to pay for what, and I mean,
exactly.
It all matters. I mean. One 330 milliliter bottle of Westy 12. Do I want to pay $38 for it? No, I wouldn't. But that's me. Somebody else will? Yeah, they will, and that's why it's that price. A Kaba, at least that's a $650, isn't it? Mm-hmm. Or is it a $500?
It's a $650. It's a $650.
It's a $650. So you're paying, if you're paying $13 each, you're basically getting just a little bit under what you would get for that $38 bottle of Westy 12 each.
But Sakaba blows Westy 12 out of the water for me.
Well, for me too. But then again, I'm a porter and a stout guy more than anything else. And for me personally, I would rather a Rochefort 10 than a Westy 12. Partially because I can get Rochefort 10 for $3.65 a bottle,
and partially because it's a better beer.
Well,
I think it comes down to what you guys are failing to realize, though. In one aspect is you're talking about beers you've already had. Talking about if there's a beer that you really wanted to try for a long time and it's available and it's $38, then I would simply pay the money. I don't have to dick around. It's available. It's right in front of me. Yes, it's overpriced, but time to go.
I would pay it if there was no way for me to get it other than that. But knowing that it's only $13 a bottle, I wouldn't pay the $38 a bottle.
Yeah, but you're talking about $13. You see that now you have to do more work to get that $13 value. You have to go in with friends. You got to place orders. You got to hope and pray that you can get it. I don't know 48 friends that would split the fucking thing with me. I know 4, maybe 6 people, sure. And at that point, you're paying 100 plus. So I don't know. That's in me living kind of in la la land, hoping you have 47 friends to go in with you. That's a little bit.
It also,
I think that's
to me, it also
crazy.
depends on what kind of style it is and what kind of you like. Like, I'm not personally a huge fan of Trappist beers. I'm not crazy about Belgian triples or quadruples. So, to me, I've tried Rochefort 10, which supposedly most people say is better than Westy 12, and I like it. I don't love it. So it's one of those things. It's not really a beer I'd want to spend $40 to $45 to try.
It's not necessarily about the style, though, Greg, or the beer itself. I'm just thinking a beer that's really hyped that you want to try. Let's just forget it's Westy.
If it was something that was really hyped, I wanted to try, like Bourbon County. I don't know if I'll ever get a chance to try that. I would pay $45 to try it because that's a style I know I like. I like bourbon barrel aged stouts. I would pay $45 to try that once.
Fair enough.
Well, I'm wondering if
let's look at the meads, right? The Kunin meads. I never thought I'd ever buy a Kunin mead, ever. And I got 3 of them. Greg picked 3 up for me. That's great. Thank you. I'm trying them. I didn't think I'd ever get them. But in the last 3 weeks, there's been nothing new, really, at the LCBO. So I've been putting my beer money aside each time. Well, I've been putting away what I'm allowed to spend aside each time. And then he sent me a message. He's like, they have 2 meads. You want to try them? Well, both Joe and Big E both talked about how great they are. So I'm like, you know what? I can't buy anything new right now to try anyway, so I might as well. I got to keep the review going, right? And I want to try them. I just don't really want to pay the money, but I'll do it. I'll do it once. And it came back. I tried the Orange Blossom so far. I haven't tried the other 2. The other 2 are sitting back there. He picked up the Cedar Age Orange Blossom and the Chocolate Raspberry Pigment, is it?
Piment.
Yeah, okay. So he picked all 3 of those up. I'm very, very, very sensitive to sulfites. So when I was smelling the Orange Blossom, I just kept smelling that latex rubber smell. And that's unfortunate to me, but it didn't taste like latex rubber, so that's all that matters. It was a great mead. Would I ever pay that money again now that I've tried it for that specific one? Never. But the other 2, would I? Maybe. It matters how they are.
See, now here's the problem I had with that whole situation is for multiple weeks, the majority of the panel members, when we had these discussions about Kunin, everyone shit on the Raspberry Icebox for $30. Everyone shit on their prices in general. So
yeah, I would still never pay that money for it.
It doesn't matter because you paid it for a mead that's totally overpriced and ridiculous, and you bought 3 of them, $75 on 3 meads. And for 2 weeks, you shit on Kunin and their prices. Like you, Greg, and a bunch of people. So at the end of the day, it proves one point, and that is if you want to try something bad enough, you will pay what it is, and you did it. Now, I'm not saying everyone does that, but it just proved a point 2 people did in this chat.
And when I drank it, what did I say? I said, yeah, is it worth the price? No, not really.
I don't care what you said. You said you would never buy overpriced, ridiculous shit from Kunin because it was stupid, and then you did. So I'm just saying, it proved. We used to say, Matt, you pay whatever you want to try good beer.
Joe, let me tell you,
and it happened.
I'll tell you 2 things. First of all, my issue was less about the price. I have an issue with the price. My issue is more about lining up for 6 hours in the middle of winter. But I will say with Kunahan, their meads are overpriced. Now, I've tried all 3 of the meads that I got Chad. The one he's tried so far is the worst of the 3, in my opinion. The other 2 are absolutely fantastic. I'm not going to say anything bad about them. They are absolutely fantastic meads. Would I buy them on a regular basis? Probably not. They are absolutely fantastic, but I still think they're crazy overpriced.
And that you and Ryan are terrible hypocrites.
You are. Steve Lee agrees. He's the king of beer tube. He's spoken.
It doesn't matter how much you point your finger at Joe's face. You're still a hypocrite.
Yeah, you're a hypocrite.
Point that.
I have to defend my local craft brewery. Lee, you talked about earlier, winter is coming, said that Hop and Frog's labels were shitty or whatever. Mm-hmm. All I'm going to say is that it's a Hop and Frog. What do you want? It's a frog that's hopping. I understand that the frog...
I fucking hate their labels. They're the worst labels in history.
It's absolute garbage. You just have to accept it.
Okay, all right.
Like, I can take your shit and smear it on a label and look better than Hop and Frog's labels. Let's be honest. It's absolutely horrendous.
Okay, Joe, just shut up. Just shut up.
It's the WB. It's like the WB frog.
all I'm gonna say is that yes, I understand that some people say their labels are shitty, and it kind of annoys the fuck out of me too because of the fact that every label has the same cartoon frog on the front with just the like the name of the beer that's altered. Really, that annoys the crap out of me, and also that they should be doing 6-packs by now instead of just bombers. But that's all I'm gonna say is that I agree in some way, but then I disagree because it's like, what do you want? So I don't know.
You're 100% wrong, Ethan. Just know that.
Okay, well, you know what, Joe?
When you started this train of logic, Ethan, it sounded like you were very offended that these labels were shit. And then you're going on to say this brewery really
awesome, but
then you're going on to say this brewery really sucks. They do this wrong and they do this wrong and.
No. I'm just saying that I think that they shouldn't be using the same label, like, kind of thing. I mean, it's the same frog on the front, only it's altered in certain ways.
A label mimics the brewery, brother.
Let me ask you guys a question. I wanted to ask this last week and I forgot about it. It went downhill quickly.
Just go ahead, Joe. Just ask it.
Here is the question. Everybody buys bombers because that's what breweries tend to release, especially in special release and stuff. Why do people seem to be okay with being ripped off in bomber form when it comes to price, but then get angry when they're buying 6-packs that are a bit overpriced? I'll give you an example. I'm drinking Hop Slam tonight, right? This is an 8-year-old. I picked up a 6-pack last year. It was $18.99. People go nuts about the simple fact that it's $18.99 for a 6-pack of that beer. You break it down per bottle, you're somewhere around $3.50 a bottle or so.
Does everybody have their calculators out?
Yeah, well, whatever. It's around $3.50 a bottle. People go ape shit, right? But these same people have no issue whatsoever going to the store and paying $8.99 to $10 for a 22-ounce bomber of Stone Enjoy.
I love that you're bringing this up because actually me and Greg actually just had this conversation on Facebook in messages because he was asking me if he wanted me to pick up if I wanted him to pick me up a fucking triple chocolate stout and a few other things. They were $10 a bomber, and I'm like, no, you know what? I've had them. They're not worth $10 a bomber to me, and yeah, I don't want it. And then we got into the fact that for the most part, every special release seems to be $10 a bomber now, no matter what it is. It could be the fucking most normal thing, like, hey, here's our Bach Lager. It's a $10 bomber. And they all seem to be doing it, and people just fucking line up in droves to buy it, and it's just weird to me. I actually loved when the RPA was in 6-packs, because I could buy an RPA 6-pack for $14. It actually is in the 6-pack again now, so that's great. But when it first came out in 6-packs, I was excited. I'm like, yeah, $14, $15 for a 6-pack, I'm okay with that. I get 6 bottles. And then it came up to the bomber, and it was almost $10 for the bomber. And I'm like, yeah, no, I'm done. And then it went back to 6-packs, and I'll buy it every once in a while again. But yeah, I would rather pay $3.50 a bottle than $10 for a fucking bomber, because you know what? That $3.50 a bottle, 2 bottles are bigger than it, and it's still less than the $10 bomber.
Right. If they had Boris and 6-packs from Hop and Frog, I would have no problem paying like $16 to maybe even $18.99.
But you know what? If they did have Boris in 6-packs, you know how much it would be? It'd be like $15, and people would be like, "That's a $15 6-pack."
That's how much.
How much is Boris in one bottle? How much is it in?
$8.
It's probably. Oh no, it's not that here.
No, what is it there?
For just a barrel-aged Doris, like just a Doris, because.
You're saying barrel-aged. I'm talking regular. We're talking.
No, that's like 12. For just yeah, you're right about that. But I'm saying I'm talking about barrel aged stuff would probably be about $11, and then the Boris would probably be about probably like $13 to $15 in that range for just a bomber.
Well, I mean that comes down to what you would want, right? What the consumer would want. Would you rather pay $15 to $18 for a 6-pack?
The Skilter
or
to
$10 for the bomber. $10 for the bomber is equal to less than 2 of those bottles in the 6-pack.
I'll give you an example. We'll compare barrel-aged imperial stouts. Bourbon County, right? One of the few that comes in like national.
Never see it here.
That comes in 4-packs, right? You buy it anywhere in New York. It's anywhere for the actual 4-pack, anywhere from like $22 to like $30. And if you buy a single bottle, it's anywhere from $6 to $8. Now compare that to Parabola, which in New York is anywhere from $20 to $25. Take that Bourbon County that you can get for $6 to $8 and double the price. You get 24 ounces of that. If you double it, you get two 12-ounce bottles, right? We're doing math. It's great. So that's 24 ounces of Bourbon County to 22 ounces of Parabola. For at the most $16, you could have 2 bottles of Bourbon County, or for 20 to 25, you could have Parabola. Now, people flip out about the price for Bourbon County because it's a 12-ounce bottle at $6 to $8, but they don't say anything about that $20 Parabola. Why is that?
Well, a couple of reasons, I think. One, because of how it's presented and how I'm not even talking about boxes. I'm talking about like there's a distinct line in most people's brains between bombers and 4-pack, 6-packs. I'm not saying it's right, but I'm saying there's a distinct line, and I know in my
I'm saying, why is that though? That's what I'm talking about. Why?
They see it and they're like, it's a bigger bottle. I'm willing to pay more money for a bigger bottle.
But here's the thing:
it's a conspiracy, man.
No, it's a matter of like a Parabola is available in small and big bottles, and vice versa for every other bottle. Then you're talking about okay, fuck that shit. Which I'm coming to that. Like some companies do bombers versus 4-packs, and I'm like, I'm not gonna fucking buy a bomber. Why would I be that fucking idiot to buy a fucking bomber? You know what I mean? But when you're talking about getting stuff in a bomber, sometimes I think your brain makes more sense of it. Like, not that it's logical, but your brain somehow thinks that that's okay because it's bigger.
Well, yeah,
you know what I mean. And
here's the reason breweries in Ontario do it.
It's marketing.
Breweries do it in Ontario for the profit margin they're making. They make more profit margin on selling bombers because they can charge more. The reason they can charge more, one, people will buy it thinking, I'm just going to drink 1 instead of 6. I'm just going to drink 1, so they're thinking that they're going to be more responsible. 2, people are looking at it going, oh my god, it's such a bigger bottle. I mean, you say you have a bottle of this sitting beside a bottle of this on the shelf, and you're like, ooh, this one's so much bigger, even though really 2 of these is bigger than this, but you don't see that in your mind. And people are weird like that. They'll pay that money. And it kind of disgusts me in the way that I would rather buy a 6-pack of it, but I understand why the breweries are doing it, because they can sell 3 bombers and make 3 times as much money as they're making on 1 6-pack, and that 1 6-pack has the same amount of beer in it, basically, than 3 bombers.
But as far as your argument goes from Parabola to Bourbon County, Joe, I would pay $20 for a bottle of Parabola more than I would pay for 2 $8 bottles of Bourbon County, personally, myself.
But that's subjective, and that's your opinion. But in general, what I'm saying is it's basically the same thing. You're talking about a barrel-aged imperial stout from anything 12 to 14%.
I would personally, for me personally, after trying Bourbon County more, I would rather go with the 4-pack of Bourbon County for the same price as the 1 bottle of Parabola.
Yeah, I mean, but again, that's also. I'm just saying. And then there's places like Bellwoods in Toronto, and there's a company here that I think Matt gets some stuff from. Maybe not. Maybe when you're on your escapades. Maine, they have 500 milliliter bottles for $6.99, and people gobble those up. It just blows my mind how ignorant people are to price per ounce, and they don't seem to care, regardless of whether whatever you talked about. Matt, there's a lot of different reasons, but it's
absolutely
bullshit.
Subjective. It's absolutely subjective. Like I picked up a couple of Maine bottles so I can review it and do it and stuff like that. And they're nice beers, but it also comes down to personal preference. Like for example, a Maine bottle at $6 or $7 for you is a crazy talk, but at the same time, a North Coast Old Stock Cellar Reserve at 23 at 500 milliliters is absolutely a bargain. It's also the beer inside.
It is, but to be clear, it's also people who complain about prices. That's who I'm talking about. The people who have an actual issue with paying the prices, and they go on their rants about, well, I won't buy. And then, like I said, it started with the Hop Slam. I forgot where I saw it, but there's a bunch of people just going nuts about how they would never pay $20 for a 6-pack of a double IPA, no matter how good it was, blah, blah, blah. And people chimed in with the whole Stone and Joy buy. They're like, well, would you buy 2 bottles of Stone and Joy? Oh, I do it all the time. Well, you just did, and you actually only got 4 bottles. Not 4 bottles.
I know.
Well, see, and I know.
But it's amazing.
You're just being stupid. And I completely agree with you, Joe. I completely agree with you. But at the same time, I understand why it's sold that way. But as a consumer, I would rather be able to pick up a 6-pack of it.
I would too. I would rather buy everything in individual 12-ounce bottles because if you want to share stuff, Bob, you pull out 2 bottles.
Well, if you really want to chat my fucking ass, is when I would say about fucking 8 to 10 years ago, there's a bunch of breweries that did 6-packs in our beers that slowly just moved them to 4-packs and kept the same price the same. I don't know if any of you guys noticed that. About 10 years ago when shit started to blow up, Weyerbacher did that with a couple of their offerings.
Victory do that?
Heresy would be $14 for a 6-pack, and then a year later you're like $14 for a 4-pack. You're like, what the fuck just happened right now? You're like, why? That to me was the bigger criminal fucking offense than the whole bomber.
You know who did the same thing? Founders Breakfast Stout. They did the same thing. They went from 6-packs to 4-pack seasonal, and they kept the price the exact same.
In a reverse to what we're talking about here, Nickelbrook used to sell their Bolshevik Bastard in the 650 and nothing but the 650. The 650 was $10. They moved it to a 4-pack of 341 milliliter bottles that are sold at the LCBO for $10.95, $9.95.
I think it's $9.95, yeah.
Yeah, so $10, $2.50 a bottle. Huge savings right there. And then if you go to the brewery and buy a 12-pack, you're getting it for $13. Sorry, a 6-pack, not a 12-pack. You buy a 6-pack for $13, so you're still even saving more if you buy it at the brewery and you're buying it in a 6-pack at the brewery. It's a fucking amazing deal, and it changed. It went from selling their fucking big bottle for more money to going, you know what, we want to be in the LCBO, we're going to sell it in these little bottles because these little bottles are going to sell better, and they probably are making a little more because of it moving, but oh my god, great value for what you're getting. $10 for the 4-pack or fucking $13 for the 6-pack right at the brewery? Fucking amazing deal for what you're getting.
Yeah, Nickelbrook, when it comes to their big beers, like their 750s, they're a little bit, in my opinion, a little bit overpriced. But when their small bottles are really, really competitively priced, like Bolshevik Bastard, for how good it is, it's amazing how cheap it is.
Yeah, I bought another 4-pack of it last week. I love that beer, and at that price, I'll keep buying it.
Well,
I have one bottle of Whiny Bastard left. Will I ever buy another bottle of it after the 3 I had? No, probably not. At $18, they still have it aged at the brewery for $18. But I love the beer, but $18 is too much for me for a 750.
Yeah, I got 4 bottles of the Whiny Bastard left, and if I finish those 4 bottles and they still have more left, I will buy more because that is an awesome beer. And I look at it more as buying a nice bottle of wine than I do as a beer, because it's a beer that you pour yourself, you sip throughout the entire evening, and you have a good time. That's the way I look at it. So $18 is not crazy ridiculous.
I'll ask Joe and Matt this. You guys, with Bell's, I think it's Third Coast Old Stock or whatever, that's in 6-packs, doesn't it? That's not in 4-packs. I don't remember. I only bought a single.
I've only drank one in my life.
I'm pretty sure aside from... I think it's a 6-pack from Bell's, except for maybe Black Note. Maybe that's.
I think that is a 6-pack because, I remember going through when I did my beer run videos, and I remember seeing a 6-pack in one of them, and that's why I was like, I appreciate that so much more because that's a 10% beer, and you get 6 of them. But you pay I don't know, $14, $15 for a 6-pack, but at least you got at least 2 of them to put away. So I thought that was.
Well, we have 9 viewers here. Why don't all 9 of you respond to you? I know you're not going to. Maybe one of you will. Do you complain about a $15 to $20 6-pack? Yet do you buy $10 bombers? That's the big question here. And for me, I don't complain about $15 to $20 6-packs because I understand the size. I do complain about $10 bottles because I'll pay $15 to $20 for a 6-pack most of the time. But do I buy the $10 bomber still if I haven't had it? Usually.
Did you see my comment in the chat there, Chad, where I said I basically don't have that problem in Nova Scotia?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, basically.
You're rubbing in the fact that your bombers are $5.25 to $6.
And that's crazy because you just spent fucking $16 on a 6-pack of Detour. But that's what plays. I mean, the one lone brewery that I can really say prices their bombers fairly is Lagunitas, but they typically price all their shit fairly.
Well, and I mean,
I agree with that.
You guys make fun of me as being a fanboy, but I love 5 Paddles. Their prices are good. I love Inocente. Their prices are amazing. Block 3 I love as well. Their prices are amazing. For what you're getting and the size you're getting, all 3 of these breweries price their stuff great. The quality to price ratio is amazing on all 3 of them.
There's one other brewery, Joe, besides Lagunitas. I can't fucking trying to think of who it is right now.
Oh, it's Rogue. They have great prices.
Yeah, so does Stone.
I mean, Joe's the one that turned me on to Weyerbacher, and Weyerbacher prices for their single little 341s is amazing.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
not by me though. Here's the thing, Chad. Like I live an hour away from Weyerbacher. For a 4-pack of Insanity, it cost me $16. The second I crossed to New York, it was 11. So that just shows you how PA is fucked up.
For the question, when I went back to Alberta just to pick up my car, that was generally my last stint, as far as I know, with being in Alberta. So when I did stop off for gas, I did pass by a liquor store, and I bought up beer like I was in a bad dream, because I knew there was a lot of last chance stuff that I wasn't going to bring back. So for spending money on a bomber, like the $10-15 a bomber, I want to go back to Nickelbrook, because in Ontario I picked up the recent the Grand Gourmet, and Nickelbrook is definitely a brewery that has battled through the early stages of craft beer in Ontario, and they've sustained. Like if you watch Chad's old videos as well, of which I've watched quite a few of them, they've really fought the whole thing. In their infantile stage, they had the organic lager, and then had that apple pilsner stuff, and it was generally the same label. So when they got to the point where they were coming out with 650s with wax-capped corked bottles, they got to the point where they showed they've really done it. So if Nickelbrook comes out with a flawed beer at this point in one of the craft brew releases that they're doing, they're more than entitled, because they've definitely fought the fight. And on that, I'm just a little curious as to anyone out there, aside from Ontario brews, who can recognize a brew that's come through the craft beer stages and has definitely survived the battle. And for Ontario, Nickelbrook's done a grand showing for sure.
Wellington did a grand showing. I mean, Wellington's beers were great when they started. They became met as the craft beer movement moved on, but their Welly one-offs are usually pretty good, and they're pretty creative. And they've been here since the beginning. Great Lakes has been here basically since the beginning, and their Project X beers. Amazing beers.
Yeah.
Only problem with the Project X, not your Great Lakes, our Great Lakes.
Ephraim is disappointed.
Our Great Lakes, the only problem I have with the Project X beers is even when they make a normal beer now, their prices are, what, about $10 a bottle, Greg?
Always $10 a bottle, and that's a little annoying, since lately they've come out with a lot of like 5% beers, and to me, I don't think a 5% beer should be going for $10 a bomber.
Yeah, he'll send me a message all the time. I'm going to Great Lakes. This is out. It's $10 a bottle. Yeah, and I mean, I want to try everything new, but $10 for 5% alcohol, this or that, or brown it. No, thank you. You know, no.
Well, and the thing is, like, I live 2 minutes away from Great Lakes, and usually by the time I've caught the tweet that they've released a new bottle, I get my ass over there and I should buy it. It's already sold out. So clearly at $10 a bottle, they're not having any trouble moving inventory.
No, but you're in Toronto. You're in Hipster Central. They'll jump on that shit. They're like, Project X! Oh my God, Project X!
I'm talking about the idea of just the appreciation for an early craft beer brewery in your area that has definitely survived the test of time.
Well, all three of those have survived the test of time. Do I feel the Brick has survived the test of time? No, I think the Brick has fallen to basically a macro brew company, and that's it. But do they have their place in the world of beer here in Ontario? Yeah, I think that they should give up on their craft beer line, and they should just stay with their budget beers, because their budget beers aren't actually all that bad. But to try and sell Waterloo beers for craft beer prices does hurt my feelings a little bit. What else has been around a long time?
It's surprising the amount of brews. I remember when I went to say what, and I saw some stuff, like I saw Upper Canada and Trafalgar, Wellington.
Trafalgar's been around since close to the beginning as well. I do not think they've survived the test of time, but I think that's more because of the fact that Michael Arnold doesn't seem to care anymore.
No, Matt, can I pick your brain a little bit? Do you have something?
Absolutely. What's up?
Yeah. No, something from your area, a different, a brewery that came out through the infantile stages of craft beer in your area that you feel like has kind of battled through, even if it's not the greatest brewery, but something that's kind of stood the test of time?
Not to keep hankering back to Weyerbacher, but Weyerbacher's been around for a while. Not only has Weyerbacher been around, 1995, if you want to talk about infantile, you know what I mean? They've been around since, like, the mid-90s. But the best thing about Weyerbacher, that I love, is their first beer from production to bottle was a Belgian triple, which is kind of ballsy. I mean, you think about it, going like you're gonna come, they come out of the chute with a Belgian triple. They're Merry Monks.
You know what I love from Pennsylvania, and I love it because of the price and the history behind it, and I love the tour and all that. As much as people don't like it because it's become regional and it's more macro than craft. Yuengling, yeah. Yuengling does a good job. Its beers are drinkable.
I just tried the premium beer here too. So,
see, for me, Weyerbacher, for some reason I can't talk glowing about him because I don't know if anybody out there has ever suffered from heartburn, but like Yuengling, to me, the second I drink it, it gives me like fetal position heartburn. It doesn't, regardless of the beer style, whatever it is. I don't know what they're using, but it just destroys me internally. Huh. So I can't they're black and tea bad. The lager's the worst. I mean, for me, but there's some things that are okay. But
their lager's drinkable, their porter's drinkable, the Lord Chesterfield drinkable, the black and tan. I would agree with you is the best brew they have offered. I'm just saying that if we're talking about things that have survived the test of time, they've been around since.
Well, I mean, they're the national test of time. Really, if you think about it, I mean, they did the whole like oldest brewery in America thing, but I'm thinking the question is, craft breweries like to use the craft word as.
But
whatever.
They are a craft brewery now.
No, they're not. They're not, man. They have breweries up and down the East Coast, and they're not a craft brewery.
I don't know. It's weird because like Stone, their brewery is like you could get their beer everywhere. You know what I'm saying? But like with Yuengling, I mean, like with Stephen Bush over in Oklahoma, he can't get that there. So I'm saying, so would you say that Stone is more?
Well, you know what? You know what I say to that? I say you can't get Dunkin' Donuts in New Mexico. That doesn't make Dunkin' Donuts a great fucking coffee shop.
I would just say the whole fucking craft guidelines is just stupid.
Who cares?
It doesn't.
Yeah,
I agree with the Seahawks fan.
But back to the core part of the question. Trogs would be the next one. They've been around for a while. They've done some good stuff. But I mean, like really, Weyerbacher for me, I have a soft spot in my heart. I lived close to the brewery. I lived there for 6 years, and every Sunday I'd wake up and tour the brewery to clear my hangover. You know what I mean? Every freaking Sunday for months. And back then they sucked. Like I was a big Weyerbacher hater up until about 7 years ago. The owner, to credit to him, he actually brought on a new brewmaster who let him not only change the branding of the brewery, but also let him change the recipes of beers and let him tweak shit. Which is kudos to that fucking guy to have the vision to let somebody else make something better. You know what I mean? And ever since then, I wrote them off. I was like, screw Weyerbacher. I'm done with them.
I just had their Imperial Stout here. So it was pretty good. It was enjoyable. I mean, it wasn't something crazy, but it was still really, it was good.
But over the past several years, they've gotten much, much better. So for me, Weyerbacher is that brewery for me.
Yeah, it's a general respect for beer without getting just generally too worked up. Because when we go back to what we started with 30 years ago, Wellington Pale Ale was generally referred to as this guy's attempt at trying to make Canadian. So with just in that vein of thought, I'm not some kind of old school grumpy guy going about, well, kind of, but I'm not trying to herald everything back to the old days. I'm just trying to kind of diffuse or unwrinkle a few panties about beer when it becomes not quite what you expected, when it's something particularly extravagant, to remember to go back to what we had before. And in that, particularly within reviewing beers, with the amount of brew that we have out there now, it's very easy for a pretty good beer to fall into the meh pile pretty quick.
Yeah, like Sam Adams. There you go.
No, there's definitely still a ton of good beer out there, and even some old stuff like.
I have a very strong opinion on what you're saying right now, so continue and then I'll talk.
Okay, I'm talking about how it might be good to revisit a couple of old brews, even like a Newcastle or a Hobgoblin, something like that, and just reset your palate, so to speak, in recognizing just generally qualified good beer beyond the extravagant stuff. Okay, start throwing them pots and pans, Matt.
Well,
Client.
When I started drinking good beer, like my favorite thing was Belgian ales and Trappist ales or quads and doubles and all that stuff. And I feel like that's a style that's actually being like people respect it, but at the same time, it's like, oh, it's not as big as bold or as robust as what people expected today with like barrel aged stuff and triple brewed stuff and this and that and the other thing. So, like, if I get a beautiful Belgian based beer that I think is amazing, like a Rochefort 10 or like a Guten Carlus Kaiser Emperor or something like that, Kaiser Blue, it blows my doors off the same way a huge like barrel aged stout would. So for me, like that's kind of where the old meets the new for me personally, and that Belgian versus barrel aged. That's my idea between that. I understand what you're talking about as far as going back even further and being like, simpler, not simpler, but bitters versus non-bitters, or your traditional pub style beers that are like more like, hey, we need to respect these things. But I understand where you're coming from, and I understand that I like beer, and I'm going to stop talking. There you go.
To piggyback what you're saying, Chris, though, I mean, it comes down to, there's a lot of discussions, especially in BBU, about price and stuff, and I think people fail to realize nowadays, aside from Lee, who is in a true beer wasteland, there is so much so much good beer available that when people get worked up over certain prices and what they would pay for this and pay for that, it's like, what? If it's too much for you, don't buy it and move on to the next thing. There are so many good things available that you don't have to buy it. It's all right to be upset with it, whatever, but don't harp on it. Don't get all pissed off to the point where you're fucking, as you said, hey, get your panties in a bunch. Move on to the next brewery and see if they have something you like. Move on to this brewery. That's the kind of offerings we have now. People are so spoiled, and they want everything at a perfect price and within their price range. That's not how the world works. I'm sorry, but this isn't the only hobby that's like that either.
See, I'll add on what Joe's saying. When I see Madame Rose from Goose Island for $26, $27, I cringe. Like my butthole gets loose. Everyone likes a loose butthole. So like the whole point is like I couldn't spend that much. Now some people, they would disagree with me on that and say, well, I could spend up to $30 on a bomber of whatever. Like, but to me personally, I really couldn't spend over maybe 25. Who knows? I mean, Thirsty Dog and Siberian Night for a 4-pack is about $23, $24 here, so I would pay that, but I mean, other than that, for just a single bottle, I couldn't pay that much.
And what you do, Ethan, you move on to something else and buy something else.
Right,
you don't
exactly.
on it for 2 days and go on message boards and complain about it because there's other stuff.
Yeah.
It's just how it is nowadays. I mean, everything's not going to be perfect and to your liking.
Right. Everybody has their own personal taste, I guess.
Ethan, did you say your butthole gets loose?
Yeah.
It's supposed to pucker.
Yeah.
It's supposed to pucker at that.
Butthole
I'd be willing to bet he has the loosest
right about there.
You would be the favorite person in awkward rape scenarios in prison right now. Let's put it that way.
By the way, awkward rape scenarios. The 5th single. What was the name of the band?
Oh, Jesus.
We'd have to go back.
Hop calculator.
Hop calculator.
All I gotta say, 3 millimeters. Butthole, just about there.
I didn't need to know.
Yeah, why are you measuring, Ethan?
Are you advertising? Because this is not gay tube.
Are you doing it in a mirror? Are you having someone do it for you? I don't. Yeah.
No comment.
Hey! Overchicken?
I don't know how to say it.
Yeah, I think it's actually. I think it's Thunder Chicken. I think that's what it is.
Oh, that's what it is.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
I think now that I'm back in Ontario,
You guys are all idiots. That's all I'm going to say.
I think
It's the hard pineapple. I'm sorry.
I'm sure it is the fucking hard pineapple.
I'm 100% guaranteed it's the pineapple.
Yeah.
That's probably what loosens your
Not
tongue,
even the
to be
hard
honest
part.
with you. It is a pineapple.
I think when I come back in May, I think from the last chat I had with you boys, I think I'm playing bass guitar for a hop calculator at the Albino Rhino Beer Festival.
Yeah.
Calculator. Oh my god.
Oh.
So does I guess I'm just gonna keep going with topics just to create some sort of Lego structure here. Does anyone have a classic beer that they've gone back to just in recognition of original craft beer? Lee, I remember your review for an Abbott Alley Ale, or just those kind of types of brews that you can pick up any time and they're good, but you may have bypassed them because you've gone on to some of the other stuff.
Yeah.
There's there ain't nothing here I can do
know.
that with. It's stuff that was sent to me. So.
I mean, I have a cheap good beer Hall of Fame. You know what I mean? That I can always get, like locally to me. Like one of them is Spaten Optimator. Is one of them. I love that beer. Like I always drink that beer. Trogs Stroganator. I'm a Doppelbock slut, obviously. I'll go Left Brown is a big one. And Oscar Blues Old Chub. Those are like my cheap, good, like I've had around forever, and I'll always drink those beers. That's me.
From what I've read about Oscar Blues Old Chub, just how cheap is that stuff?
$10 for a 6-pack.
That's cheap.
That's cheap for me. I mean, I can sure get it cheaper in a case, but to me, that's cheap. You know?
It's got the Old Chub is definitely your definitive camping beer, isn't it?
Definitive what?
Camping beer.
Camping?
Camping, going out canoeing.
No. I mean, at that point, I'll just get some kind of like German wit beer. You know what I mean? Just so I'm not a low ABV, something that has a decent body or whatever, something like that. That's somewhere between like taste and body. But if I'm talking about pure taste and like what I love, that's my cheap beer Hall of Fame. But if I'm gonna be like golfing or barbecuing or something like that, it's gonna usually be like a German Heffa or some kind of like OG like Saison or some shit like that. That's cheap, not like these new school Saisons that they charge you an arm and a leg for. You know what I mean? Something that's small, low in ABV, and cheap. You know.
Sorry, I was eating my leftover Thai food while listening to you guys. I wasn't on camera.
Oh, that sounds amazing.
One beer that I always get. It's like, well, you were talking about it's like $10 a bomber out there, which I figure it's insane because I can get this guy here. Pretty awesome. It's like 410, something like that.
Oh.
And it's like 8.2%, something like that as well. And it's a very good IPA, one of the best I've had. I'm thinking that's all just profit that they're putting on you, eh?
For me, 3 beers that I go back to all the time, and usually I'll have at least one of each in my fridge at all times. Innocent Gun Original. There's always at least one beer, one Innocent Gun Original in the fridge at all times. Witchwood's Hobgoblin. I really do like that.
Nice.
That is one of my favorite, one of my favorite English ales to just go back to all the time, just sip on. And lastly, oh fuck, I can't even. I was remembering this while we were talking, and now I can't even.
King of the Forest?
Yeah, King of the Forest, all day, every day. No, Duvel, and it's available in 6-packs right now at the LCBO. So I will buy a 6-pack every once in a while and put it in the fridge.
I don't really have too many go-to beers because I'm sort of at that stage where I always want to try something new. But if I need something to put in the fridge, like, to me, Crazy Canuck, or Canuck as they're calling it now, and 10 Bitter Years are both excellent IPAs just to have or pale ales IPAs to have all the time in the fridge. And during the summer months, I'm a huge fan of Steam Whistle and a huge fan of KLB Raspberry. I think they're both excellent beers if you get them fresh, and they're to have by
Don't forget Millennium Buzz.
Millennium Buzz is more of a party beer for me, but again, I don't think it's a terrible beer, but it's not something I normally drink on my own. Yeah, those are all beers that I drink regularly, but generally now, even 10 Bitter Years, Black Oak 5 minutes away from me, I love 10 Bitter Years. Don't buy it very often because I'd much rather drink something new, even if I don't like that new thing as much.
That's the thing with me too. Like because of the review and because of the fact that I love to try new things, I don't usually go back to things more than once or twice. There aren't many beers that I have in the fridge that I've had before. Again, Bolshevik Bastard is a newer beer that I have in the fridge whenever I can. But for the most part, when I'm buying beer, I'm going out. Like today, I went into the LCBO. I went to 2 LCBOs. I walked down the aisles at both of them. Nothing new was there. I walked out. I didn't buy anything because I have some beers in the cellar. I have beers in the fridge, and I have beers here sitting on the floor. And back behind me, I have like 12 beers that I have to review. Just sitting on the table. I've turned off the heat in the basement. The basement's a little cool, so I took them out of the fridge and just put them on the table. But yeah, like I would rather drink something new than something I've had before, and that's the way I've always been. I'd rather try something new. I don't want to stay on the same thing all the time. I heard nothing except for weird humming right there.
Yeah, like a bouncing sound.
Sorry, what?
You sounded like you were a priest singing while I was talking.
It was like a bouncing sound. I thought I was in a video game or something.
Yeah, like Super Mario.
More or less, the idea was not necessarily a cheap beer that you keep back in the fridge. It was more of a good beer that you go back to that you know fairly well, just necessarily to reset the palate, so to speak.
I don't do that, man. Like, it's like I don't have to reset my palate. Like, for me, like, it's just like if I want to drink a small beer, I drink a small beer. I want to drink a big beer, I drink a big beer. Like, there's no, like...
None of the 3 beers I gave are really cheap beers. They're just the beers I started with and I loved, and I will buy again and just keep in the fridge. Innocent Gun was the first barrel-aged beer I ever had, and it's the reason I fell in love with barrel-aged beers. It's actually the reason I started just trying every type of craft beer I could find. Duvel was the first Belgian beer I had that I loved. And Hobgoblin, I just love to sit back with a fucking Hobgoblin and just sip on it. But again, are they beers that I would nowadays still give a 10 out of 10 on? If I reviewed them today, probably not. Do I stand by the review I gave to Innocent Gun Original and all that, where I gave them all in the 9s? Yeah, I stand by them because I love the beers and I go back to them. But with the way things have changed in the beer world and the amount of beers I can get now, would they be that nowadays? I don't know.
Well, if it were me per se, like if I were to stop drinking beer for maybe a week or two, to take a break, for me to jump back into just drinking craft beer, it'd probably be like Great Lakes Brewery's Burning River for me. I mean, that was one of the first, beers that I've tried craft-wise, and it just kind of takes me back a little bit. So I guess if I wanted to pick one, it would probably be that. So.
I hope you guys heard that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it was like a death charge going on.
How the fuck do we have 11 viewers now when we're talking about bullshit, but we had like 3 when we had comments?
I think it's because Joe's gone. I think that's why.
It might have improved our viewer count.
What are y'all drinking right now?
What am I drinking right now? I'm having another Break of Dusk. Thank you, Greg.
You're welcome.
I think I've already stated that before, but Steel Reserve Hard Pineapple. I'm not proud of it, but I've never tried it. So.
You know what the worst part is I would actually drink one of those just to try it.
You know what? It's like that with Mike's Harder Punch too. Like, I don't mind that either. I think it tastes good. I mean, it doesn't taste like Four Loko fabric softener, metal shaving down your throat crap.
See, I liked Four Loko's fruit punch. It reminded me of Tahiti Treat, and I love Tahiti Treat.
Well, it was funny because when I reviewed the fruit punch one, everybody's like, "Oh, you got to review the watermelon. It's the best." And I reviewed the watermelon. It was just as bad. Like I was like, "What the fuck?"
The one thing I've noticed about Four Loko is there's like 6 different versions of every flavor.
There's like, yeah, exactly, yeah.
Like there's like 6 different ABVs and they have different ingredients. Like the ones they sell in Canada have totally different ingredients list than the ones they sell in the U.S. because of what we allow in our drinks compared to what you guys do. And
you guys probably get like 8% or something like that, or you guys get 12% for Loko.
8. We get 8.
Okay, yeah. See, we get the 12%. We got like, it's ridiculous how many there are, and they come out like every season. So they're like almost like a craft brewery with the way that they do it. Like it's like a seasonal beer. You know?
Yeah, I liked the fruit punch. I liked the fruit punch. I liked the peach, and I fucking hated the watermelon.
The peach actually wasn't that bad either. I agree with that. But we should definitely do a Four Loko examination on here.
Definitely. Pardon me.
The black cherry wasn't bad either.
The blue one was ugh.
I'm drinking an Allagash double. For anyone that gives a shit.
Get that out of here.
I'm on
you don't like Allagash double?
I keep looking at this in my box and thinking about jumping on it.
No, I was actually mad. I was jealous when you did the what was it, the Troganator or whatever, the barrel aged.
The barrel aged Troganator.
I watched a review of that. It looked good. I mean,
it was. I knew that was a douchebag review, and the fact that I knew that nobody could get it.
I could tell.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it's also one that like I had it originally when it first came out. Like I drank it immediately. I got 2, and I was like, I'm gonna drink this shit. And then I was like, fuck. I'm like, I should have drank this.
No, well, like...
So I told myself 1 year. I told myself 1 fucking year, and then I'll drink it. And then it was close to my birthday, close to 1 year. I was like, fuck it, I'm drinking it.
It kind of influenced me to do a review on, like, say, Jack Brick Kiln with their bourbon barrel aged Brick Kiln, and just kind of like do their review of if it's actually better than the other one. And that's another thing too. When I did the Yingling premium beer, I wanted to do a review to see if Budweiser or Miller or I couldn't think of any other lager or beer that could beat this. And I actually like this a whole lot better than say Budweiser or Miller or Coors because it just had some more malt forward, I want to say, presence than all the other rice crap. So, but I just want to do a blind taste test to see if I can actually tell the difference with that too. So
blind taste tests are the funnest, man. That's when you know what the fuck's going on. It's the best.
Well,
I think Lee, you flashed it quickly. What are you drinking there? Was that Cobblestone Stout I saw?
Yeah, the Cobblestone Stout. Yeah.
I can't remember. Is that nitro?
Yeah.
Good man. Guinness on the cheap.
Ooh.
Yeah, but it's better than Guinness Draft.
No kidding.
And it didn't explode on me either, which is a plus.
Wow, you always make those explode on you.
Yeah, usually they do. If people were watching, I was like, when I was off camera here, I was sort of like grabbing a towel and putting it down and shit and getting ready for the goddamn thing to explode everywhere. And it was like,
I finally had Kilkenny in a can. Finally.
Was it the most flavorful brew you've ever had?
Oh, it was. That's what. If Beer Zerker's listening, he sent me a comment where he said that it would be better, and you know what? To be honest, I'd rather drink a Guinness than drinking Kilkenny. To be honest, I mean, I don't know. That's just me, but.
But how do you rate those two brews against Boddington's?
You'll have to watch the video.
Brews.
Okay, here's a question for you guys, and we've talked about this many a time, and we talk about it with some of you here and some of you not here. New brewery, do you want to support them when the only thing they'll sell to you is growlers?
No.
Do I want to what? I'm sorry. Can you repeat that question?
Do you find yourself wanting to support a brewery that only carries growlers? And will have like 6 or 7 beers out. I bring this up because that was beautiful, Matt. Orange Snail Brewers, which isn't the worst name in Ontario anymore now that Craft Heads is here, but Orange Snail Brewers has like 7 beers listed right now, and they're like, we're open tomorrow from this time to this time. And I'm like, do you only sell growlers? Yes, we only sell growlers. Well, I'm not coming to you to buy 7 growlers.
That's you know what that is just like the Canton Brewing Company that just opened up a couple weeks ago with their they opened up a pub so you could go in there and drink, but other than that, they only fill up growlers to actually go home. So
yeah, you could fill if you can fill a growler, you can fill a bottle. You can fill a bottle. Don't fill a whole shitload of them then.
Right. If it was the best, let's just say this: if it was the best, like they have a barrel-aged cream stout there. If that was the best barrel-aged cream stout I ever had, yes, I would support it because it's really good. Like I would go there and probably fill up a growler once every 2 weeks or so. You know, so in a way, yes, but in another way, I wouldn't go every day. Maybe for the pub scene.
Yeah, and see, unlike you guys. I don't know how Ohio is, but I know a lot of states, a lot of the breweries can't sell bottles out of their brewery unless it's special times and this and that. Here in Ontario, you can sell bottles, you can sell cans, you can sell whatever you want out of your brewery as long as it was made and packaged there. So if you have the ability to fill a growler, you can fill a bottle. Just fill some bottles and fucking sell bottles. You want me to try your beers and then become a fan? I want to try all your beers and see which ones I like and then come back and buy the ones I like. I don't want to have to take 8 weeks to fucking try all 80 of your beers.
Right.
See, you would have to be good and cheap and in a good location.
See,
like really good.
That's the thing. I'd be more likely to try them if it was a local beer. Like Duggan's just opened up a new brew pub, which is near Bellwoods, and they have a whole bunch of beers I'd really like to try, but they only sell them in growlers. Now, will I go there and try them? Yeah, probably. Like next time I'm in the area, I'll try and grab one of their double IPA growlers and see how that is. But I'd much prefer if they sold them in bottles and I could try all their beers as opposed to one at a time.
Yeah, like you could buy all 8 beers, and in a week you've tried all 8 of them. Now you know what you go back and get, and you spent less money. That's the big key here, right? Yeah. They don't have to buy the overhead. They don't have to hold on to bottles and hope to get bottles back and try and find bottles. They don't have to buy caps. They don't have to. When they buy their growler, they get all that. So that's the major thing here is they're saving money and able to charge you more money to sell you the growler, and that's why they want to sell you the growler. For a consumer, I want a bottle. I want a bottle or a can. And again, even if you don't have a whole bunch of bottles, have 20 bottles of each beer a day. And when you sell out, sorry, we're sold out for the day, you have to buy a growler. But have that option there so somebody can come in and go, you know what, I need this.
Well, in my case, there's 2 breweries opening up within less than 4 minutes away from me, and they're just starting out, so they don't really have much of a canning line, bottling line, but they do kegs and stuff like that to sell to other restaurants independently. So for, hopefully in the next couple of years, hopefully they'll do a can/bottling line, maybe even like Hop and Frog where they do bombers.
You don't even need a canning or bottling line. You can buy the fucking beer gun. And you can fill up your bottles with a beer gun. The beer gun's $200. Well, you can buy a single to a triple head filler. All it is an inline filler. There's 3 spots or 1 spot. You can buy those for $500 to $1,000. If you had the $1 million you needed to open up a brewery, you can find $500 to buy a fucking triple filler.
I see what you're saying.
We're talking about was it last week or the week before about canning. Like a local brewery to me, it's pretty popular. It's called Pizza Boy Brewing. They do they do a ton of saisons and sours, but they do stouts and all that stuff. They have their own growler system, so they do canned growlers now. They do pounder cans in their brewery. So now whatever they have on tap, they will can a pounder of whatever you want.
Yeah, and that's awesome. That's awesome.
And you know what the best part is? No additional cost, whatever it costs per ounce. No additional cost on cans or packaging. You can't go wrong, man. You can't fucking go wrong.
And because it's canned, it lasts longer.
Exactly. So you're paying nothing for packaging. You're getting smaller doses because I've never bought a growler in my life because I do not want 32 or 64 ounces or whatever the fuck it is of a growler. I want 12 ounces a serving. That's my life. It's going to go on my gravestone. 12 ounces at a time. You know what I mean? So it's like I don't want that mass amounts of beer. So to get 16 or 24 ounces at a clip is perfect.
One thing I find with growlers is when I go to the liquor store, I never remember to bring the fucking growler with me.
Oh, I always leave it in my car.
Yeah, well, or I just leave it at home when I get to the liquor store. And I don't have a fucking growler, right?
I was gonna say I always have those moments where I'm like, God, like I wish I had my growler with me, like one of those. So.
Yeah, I watched your growler video too, and like your growlers are fucking expensive there.
Well, the let's say the 32 was I think what $2.99, $3.99, and then the 64 ounce was probably $4.99 to $5.99, and then the 68 ounce with the porcelain swing top was $20, and I was like, yeah, fuck that, I'm good on that. So
I think a lot of them were like $14.
what you mean, like the fills or the growlers themselves, or?
Yeah, the growlers are like liter, so for a liter and a half, $14. I thought that was kind of shit.
Well, the liter and a half for $14 was like Sculpin from Ballast Point. That was like $15, and I was like, yeah, screw that. But like local stuff like Great Lakes and stuff was like $11.99. Canton Brewing Company was like at least $11.99 to $10.99. So for those two breweries, for how fresh their beer is, that's what I was saying was, I appreciate that more. But like with breweries that are from California and stuff, I can see why their beer is so much more expensive because they have to ship it all the way over here. So
yeah.
But yeah, the local stuff, it's I think it's priced pretty good. I mean, I wasn't going to argue with what they had it priced up as. So
it's just good if you're going to a party, but I don't buy a whole lot of growlers. I've been meaning to fill some, but it's great if you're going to a party, a couple jugs of beer.
Yeah, but the thing is with me is like what I said before about the Canton Brewing Company, they only do growler fills. So the only way I could try their beers is either going to the bar or the pub and trying their beer, or taking it home in a growler. So I mean, that's pretty much to me the only good side of growlers. So.
Did you see Chris's comment there, Chad?
No, I did not.
He's taken off. He said, did you ever try Death of a Contractor?
No, it's actually sitting on my table for review still. It's been brought out of the fridge. It's in the last 11 beers I have to review right now.
Right on. I think his computer is dying or something, so he's taken off.
I'm going to get to it probably sometime this week, my hope is. I actually had it in queue for tonight, too, if I had enough time. Because I was trying to do just quick reviews before we went online, and it just didn't happen.
I'm gonna tap off here, lads, and just saying we
right.
meet some
Chris,
of you.
it was nice to meet you. Thanks for bringing up those awesome topics, man.
Thanks.
Peace, man.
Nice meeting you.
Yes, thank you for coming, Chris. It's been great talking to you like always. Have a wonderful night.
Wow, someone's really typing away there.
Not me. I don't type. This keyboard's had so much fucking beer spilt on it that I just can't do it.
Yeah, I'm sure beer's that has been spilled on it.
On this keyboard, yeah. The only thing that's been spilt on this keyboard is beer.
Nice. Sticky.
Beer and Eastern European jizz.
Oh, that's offensive.
I would hope not,
devil's
since I'm
jizz.
not Eastern European. I would really hope not.
Now he's saying you've had some Eastern Europeans over for entertainment purposes.
Not ones that can jizz.
I don't know. There might be some he-she's out there that look pretty good.
I did hear that from Paul and from Ken. That there are some he-she's in the Ukraine that look pretty good.
I don't know if I would. I don't know if I'd go on the recommendations.
What, you don't think that the cantankerous cook and the man-child know what they're talking about?
I don't know.
Was that out in Latvia or?
No, they were in. They did my dream vacation. I had planned this amazing vacation, and we were going to do it. And I planned this vacation, and I planned everywhere we were going to go. And then I found out my wife was pregnant with my first child, so I couldn't go. And they went and did it anyway. I was a little sad. I was.
Yeah, that's probably for the best, eh?
Let's talk about that. Let's because I have a ulterior motive for this conversation. let's talk about breweries you all want to visit. Like, give it a hot second of thought too. Just don't spit them out. Yeah, that's what I like to hear. Silence. Yeah.
Well, here in Ontario, if it was an Ontario brewery,
no, you gotta fly. You gotta go.
No,
you gotta get out.
I'm going to do a few different ones. If it was here in Ontario,
no, Chad. No, Chad.
You would have to travel.
I'm gonna totally
this
interrupt.
This is Matt's show
I
now.
want one. No.
I can't give you one.
I want
can't
one.
give you just one.
I want one. Okay, two that are not North America. Two that are not North America. That's what I want. Is that fair?
Guinness.
Okay.
And in all honesty, either Pilsner or Kel or Heineken.
Interesting.
History major. I gotcha.
I would have to say
history and the size. I've been to the Molson plant and all that. Just the scope of the fucking big macro brews make you stand there in awe.
Now, not to be a dick. What were you gonna say beforehand?
If it was here in Ontario, I'd go to Newstad, because Newstad is a lot like Newstad Springs is a lot like Yingling. It has a lot of history to it. It was a couple different breweries before that. It actually has all the fucking caves underneath it from Prohibition and everything else. It has the cellaring caves that you can go down into. I think that stuff's awesome. It makes some good beer too. So I mean, I'd love to go. If I was going to add anything else, I don't know. Duvel, I'd love to see. I'd love to go to the Westful Lateran Abbey. I would love to do that. There's just so many places I would love to go. I'd probably want to hit up Ireland, Scotland, England, and Belgium if I was going to Europe, and then possibly the Czech Republic and Germany as my next two.
Okay. What about you guys?
I would have to say Cigar City Brewing Company, because I haven't tried any of their beers, and I just hear great things about them. But other than that, it would probably have to be Dogfish Head, because that was one of the first.
You just want to hang out at the tree house.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, but that was one of the first craft beers I've actually tried, because say 4 years ago here in the state of Ohio, where I live at, all that was pretty much here was all Anheuser, Miller, whatever, big brand stuff, and then it was Dogfish Head, Great Lakes, and maybe a couple Ohio local microbrews, and that was it. And now, it's more progressive. But what I'm saying is, I just would like to go to Dogfish Head Brewing Company, because that was one of the first. Their 60-minute really, blew my mind away when I was, 4 years ago. So that's what I would pick.
Cantillon and probably Dryfonteinen, stuff like that, eh?
Oh, we got it. I feel you, brother. Yeah. Cantillon, you get a tetanus shot before you go to that motherfucker. You get some fucking serious disease.
Oh no, I got that European blood. It'll keep me safe, man.
Oh, I hear you. What else? How about your Berserker? Were you here for the question?
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know too much about a lot of the breweries that I buy beer from, but maybe just to a place, I guess, that I haven't been to, which is most everywhere. But yeah, going to European ones or something would be good. But I typically like the English styles beers, so maybe that. What the fuck is that one that makes the Trooper? Robinson's Brewery sounds like it would be good, and maybe just a couple of English ones too.
You'd like
a good one. Maybe Newcastle or something. I don't give a shit.
Newcastle just coming out with their Scotch ale around here.
Well, Greg, the question was breweries. If you could visit one or two, preferably outside your country or continent, where would you go?
Or Providence.
Breweries, if I could visit.
Yeah.
I mean, it's probably going to be a boring list, but I don't know. I wouldn't mind visiting some Michigan ones like Founders, or I know some Michigan Flying Dog. I don't know, just some U.S. breweries. Bourbon County, who is a Goose Island, I wouldn't mind visiting them.
Yeah.
Is my list so boring that it's made everyone go silent?
No, mine
No,
was
no.
pretty boring too.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
like I've gotten the opportunity to go to Amsterdam, and one of my favorite breweries that I've had in the States I've never got to visit was Chad. I'll ask you or anybody else. Have you ever had beers from brewery TIJ? It's like apostrophe T and then IJ.
No, I've never had anything by them.
It's
It sounds
one of my
familiar.
favorite breweries of all time. They make a beer called Columbus. It's like supposedly it's like a Belgian style pale ale, but it's like
Columbus.
yeah, coming from Ohio, you would key
Oh,
out on
what?
that.
Columbus? What? Huh? What?
Yeah, it's one of my favorite beers of all time, and I'm going. I've never gone out of the actual United States. I've gone North America, but I've actually never gone in Europe. But I'm actually going to that brewery, so I'm kind of pumped and kind of scared because I never went overseas before. But we'll see.
No.
In Amsterdam, you said?
Well, Amsterdam is
Yeah.
where it's located, but everywhere else from there. There'll be weed involved. Ethan, relax.
Oh, okay.
Will there be hookers involved and possibly dog vaginas?
There will. Sadly enough, there won't be any dog vaginas, but I'm sure there'll be girls who look like dogs who have vaginas. So there you go.
Girls actually wouldn't be maybe a bad tour. I don't know what their systems are like. That would be pretty large, I bet. But
I have a question for Chad. From a scale of 1 to 10, how thirsty are you?
Oh, from me destroying that bottle there?
God
Probably a
dang.
9. Probably a 9. I needed that water. Every last
But
drop of it.
plastic.
The rhino is thirsty.
You should, you know what? My wife gets angry at me because I drink everything, regardless of what it is. If I'm not reviewing it, if someone puts a beer in front of me, a fucking bottle of whiskey, a bottle of pop, a fucking bottle of water, it's boom, gone. And that's the way I've always drank. I lived in a family that would steal from you if you didn't drink like that.
Right.
So, or eat like that, like food in front of me, gone. You know, like I don't give my siblings or my parents a chance to steal from me. So that's the way I grew up. And she always looks at me and is like, "What? You think you're not going to drink again in your life?" I'm like, maybe I won't. You never know how I feel when I wake up.
Yeah.
Everybody's silent. You know what is great? According to Google Plus, we have 8 viewers. Every week we ask for comments. None of you give us any. You can all fuck yourselves, fuck your hat, fuck your dog, vaginas, fuck everything.
Yeah, don't
You've lost 8 subscribers, Chad.
Oh, I got one.
He's probably gained.
We're up to 9 now. We're up to 9.
There you go. Chad, get more angry.
Winter's Coming made a comment, although I don't know. I think we already read that one.
I don't even want to hear it. He talked crap about Hoppin' Frog. I don't want to hear from him anymore.
Then,
He didn't talk crap about Hop.
Oh wait, are we gonna talk about crap about Hoppin' Frog? I'll talk crap about.
Oh,
Frog.
come on, man.
Come on.
No, you know what though? I hear what he's saying, but you know what I mean? It's like, I don't know. Like, I hear what he's saying about how they're so cheapo with their label, because literally the frog is the same fucking thing over and over.
The Douchette said that Hoppin' Frog's labels are horrible.
But you know what?
Not Winter is Coming. You're all mad at the wrong person. You gotta be mad at the douche. Be mad at the douche.
Okay, douche. Well, all I'm saying is that the label, I can see what he's saying is, you know, the same fucking thing over and over. I can see how that can get annoying, but at the same time, they make good, solid beers, so.
I agree. They make solid, decent beers.
They could just refresh their label a little bit. You know what I mean? Like, instead of having the same damn frog on there with, like, say, a tuxedo and a hat. You know what I'm saying? So I agree with him on some, or I'm sorry, the Douchette. So I'm guessing that's a girl. I agree with her on some level. So.
No, it's not a girl.
That's a girl.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm just going by the title.
It's a guy with a.
His last name is Doucette.
Oh, okay.
So we just added an H.
Yeah, exactly. That's how that works.
Sounds funny when you call it douchette, though. But Hop and Frog, is that the same company that makes that Leapfrog Scotch?
No, the Scotch, the wee heavy Scotch ale they make is the Outa Kilter Skilter or whatever.
I'm just being an asshole. I'm making a joke about Lefroy Scotch.
No, they just I just bought a bottle of their barrel aged, and then they just came out with a bottle of their Doris too, their barrel aged Doris instead of their Boris. So I thought that was kind of cool, I guess, to try. I don't know. I've never seen it around here, at least distributor wise. But they also started distributing for Great Lakes their what is it? Their Blackout Stout in bombers. I didn't think that they sent that out of the brewery.
Just a reminder that my beer festival is May 2nd, so you better have your fucking week off there, Ethan.
Did you like the comment I said on Facebook about Lake Erie freezing over? So I just drive over to Lake Erie to. That's the first thing I thought of. I'm like, I might as well just drive over to Lake Erie. It'll probably be faster.
You're still not that far away. I mean, Columbus.
No,
even if you're going all the way to Columbus is only like 6 hours away from here.
Oh well.
See, Winter is coming. Said 30 seconds ago. He says, "I don't even know."
Winter has gone.
He has gone, and he says, "I don't even know what Hopping the Frog is." So clearly, your accusations against him were false.
Okay, all right.
It was all the douchette.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, I agree. The douchette. I'm sorry, Winter is coming. All credibility goes to you or to douchette. So I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm apologizing live.
Did Matt just jump out on us?
What happened to the King of Beer Tube? Did he?
Yeah, he just jumped out.
He knocked out early, and then Joe's gone too.
Joe's been gone for a while, man.
I didn't know that either.
You know what? After seeing 50 Shades of Grey, I just imagine probably average dad has him over his knees, speaking and letting him know who's boss.
Speaking of 50 Shades of Grey, I saw it on the news today that they said that a bunch of teenage girls stormed a movie theater to go see 50 Shades of Grey.
I heard they attacked a man or something. Like
there was like a security guard or something. Like they just bum rushed the theater, and I'm like thinking to myself, you realize that you sit in the theater, they're not gonna play the damn movie. They're just gonna wait. They're just gonna wait till the police show up and then kick your all asses out. Like. I just didn't understand the thought of that, you know what I mean? But then again, they are underage teenage girls, so...
Yeah, it's
speaking of this mustache, I should have been there, but...
Well, clearly you could have given them a few rides there.
How is it that when we've fallen into stupidity, we have the most viewers? How is there 10 viewers now, but when we're actually talking about things that matter in the beer industry... There's like 3.
Who is reviewing Under Influence? Who is that?
That's Jordan.
Jordan. Okay, Jordan. I have to say I respect your mustache, sir. I have to respect that. We have to stick together, brother.
The mustache brothers. Chad, you got to understand. Even though the core group of people here love to hear about your beer news, most of the time people just want to hear you talking about dirty shit like fucking and vaginas and vaginal yeast and all that stuff. That's the thing most people want to hear about, and that's why you get the most viewers when we're talking about stupid shit.
Yeah, or what the top 5 beers are in Canada, or...
Oh, the fucking lists. The lists. Everybody wants lists all the time. I've actually gotten requests for lists now from actual reputable industries, and I'm like, yeah, I'm not doing a list.
We should do a top 5 beer munchie list, like the beer munchies. Like what's the best food in your country that is the best thing to while you're drinking beer.
Well, that Thai food hit really well. The Chinese didn't hit as well last year. Wings, Thai food, pizza, McDonald's, and Greasy Diner. Greasy Diner is really good.
Yeah, fucking tuna melt, nigga.
All delicious.
Have any of you guys made diner ice cream?
No. I don't know what that is.
It sounds like a sexual euphemism, like I totally diner ice creamed her and then never called her again.
Okay, so you get your glass. You get your glass of ice water because you're a cheap motherfucker like I am, and you drink your ice water. Okay, you drink your ice water, so all that's left is ice. You take some salt, you throw it into the ice because it helps it melt and freeze again. And you take some jams off the table because there's always free jam in there, and you put it in there and you all mix it together until it becomes ice cream, and that's diner ice cream.
What? What? I've never heard of that.
You have your ice, you have your jam, you have your salt. You mix it all together, it becomes ice cream.
It sounds like a more lower version of the ghetto Kool-Aid.
It is a very ghetto thing to do. And when me, Paul, and the boy Chuck were on our road trips a few years back in the U.S., we would do diner ice cream at every diner we were at, and we would see if anyone would throw us out. And back then I was still fairly built, so there was a 360-pound cantankerous cook, there was a 320-pound albino rhino, and then this little guy that was our driver. So nobody said shit to us as we're making our diner ice cream.
How did it turn out?
Oh, it's fucking disgusting. You don't want to do it, but it's fun at the same time.
Yeah, I don't imagine too many people would mess with Boy Chuck. That guy's scary looking.
Hey, I was gonna say Beer Zerker real quick. I don't think I can find Evil Twin Bikini Beer around here. I'm not 100% on it, but I'm just letting you know ahead of time. I might not. I don't think I can find it because I think they already took it off the shelves. But I'll double check again with my local bottle shop here this week to see if it's there. But I had another question. It was 2.9% alcohol by volume. Is that what you said, or
2.7%
alcohol? Okay, all right.
Yeah. I was like, before this expires, man.
Yeah, I was like, how is that such a low ABV? But I'm sorry. All right, what were you?
So we have a few comments here. Lou Brew asks most hyped beer that falls short every year. Most hyped beer that falls short every year.
Sometimes that's local with me. It's like with Boris. It's
you know what? Yeah, you could say that. You could say Budweiser is the most hyped beer that falls short every year. It's hyped huge. It has the biggest following out there. But no,
Siberian Night.
Siberian Night. I actually didn't mind Siberian Night when I had it. That's Captain Lawrence, isn't it?
No, I meant Siberian Night from Thirsty Dog here in Ohio.
Okay, I've had Siberian Night.
Honestly, between hype and actual goodness, it'd be a toss between Hop Slam and Bourbon County Stout. Not that they're bad beers, but the hype is so gigantic, it's so hard to live up.
Or Sierra Nevada's Optimum. That's another one I see that sits on the shelf for a real long time around here.
Well, that would be a shelf turd, not a hyped beer.
Oh, well, I don't know. It's kind of hyped. I don't know.
I found, with Stone, Arrogant Bastard, I didn't like very much. I like the Double Bastard, but the Arrogant Bastard wasn't really all that shit hot.
Old Guardian from them, that's I don't know, I guess that's kind of hyped, but not a lot of people I know buy them either, so.
I'm thinking here in Ontario, what's super hyped that falls short every year?
Anything by Big Rock.
Three Floyds.
Yeah, I was just gonna say traditional ale.
I mean,
falls short every time.
Any of their beers, like I tell people, I'm like, you know what Three Floyds is? They won't even know. I'm like, are you kidding me? Like a lot of people have sought after, some of their beers. So.
Actually, you know what? I got it. Everything Hill Farmstead. There you go.
I've never had it. I've never had anything from Hill Farmstead.
Anything Hill Farmstead. There it is. That's the end of the discussion. Yep. We don't have to even talk about it anymore. Next question.
All right, we have a new king of beer tube here on.
This isn't every year because it's only been out since 2014. But in my personal opinion.
So 1 year.
This is only my opinion. Great Lakes has released Thrust and IPA twice, and both times it sold out incredibly fast. Both times I felt it was a decent beer. It wasn't worth the hype. But there are some people that think it's one of the best IPAs in Ontario. I do not agree with them. I think it's an average IPA.
Muskoka's Winterbeard just keeps getting more and more hype every year because they keep getting higher and higher on rate beer. They put that on their little box. 99 on rate beer. It's super hyped. Its quality seems to be going down and down and down. It's still a good beer, but would I give it a 9.5 out of 10 again if I drank it today? Probably not.
I've only tried that beer once. I think it was the 2013 vintage, and it was fresh, and I did not care for it all that much.
If a beer has to put the rate beer rating on their bottle, they're just... Oh, that just sounds retarded to me.
Well, it's no different than a brewery that will put their awards on their bottle. I mean, there's a lot of them. A lot of Belgian breweries, for instance, will have all the different medals they put on their labels. It's a whole marketing thing that people do. People will pick it up because of that. And I mean, I'm not saying I pick it up because of that, but people will. There's a huge majority of people that will. Well, Lubrew, what do you think is the most hyped beer that falls flat every year? Because I mean, it's hard to think of them here. I mean, I'm sitting here, I'm trying to think of what is hyped, and in Ontario, there's not a lot of hype. Hype's just starting. I mean, Bellwoods is hyped. Other than them, there's not really any big hyped breweries in Ontario. What was the next question after that?
Yeah, we don't have a whole lot of local breweries.
Actually, I actually have a whole bunch of comments for me, actually.
Yeah, you just wait there, little Elvis.
Sorry.
You just breathe.
Sorry.
You breathe, little Elvis.
Sorry. Oh, thank you.
Eric Chartrand, create a brewery named United Beer Dweebs and make beer from vagina yeast. Love the show, guys. You know what? I don't know many women that would let me harvest their vagina yeast, or else I would probably do that.
That's just gross.
You're just not hanging around the right women. You need to go closer to Welland.
No, not women, girls. There's a difference.
Okay, here's one for you there, little Elvis.
Yeah.
Tree calf. Tree calf. Question for the guy from Ohio with the cheesy mustache.
Yeah.
Is it possible to buy cases of craft beer in Ohio?
Let me think about that. Yes. What does he mean? Like, I don't understand
that. Cases, what do you mean? Like 12, 24?
More like 24, yeah, we can. We can buy cases of beer. We live in America. We have that luxury. So, yes.
A case is 12 and 24 is a flat.
Say 2-4, son! Say 2-4, motherfucker!
Yeah. Say it like you're from Oakland, California.
Is this a matter of linguistics or what? I don't know.
What's that case? I don't understand you.
When I hear case, I think of either 24 or
case?
Natty Light, which is 30.
What, you order a tray of pizza? What the fuck?
So, yes, we can buy cases of beer. We have all sorts of beer, or all sorts of numbers of different beer or whatever. So, yeah.
Okay, so from Lou Brew, Hill Farmstead Damon is a great beer. It's a stout. And then next was Hop Slam the last couple of years. It's a beer that's very hyped that has fallen short. I had a Hop Slam. I had a 2012 or a 2013 Hop Slam. I don't know which one. It was a very good beer. I didn't know what the hype was at the time. I liked it, and then I drank another one a year later because there was 2 bottles here in my house. It was a lot better a year later than it was fresh to me personally. But the hype that surrounds it now, the fact that people have to line up to get it, yeah, it's not worth that type of following to me.
There you go. End the story.
Oh.
Go ahead.
That's it. End of BDU. There you go.
Click. No, what? Now you had some questions there, Mustache. What were they?
No, somebody said that was the only one. Well, besides Paul. Damn you, Paul.
I don't even listen to. I'm not even reading Paul's comments. If I see the blue spear.
Paul is on a total hate fuck on me right now. But no, he said, did he say just because he should have been there because it filled with 14-year-old girls? Please correct the statement, Mr. Mustache. So yes, I would have been there because it was 14-year-old girls bum rushing the theater. Yes, Paul. So
Tree Calf wants to know where you buy 2-4s.
Canada.
Everywhere.
Canada.
Everywhere.
Canada. That's where you buy 2-4s. Canada. That's it. That's where you buy them.
You guys don't have 2-4s?
No. We have cases.
Yeah.
So you have a 24. You have a 24 beer case.
Where are you buying your case, you motherfucking piece of shit?
A case
This
of
is
beers,
awesome.
that's it.
Can you
That's
buy a
it.
case in the grocery store? Can you buy a case at the distributor? Where the fuck do you have to go to get your case?
Wait, okay, so you mean like the United States, like say Matt, who's in
He's asking
Pennsylvania,
you specifically, Mustachio, where you get
cases
your
of what? Cases
Beer.
of what? What is he? Beer, just in general?
Yes, a
I could buy-
2-4 beer,
okay.
24 beers. Where do you get
Okay.
your case of beer?
I can buy cases of beer at gas stations, supermarkets. I can buy them at distributors. I think that's an option. So, but yeah, pretty much everywhere in the state of Ohio, you can buy cases of beer anywhere you want. Now it's limited to certain places, like here where I live in Canton, you can get cases of craft beer, things like that. But it's limited. It's not like I could get a case of KBS, but I can get a case of this ain't your father's root beer. I could buy a case of that. So see, it varies from distributors in different counties and things like that in the state of Ohio. So,
But by case, you actually mean possibly a 2-4.
a 2-4, yeah, possibly a 2-4 to a 12-pack. Yes.
I don't see myself buying anything more than a 6-pack ever, though.
But see, this is the thing, is I was just in the store the other day, and some lady walked in there when I was there and ordered or just bought up 3 cases of this ain't your father's root beer. She bought up 3 cases. I don't know if it was for a party or what, but
Is that an actual beer?
This is confusing because this is why we Canadians, we adopted the metric system. Because when you say 2 cases, I don't know if you're talking about 24 beers or like
yeah, 24. I'm talking about 24 beers. But
okay.
that's the thing, is I guess I didn't know this at the time until I talked to Joe. But I guess it's a really good beer, and I just didn't know about it. But I mean, there's an abundance of it here, so I'm not too worried about it going away anytime soon. But
Okay, Eric Chartnard said recently there was a woman in the news who made yogurt from her own cultures. Yeah, actually, that was one of our first topics we talked about, and one of the news articles that came up after that was, just so you know, you cannot make beer from your vagina. I argue that you could, but it would probably not be very high ABV, and it would probably destroy a lot of the flavors because that yeast isn't made to eat the sugars the same way. But whatever they want, right?
But you know what? It could be like a nice beer to feed your children, like in the olden days. When
It could be, yeah. It could be a nice table beer.
Yeah.
You know what, kids? You don't want to get cholera from drinking our poop water? Here's my vagina water. Have a good day.
yeah.
Lee Russell said, "What a bunch of cunts." Lee Russell can suck my dirty brown hole that is farting at the moment. You know what? Everybody always asks me, is all my hair white? Because I'm albino. I can tell you, all my hair is white except for in one spot where it's nice and brown.
Sure. But that's not natural. Right? That's been stained over some period of time.
Yeah, but that's okay. It's still not white. Before I get on to more comments, I have a bottle of water to drink. This is just... Oh, look, a doggy.
What are you talking about drink? You mean more like chug.
This is for you. This is for you, Ethan. Ready?
Yeah.
That dog looks terrified right now.
Oh.
He's not. He's fucking... He loves life.
There's my bottle. You gotta suck it while you drink it. It's the only way to do it.
Well, I'm gonna crack it. See all you guys later. E-Cube.
Alright. Beer Zerker.
See you later.
Beer Zerker,
Yeah!
Okay, I see the dog there, but then it looks like there's some sort of weird penis-looking thing driving up towards the camera.
There's that better?
Oh, better. Yeah, okay. I was worried that it was like some sort of weird dog cock.
I know you're on a bestiality kick right now, but just calm yourself down.
Dude, right
Matt,
now,
hide your dog. Hide your
I've been on
dog.
a bestiality kick for the last 20 years, so
That's just great.
don't judge me.
Okay.
So, Matt, you have a dog and a cat?
I have 2 dogs and a cat. Yeah.
Oh, man.
Oh, dogs and cats get
So, what you're saying is your cat thinks it's a dog?
No, my cat thinks it's you, Ethan, which means it's a total bitch.
Yeah,
Whoa! All right. Well, I'm out of here. You guys have a great night. I'll see you guys.
Oh, you're leaving? You're not going to respond to Tree Calf?
All right. Wait. Who's Tree? Wait. I don't even know who Tree Calf is. Apparently, I have a lot of haters. I did not know that. They're all coming out.
There's a fine line between love and hate, brother.
Yeah, I hear you.
My cat is a scorching bitch. Her name is Peanut Butter, and she will bite any motherfucker that walks in her path. So,
all right,
there you go.
Sounds like a typical cat.
Or Chad.
In Boardman, Ohio, at Vintage Estate Wines, they told me you could buy 24s, but said good luck finding them. I stopped somewhere to eat and asked them where I could buy them by the case. The waitress said go to Kmart, but you'll probably only find Bud. And then went on to say that they're not talking about gas stations where you can only buy crap beer. Actually, a lot of gas stations in the U.S. sell better craft beer selections than, say, the LCBO in Ontario.
Well, when he said
not all of them, but a lot of them.
When he said the wine thing, I'm thinking like Kmart. Like, holy shit! Like that's like the last place I would want to go to look for that. But yeah, no. Sometimes. It's once in a while you'll see something like Founders All Day IPA or something like that in a whole case you can get, but a lot of grocery stores like Kroger's, I think, Fisher's Foods, Acme Fresh Market, especially in Northeast Ohio, you can find a lot of cases of beer to buy. But when it comes to something like what he said, what did he say? Wine or?
He was at Vintage Estate Wines, yeah.
Okay, like I know there's a lot of hoppy wines too that you can buy that I just started getting into tasting, but yeah, with things like that, I would definitely stick to just your local bottle shops and things like that you know for that. But yeah, Boardman, Ohio used to be right somewhere where I used to live there, like 5 miles away from there. But I'm more.
Two more comments.
West.
One comment from Mr. I'm so drunk I'm going to fall off my bed, so I have to get offline. Lee Russell, Ethan should be banned. Just my 2 cents.
No comment.
And then Lubru is a 12-pack of 1-2 in Canada. No, it's a fucking 12-pack. 12-pack. Okay. 12.
Hey guys.
12 is. It takes less time to say go. 1, 2, 12. See, we're all about making it smaller. 12. 1
plus
1. Just 1.
No, that's sound logic. That's fucking sound logic.
Now, 24-pack, 24, 2-4. Which one are you gonna say? That the 2-4 is faster.
Yeah. Yeah.
The 12er.
Did you get your single cheese something burger? I don't know what the fuck's going on. 2-for? Come on. Yeah. That's sound logic. I agree.
See, this is why the chat's getting so off the rails now, that we don't have a key to guide us. So now we're just going all over the fucking place.
When you let the blind guy read comments, things go haywire.
Alright, hold on, I'll read some.
I'm completely ignoring fucking Paul.
Yeah, Paul at this point just goes completely nuts.
Lee Russell just posted. He said,
Sasquatch.
He said, "What a pack of cunts."
You're like 20 minutes behind already.
All right. Well, I just refreshed and it's not working. I don't know.
Why are you looking at old? Why are you looking at old?
This computer said it was made in Canada.
Okay. Paul, I don't know what the fuck you're doing. You're spamming me on YouTube and Google Plus at the same time. I'm getting comments from you in my Google feed and my YouTube feed. What the fuck are you doing?
Oh, right. Okay, I see some newer ones here.
Yeah, you always know it's getting late in the night when Paul starts commenting.
Yeah.
Oh, but what's he doing? Like, I know he's at work and all that, but what's he doing? How is he fucking around so much that he's on Google and YouTube at the same time?
He has a supercomputer is what it
is.
is.
He doesn't have a supercomputer. It dies every 5 minutes.
Maybe this is like one of the nights where the moon isn't aligned with the planet, and it's just like giving him the power.
A tree calf. It's not wine. It's a bottle shop primarily. Yeah, it's probably a lot like Halifax, Nova Scotia has premier wines in their bottle shop primarily. But just because you're a bottle shop isn't going to mean you're going to carry cases. I mean, I've seen cases at Wegmans, and I've not seen cases at some specialty bottle shops. I mean, it all matters where you are and what you're looking for. The greatest thing about the U.S. market and the worst thing about the U.S. market is the distribution system. Any store could carry a 2-4 or could carry everything as a single, but every store is going to have something completely different by what their salespeople have been able to sell to that store.
See, I've never understood why. I know it's a big thing that lately they've been saying, oh, you know, it's a big problem that the LCBO doesn't carry 12 packs, they don't carry 2-4s. I don't know, maybe this is just my style of drinking. I never buy a 12-pack or 2-4.
Well, that's not an entirely true thing either. The LCBO does carry 12 packs and 2-4s. They're just not allowed to carry them in places that have a beer store. So if you're in Toronto where there's a beer store, you can't carry a 12-pack or a 2-4 at the LCBO. If you're out in butt-fuck nowhere, Ontario, up in the north where there's no beer store, they're going to sell you your 12 packs and your 2-4s.
Yeah, that's true, because I've been to the LCBO up in Creemore Springs, and they do carry 12 packs of just about, 24 packs of just about everything. So that's true. But I've never understood that. I guess I'm not that kind of drinker that buys 12 packs or 24 packs. Like occasionally, like I say, for a party or something, I'll buy a 24 pack of Millennium Buzz, or if I like my guests, I might buy a 24 pack of Steam Whistle. But for the most part, I don't like buying any more than a 6-pack.
Or you'll buy a 6-pack of Steam Whistle with a package of 6 chocolates for $25.
Well, no, I won't do that. I don't like chocolate enough to do that. But I will happily. I will go. I will always say that, you know what, if you get a fresh Steam Whistle, it is a fantastic beer. But Steam Whistle any more than about 3 to 4 weeks old, and you're losing so much, it's not worth buying anymore.
I'm just going to say this with what Treecalf said earlier about the whatever wine estates. He claims that, he said, if I'm saying this correctly, he said, I stopped somewhere to eat and asked where I could buy beer by the case. So I'm guessing he's saying beer by the case is in, like, just, I guess, a basic craft beer or anything like that. Then I would have to say just bottle shops or whatever locally you know where they carry good amounts of beer, or if you bitch long enough to the owner of the place to ask the distributor to carry that beer. And I tell people that all the time too, because a lot of people ask me, where can I get this beer, blah blah, and I'm just like, well, you know, if you ask about it long enough, eventually they're going to carry it. So I guess that's one tip I can give him about where he could buy cases of craft beer. So whether that's useful or not, that's up to you.
Lee Russell is not drunk, he's just eating pizza, but he doesn't understand that he can eat pizza with his face off camera so that we don't I guess you get that, like we all do. Lou Brew asks, I don't know which comment he's referring to, but is that like saying cake to a fat lady? I don't know which comment that's referring to, but let's just say yes. It's like saying cake to a fat lady. Let watch. Christy, cake?
Oh, no, that's uncalled for.
I'm fat too, it's okay. I like cake.
Yeah, but trust me, women are a lot more sensitive to it.
They are. I'm gonna go upstairs and she's gonna have scissors to cut my fucking nuts off now.
For the record, I think your wife is adorable. I always love the videos with her. She's always very cute and
she's always just so happy to be here.
Well, in her sort of hateful way that like she kind of hates the beer you're drinking, but I love the videos with her in them. They're just so entertaining.
Yeah, she hates every minute of them.
Okay, gentlemen. Good night. My fucking iPad keeps cutting out, so I don't want to deal with that shit anymore.
Okay, Matthew, you have a wonderful, splendiferous night. It was great talking to you. I can't wait till May when I can get you and Paul drunk at the same time and take pictures of you snuggling together.
Oh, my.
Word. Cheers,
right,
gentlemen. Good night.
By snuggling, he means anal fisting.
Yeah. Fat end first.
With some of that dog vagina.
Oh boy. That's good stuff.
So I think that Lee put me on the same list as Dave. Now, as being banned.
He put you on his fuck off banned list?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I think he did.
I don't think you've done anything to offend Lee that I know of.
Yeah, I don't know.
Reviewing left the call too. Bye,
reviewing. Bye, reviewing. It was nice meeting you.
Never met you. Have a wonderful night, Jordan. Look, there's nobody left. The panel's open. Who wants to join us? Who wants to come in and talk?
Let's get Dave. Let's get Dave and Greg's beer reviews on here.
I invite Dave all the time. He just doesn't come. He doesn't like me.
Huh. That's weird. I would love to have a...
Every week I invite the dillweed lover.
Even Jay didn't show up this week.
I know. Maybe we pissed him off last week. Maybe
they weren't gonna do an examination. Did they do an examination tonight, or
I don't know. The calf wrote they have much more beer than wine. He posts their website. Well, sure, I understand. It's a bottle shop. I get it. I also ran into the problem of nobody knowing where to buy craft beer 2-4s in Cornell, Ohio. I have a question for you. Why did you care to buy a craft beer 2-4? Like, why did you actually really want to get a craft beer 2-4?
You could,
buy 24 singles.
Yeah.
Get 24 different beers to try.
Well, you could do that, or you could buy
Pennsylvania. In Pennsylvania, where you
buy 4 6-packs.
Yeah, 4 6-packs even. 4 6-packs.
Yeah.
4 different beers as a 6-pack. In Pennsylvania, when I went and when I first went to Pennsylvania, you only could buy 2-4s of everything. So I would always try to find the mixed packs, right? The packs that would have 6 of each beer, or 4 of each beer and have 6 different beers in it. And I would look for those mixed packs because I wanted to try as much as I could get. And that was the only thing I had a problem with in Pennsylvania the first time I went, was everything had to be that 2-4. And that pissed me off a lot. I hated that.
Yeah, that's like with some beers here, like Genesee Ice. I know for sure you can only buy either 30 packs or you can buy 6 packs of the pints. So, and same thing with Milwaukee's Best. I know here I can only buy 12 packs of Milwaukee's Best. So it just varies really from either the brewer who is sending out the beer to be able to sell their product in as much bulk as possible, or however rare the beer is that it's that hard for the distributor to get and give it to the stores that want it. So, but yeah, I mean, it's just it's kind of a struggle because sometimes it's funny because a lot of stores, they don't know what to carry. You know, they don't know what people like. They just, it's pretty much like a hit or miss thing. You know, they put on a blindfold and they want to see what sells for some things. So.
Eric Sharton, enjoying many Mad Toms, laughing my ass off. This show is legendary. I've watched many Rhinos brew under review. Forever funny to see on the same page. Like Simpsons meets Family Guy. I don't know which one of us is Simpsons and which one is Family Guy. I'm going to go with Family Guy because he's fatter and whiter.
I'm probably like Bob's Burgers. I'm really poorly drawn.
Lee Russell. Well, I'm also bored of you all in a conversational sense, so I thought I'd make room in case beer fucking with Dave and Greg's Pepper Jack beer reviews. First off, fuck you, good sir. Fuck you. Because I'm bored of you. I'm bored of you and your bald fucking head, okay? I'm bored of you and your bald fucking head. That's what I have to say to you. And you know neither of them are ever joining. First off, Dave makes it sound like he wants to join, but doesn't, and then he'll blame you. And Pepper Jacks there, as you call him, would never join this anyway because I'm not. And if it's not him, he's not caring.
He's too famous. It's just not. It's a celebrity thing, He's got to put out an image. I understand.
I'm at the Tree Calf. I'm asking because Ohio prices are much better than PA prices. In addition to Vintage Estates, I also stopped at Chalet Premier. No cases there either. Just go to New York then.
Yeah.
East Mountain Homebrew. Cheers, guys. What the fuck are you still doing up? Hamilton is late right now. None of you guys have the weird fucked up shifts I have. What the? And 6 messages from Paul that we're just going to ignore.
I have to say this. I must be in a good spot in Ohio because I can find at least 3 cases of 3 different breweries that I could pick up. So.
You know what? I always, nowadays, even compared to how I was, I got into craft beer around 2012, and even between, those 2.5, 3 years that I think beer has improved in Ontario. Like I always think, wow, we've grown so much in the last couple of years.
Makes you wonder, yeah.
Yeah, but you know what? When I go to even Michigan, and I don't know how Michigan is compared to Ohio or Pennsylvania, but it just blows me away how much better it is than what we have in Ontario. I go to a store in Michigan and there's like hundreds and hundreds of craft beer. And thanks to Joe, if Joe's still watching, I give you credit. Thanks to Joe, I even found a store that sells them in singles and refrigerated, and it's just incredible the selection you have that we can only dream of at the LCBO. And you know what, the LCBO is getting better and better, but it's still nowhere near what the States is.
Okay, 2 things. One, the reason I'm ignoring you, Paul, is because you just post so much and I'm fucking blind and it strains my eyes to read any of these comments to begin with. And second off, how the fuck are you still spamming me on 2 different sites? And yes, you're right. When you go to Michigan, you go to Pennsylvania, which has weird rules, and New York, anywhere you go, Buffalo. I would not consider Buffalo a booming metropolis in any way. But if you go to buy beer and you're in Buffalo, oh my fucking god, the choices!
It depends on where you go, too, like different stores. It's like there's
It's very true. Different stores are very different. I mean, some grocery stores have better selections than here, and some places don't. I mean, you go into Walmart and everybody talks about Walmart's beer being great. Walmart doesn't have that much choice unless you're looking for Bud or Labatt or some Sam Adams products.
Like when I did my beer run video where I did that first store, the owner of that store, he was telling me about how he was trying to keep up with a restaurant. I know Dave, if Dave's watching this video, which he probably isn't, where the Winking Lizard Tavern, they carry tons of craft beer, and they're just a restaurant. But the store where I videotaped my first beer run video, he was telling me that he was trying to keep up with just them alone, like just the Winking Lizard Tavern with all their beers. So in a way, I appreciate the fact that Winking Lizard is, I guess what I want to say is pushing other stores to carry beer that people want. So I appreciate that, but I think that True Calf should start living around this area and then being on some of my beer reviews.
I think I may have to just block Paul for now. I just might have to do it because I keep getting messages that I have new comments and it's fucking him doing smiley faces and shit.
Paul, if you
have a smiley face on YouTube and then a smiley face on Google just to fuck with me.
Paul, if you are listening right now, just join the chat. Just join the chat.
He won't join the chat until we're offline.
Yeah, as soon as we're offline, he'll show his Weasley face.
Is it the beard? Is that what it is? Because I have my mustache. I have my mustache, Paul.
Well,
don't be ashamed.
The whole thing is that Sasquatches have yet to be proven, so he doesn't want to be. He doesn't want to be on video. It's still supposed to remain a mystery.
Out in Pennsylvania.
But he's got a Jag. I'm just gonna throw that in there.
My Jag that stayed in Chad's garage for months.
I gotta see a picture of this Jag.
There's a picture of me putting my penis on its door handle.
I'll say this: what you guys said about earlier about Chicago, or not Chicago? Was it Illinois, or did you guys say Michigan?
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Might be Michigan. With me, it's always Michigan.
Yeah, well, I've heard from people that Chicago is probably the beer capital of the world with how much beer that they have there. I mean, they have that title. I don't know if that's true or not, but
well, there's that one store that fucking buried that keg for like 10 years, and they have so much beer there that it's not funny, and there's so much available there. And
it just pisses you off, yeah. They probably have KBS on tap there 365 days of the year. So
I've heard Chicago is good for just alcohol in general. My brother-in-law's cousin lives in Chicago, and they go up there, and they say he actually owns like a liquor store up in Chicago, and apparently like their selection and their prices are quite good.
Yeah, my father, he goes to he does business trips there every week, and he has to go there weeks on end, and he tells me all the time, he's like, I gotta bring you back all these beers from Chicago. It's like the beer capital of the world. So I don't know. That's just what I hear.
Chad, I think you gotta finish up that bottle of Crown Royal.
I fucking hate Crown Royal so much.
You literally have like 0.5 of an ounce in there. You should just drink
That's actually probably an ounce and a half.
I don't know. This this screen is.
Chad, you know what? If you ever get a chance to buy stuff at duty free, they have usually most duty free shops they have Crown Royal Reserve for about $30 a bottle. I'd recommend you try it. It is so much better than regular Crown Royal. It's something you can actually sip and enjoy.
I have a bottle of Crown Royal Black back there that I will never drink.
I've never tried the black. I've heard mixed reviews of it.
Yeah. Have you guys had the apple?
No, I haven't.
No, I see the apple every time I walk into the LCB and I won't touch it because I hated the maple so much.
The maple, yeah, I didn't like the maple too much, but but the apple I heard wasn't bad. But the thing is, it's at least around where I live, it's really hard to find, and there's only one store I know that can carry it. So I don't know.
Paul, I know I said I'm ignoring you, but I'll answer this one. Not only is the elliptical still sitting in the garage, the elliptical has not been touched by anybody but my 2-year-old daughter and my 4-year-old son since your car was taken out of the garage. I got ranted on for months to get your car out of my garage so that you could go out and work out on her elliptical. You get the car out. You got the car out in what, June. It left the garage in June. It is now February of the next year. She still has not once put her foot and her hand on the elliptical. My son has used it, my daughter has used it, and I was sitting on it once when I did a Beer Dweebs United out in the garage. That's the amount of times it's been used since your car has been taken out of the garage.
Well, Chad, I'm glad to hear that your children are so concerned about their health. And that
they're not. Out. They just think the thing is amazing. What is this? Oh, look, it moves!
Yeah, no, it's funny how ladies in general tend to want what they can't have, and then when they have it, they don't want it.
Yeah. My wife wanted me until she had me, and now she just wants to get the fuck out of here. If anyone wants an albino rhino as a boyfriend, I'm here, available.
Oh, there we go. The big question is, are you the pitcher or the catcher?
So, I don't know if I want to mention this live since it's just us two, but one of my friends...
I'm here too. What the fuck? I don't count as a person.
No with dog vagina comments. No, my friend... One of my friends, I'm not going to mention his name, but he's on Facebook, and he mentioned today that he had a beer, and it was on one of his top 5 beers to dump down the drain. And I said, oh God, it's a drain pour. You know what I mean? So I was like, okay, well, and he went on about it in his comment section for like 6 comments. And I said, okay, well, what was the beer? Finally, I said, and he told me it was Flying Monkeys Chocolate Manifesto. And I was like, what the fuck? That's what I was like, are you kidding me right now?
Unless you absolutely hate chocolate, that's not a bad beer.
Here's my thing. I do agree that everybody has their own personal taste and this and that. But if it's on your top 5 drain pour list, you have a stupid fucking palate. And I mean, I try not to ever say that. I know I let Lee say it and I let everybody else say it. But seriously, if you don't like it, you don't like it, whatever. But a drain pour for me is a beer that's created badly. A beer that has faults in it, a beer that just is undrinkable. It's a fucking chocolate beer. All it tastes like is a fucking chocolate nib. That's all it is. It's a cocoa nib. It's a cocoa nib in liquid form. That's all the beer is. You don't like chocolate, you don't like chocolate. But to say it's in your top 5 drain pours, you have not drank many beers.
He ran on a straight, 6-comment rant without anybody commenting. Like, he said 6 different things that he fucking just hated about that thing. And I was just like, oh, Chad would love this. Like, fucking just start I couldn't believe it. I really couldn't. Like, out of all the drain pours you could have picked, you picked Chocolate Manifesto. And to me, I was thinking of like Murphy's. I think it is right. Chocolate Stout. I think that's who makes it. But
I never had
I'm like,
Murphy's chocolate stout. I didn't know they made a chocolate stout.
who's the one that makes the chocolate stout? I don't remember, but it's just. Anyway, I'm just gonna say that I think it was ridiculous that he put Chocolate Manifesto.
I mean, even in terms of Flying Monkeys beer, there's other beers they make that I would say is
well, like when I tried Smash Bomb years ago before I started my YouTube review channel, I wasn't super impressed with Flying Monkeys Smash Bomb IPA, but the thing is like I didn't know the differences between IPAs until I started drinking more and more. You know what I'm saying? So now that it's just like with Lake Erie Monster from Great Lakes, I can appreciate that style more of a malt forward IPA than say a hop forward IPA. So in the beginning, I hated it. I wouldn't say I hated it, but I just didn't care for it. But now it's like, okay, I understand this and blah blah, and I can enjoy it. So I think it goes beyond.
And like I said, I don't really condone making fun of somebody for their choice of taste. That's fine.
Right. That's what I said.
And you know what? You can have your own choice of flavors, your own personal opinion and all that. But if that is in your top 5 drain pour beers, you haven't drank enough beer to actually have a list of top 5 drain pour beers. Because
get on that level, bro.
In all honesty, there's nothing. You might not like it because it's just chocolate. You might not want to drink liquid chocolate. You might not want to. I understand that. But there's nothing disgusting about it unless you just fucking hate chocolate. There's nothing to that beer other than chocolate. That's all there is. It's, oh my god, it's chocolate.
And see, I really don't like chocolate. I'm not a big fan. And even I thought that was a really excellent beer. I liked it quite a bit more than their other one.
It's like 10% alcohol too. It's 10% alcohol and it's nothing but chocolate. Drain pour? Top 5 drain pours?
Well, he said
top 5 drain pours. I can give you some top 5. I have some fucking top 5 drain pours over there that I just don't want to drink, and I'm holding them for people that haven't had them yet.
He said, oh, I don't know if it went bad or not. And I'm like, okay, first off, it's 10% alcohol, so I highly doubt it's going to go bad unless it's over, whatever, like 2 to 3, 4, 5 years. So, and another thing too, Chad, was I was going to say before when I was saying a chocolate stout, I was trying to talk about Young's chocolate stout.
Young's double chocolate stout.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to. I asked him that or whatever, and I said, "Have you had that?" And he said no. So I'm like, okay, well then I'm not going to base my opinion off of what you say because, So.
I mean, that just comes down to it. That can still be his personal opinion. I respect it, but I'm going to make fun of him if I ever met him.
Right. Well, that's what I told him.
It's not making fun of him about his choice. That's your choice. That's the way you feel about it. Sure. Yeah. I'll make my joke, and then we'll be done. We just won't drink that beer together. We'll find a different beer that we drink together.
Well, that's what.
But anytime you say anything about a beer I don't like from now on, your palate's stupid forever. Just because of that one beer.
I'm just gonna say that with him saying that it was a drain pour, on his comment section, I 100% disagreed. I was like, I do not think that's a drain pour whatsoever. So, I mean, I just couldn't believe that he said that. I was just like, I said it on his comments too. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, sorry for my language, but
you're on the Albino Rhino beer review.
Well, I know, but
like I said, to the 6 people that are still here, and to anyone that actually watches this that's deep, which I think will be nobody. Yeah, I really don't care what you like and what you don't like. I'm just harassing the guy right now. I don't even know the guy, but I'm harassing him. That's the way it is. It's all in good fun. It's not, oh my god, you're a fucking idiot. But I don't think that if you're saying Chocolate Manifesto is in your top 5 drain pours, that you've had enough beer. That's all there is to it. It might still be in your top 5 drain pours even after you've had 2,000 beers. It might still be there. But in reality, compared to what's out there, there's beers out there that are just filled with faults and the brewer doesn't care. That stuff is a drain pour before something else. I think that's the thing. People like to use the word drain pour all the time now. It's a big it's a buzzword. It's a drain pour. There's only, out of the 2,654 beers I've reviewed, I think I have 10 drain pours. 10.
See, That's the thing, is that I don't like the word drain pour, because to me, I generally will drink a beer no matter how much I hate it.
Exactly.
There's two beers I can think of that I've ever drained for. One of them's not really a beer. The first was the Ghost, I think it was called Ghost Town Stout, and I had that right at the beginning of my craft beer journey. Like, I didn't know anything about craft beer, and I thought it was terrible. I drained for that. I've tried it again since. I don't love it, but it was an okay beer, secondly. The second beer I've drained poured recently, and it's not a beer, it technically, is the what's the one, the Mill Street, one of their high alcohol.
Oh, their beer schnapps?
Schnapps. Yeah, it was the Tank House beer schnapps. Now,
the Tank House ones are fucking gross.
As far as I'm concerned, that was gross. I tried it 3 separate times from the bottle. I could not drink it. I eventually poured about half the bottle. It was absolutely disgusting. And again, that's not a beer, I understand that, but it was absolutely disgusting. I don't know how they can market that and people buy it and enjoy it. But for the most part, no matter how bad a beer is, I'll typically finish it. I probably won't buy it again, but I don't understand.
Yeah, like I said, I'm close to 2,700 beers. There's maybe 10 drain pours. And I think that's what bothers me when people say that, is when they're talking about my top drain pours. How the fuck did you drain pour that and not just drink it or give it to somebody else?
Right.
To drain pour a beer, it has to be filled with faults. It has to, but that's me personally. It has to be filled with brewing faults. It can't just be something I just don't like. I
think it's what you said before, where you said that maybe 10 years from now that he would still say that it was a drain pour. Well, at least with all the beer that he's tried, at least he can somewhat back that up. Even though you would 100% disagree, at least he could back that up with something along the lines of saying, well, I had this beer and it was tons better. But to say it's a drain pour, I think is a little bit ludicrous.
Well, there are people out there that will talk about fucking Pliny the Elder and the Alchemist and all that. Oh, it's this old. It's a drain pour now.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
That's
like,
one
drain pours become a buzzword that people love to use now, and it's just weird to me. 2 comments. One from Lee. All the talk from Dave, all the talk about Dave has loosened my sphincter and I'm at the toilet. That's great. That's just beautiful to know. I'm glad that you're loose now. One from Paul. I think she owes me an apology. It may have annoyed her, but it was a serious train wreck in my life, and even when did it was a nightmare for me. That was the only downside of meeting you. Seriously, I'm sorry it happened, but oh well. All we can. Yeah. Paul, did I care all that much? No, I told you she wants the car out of the garage. I don't give a shit. Get the car out of the garage whenever you get the car out of the garage. The only thing I cared about was I opened the garage door one day to get into the garage. The garage door fell off its track and almost fell on your car. That's the only thing I cared about, was your car getting destroyed, or somebody stealing your car and after breaking into my garage because they saw a jag in my garage while I'm trying to fucking put the fucking garage door back on its tracks. That's the only thing I cared about. My wife.
Nobody in Niagara steals anything.
No, there's never anything stolen in Niagara. It doesn't happen. Yeah, like I said, I don't give a shit. She hasn't touched that fucking elliptical the whole time, and I even told her when she was bitching about it, I'm like, the elliptical's in front of the car, just go get on the elliptical. Well, I'm too close. Shut the fuck up then. You have room to get there, just go do it. Is it annoying for me in an extent because I'm doing backyard renovations while the car's here? A little bit, but you know what? I can put everything around the car. I don't care. The car died. It's not his fault. It's not like he left it here because he wanted to leave it here. The car died. He'll get it when he can get it. I didn't care. What she thinks, who gives a shit? I pay for everything. Who gives a shit what she thinks? Yeah, that's right. I was the sexist comment of the albino rhino for the night.
Well, that's okay. I doubt she's going to watch this far into the show.
Yeah. We're safe.
She wouldn't watch any part of this show. If anything, her sister will watch it and tell her I said it. But yeah, Paul, again, just shut the fuck up. I didn't care. What I cared about was getting bitched at by my wife, but I really even didn't care about that. Whatever. She bitches at me every day. I got bitched at today because my underwear are on the floor, but she's the one that put them on the floor. Like, what the fuck? They were in a laundry basket, you dumped the laundry basket out, and now you're yelling at me about the fucking underwear being on the floor. You fucking dumped them on the floor. fuck you. Seriously, fuck off.
You
Just a
guys
couple
have such a
comment.
you guys have such a cute relationship.
Well, seriously, fuck off. You're the one that did it. I didn't do it. It's not like I came home from work and I said, this is where these are going to go. No. I come home from work, I take them off, I put them in the laundry basket, because if I don't put them in the laundry basket, that motherfucking shit-eater laying beside me is going to fucking chew a hole in them. So I have to put them in a laundry basket. He's actually just eating his cock right now over there beside me. That's all he's doing.
I'm gonna say you're talking about one of your dogs, right?
He's fucking look at that. He's in there. He's in there. Oh, he's done. He's done now that he knows
Look at
the
that.
camera's
Look
on.
at that rat.
Frank, what you doing, Frank? What you doing? Hey, what you doing? Yeah, fuck
What
you.
kind of dog is that?
He is a mutt. He is. I call him a Shaputi Sali, and that's because everybody else can
There
have
you
designer
go.
dogs, so why can't I? But he's
Yeah.
German Shepherd, Collie, Maltese, and Poodle.
Wow, that's a lot of dogs.
That's awesome. That must be really expensive for how many names there is in there.
Yeah. No, he was a pet store buy.
Yeah.
I felt bad for him. I had to get
My
him
brother, my younger brother, he's married and he's got a damn cat, and it is the ugliest fucking cat I've ever fucking seen in my life. But it's funny because he blames his wife for buying the cat, when in reality he was the one that wanted the damn cat. So
we have a cat that we got when we moved out on together for our first time. We got this cat, and she wanted the cat. I fucking hate cats. I want this cat to die. Internet, I'm sorry. I want the cat to die. I hate cats.
see, now I used to have really mean cats, but now I have this really nice cat,
My cat is 12 years old now.
and it's my girlfriend.
Is still as fucking in energetic as he was when he was a fucking kid. I'm gonna be stuck with this cat till he's like 25. I'm gonna lose my shit. Like literally, I'm gonna lose my shit. I hate cats. Like hate them.
Unless
hate
you go
everything about
crazy
them.
and
The thing
put
is,
him underneath the car when he's taking a cat nap.
No, I'm not like that. I hate him, but he's part of the family, even though I hate him.
Right.
I remember he was insane as a kid, and he would you'd be walking across the room, and he'd just lunge at you, and all four paws claws in and just bite. And he would do shit like that, and he would just bite you out of nowhere. He still bites my wife. He won't bite me. I bit him back once, and but I don't even remember what he did. He was clawing the fuck out of the wall, just clawing the fuck out of the wall at the bathroom. And Christy would spray him with water all the time, and he wouldn't care. He'd go and claw him again. And we were living in an apartment that had a plastic shower door, right? The sliding shower doors. And I had the shower going because I was about to get in, and the shower door was open. He was clawing the wall, and she went to get the spray bottle. I'm like, fuck that. Picked him up, threw him in the fucking shower, and closed the door. And he's like, just jumping at the shower door trying to get out. He never clawed the fucking door again. He didn't touch that fucking bathroom door ever again.
Oh, fuck. No, you know what? Cats are a pain in the ass. And I mean, between myself and my parents' house, we have 4 cats. And, I love them, but I hate them at the same time. Like, cats are not generally as good as dogs, in my opinion.
Yeah. I'll say this. I love my cat to death. He's the nicest cat I've ever had, actually. Like, he doesn't, attack people at the door. He doesn't attack your feet. He doesn't attack your face when you're sleeping. Nothing like that. But the only thing that bugs the shit out of me that he does is every time I'm doing a fucking beer review and I'm pressing that record button, he's always got to come up to the damn camera and knock the damn thing over, or knock the beer over, or something above me, above the shelves, knocking shit over, and it bugs the living shit out of me. I gotta lock him in the garage. So
2 comments here. One from Lee. Fuck you, Ethan. Period.
Oh, nice.
Cats are awesome. Period. Fuck you, Chad. Period. Cats are awesome. Maybe to feed your dog so you don't have to buy dog food there, Lee. And next from Paul from PA Brew News. The only pussy in my house better be connected to a woman. Fuck cats.
I gotta say, I'm pretty happy I avoided a fuck you there. It's normally the fuck yous are directed towards me.
yeah, I feel the love over here.
Oh, and from Lee again. Fuck you, Dave. Cats are awesome.
Cats roll.
Fuck you, Greg. Cats are awesome.
Oh, good. Thank God I was feeling left out there.
Well, when Dave gets a fuck you before he's even when he's not even here, you know.
Yeah, I can't.
Yeah, that's
I
messed
can't
up.
help but feeling a little left out, but I'll deal
No
with it.
fuck you for Greg, just fuck you Dave, who isn't even there.
Yeah, it's only I have to remind you to give me a fuck you. Like, come on.
Hey, Chad, I have to ask this. How cold is it there where you live at?
Well, he has the heat off in his basement, so it might be a little chilly.
What about you, Greg?
Well, if I were to go outside, I don't know what the temperature is right now, but we're generally sort of in the range of around -10 to -15, so it's pretty chilly.
See, what about during the day? Because up here it was like 20 to
During the
15.
day, I mean, the last couple of days it's been cold. It's starting to slowly warm up, so I mean, during the day you're talking probably somewhere in the range of -10, -11.
Yeah. See,
Like
we
that.
only had that here in Ohio for like 2 days. It was like -10 to -20 degree wind chill. That was pretty much it. But other than that,
well, last weekend was fucking ridiculous. Like we were,
yeah.
I think it was -25 on its own, and then with the wind chill, I think it was Saturday night was the worst. With the wind chill, it was like -38 or something.
Wow.
So it was really fucking cold. But
Yeah.
now it's kind of calmed down a bit. It's still cold, but it's not quite as bad.
Yeah, it's funny. I went outside and I'm like, wow, it's like 15 degrees. Man, it's warm out here. I want to take my shirt off. Like, I really could tell the difference. I don't know.
Well, it's always funny, in springtime, when April rolls around and it's like 2 degrees outside or 3 degrees outside,
Yeah.
you'll be like, holy fuck, it's so warm, shorts and t-shirt weather, going out
I can
to
actually
the park and
breathe.
go chill.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, I feel like in October, let's say, it's like 2 to 3 degrees. Holy fuck, it's freezing. Oh my god.
Yeah.
It's all about perspective.
Yeah, February is usually the worst month for us, but
Yeah, February is pretty bad, but luckily it's a little over half over, and hopefully the weather's going to go up from here because it's chilly.
Chad,
Well,
I asked earlier what the
since the
weather
only
was like
people-
over there.
It's cold. It's cold and snowy. It snowed again today. Fuck snow. Fuck snow. You know what? I get. Oh my god, you can't complain about snow. You live in Canada. I get it. I lived up in Ottawa. I think Ottawa was okay because Ottawa was fucking cold enough that it would snow once and then didn't snow again all fucking year. Fuck this fucking snow shit. Okay, I tweaked my back 2 weeks ago now, shoveling our first big snowstorm. And it fucking just keeps snowing. Every fucking day I have to shovel again because my wife won't fucking shovel. I hurt my back 2 weeks ago, and it fucking snows, and I'm like, can you help me out here? No, I don't shovel. That's your job. I fucking hurt my back and couldn't even fucking work for a week. For a week, I dropped every shift. Every shift I had, I'd go on Facebook and I'd go, any part-timers want a shift? This is the bar I'm at. And it was all good bars, too, bars that would actually make money. I cannot even walk without pain. Who wants to work?
Yeah.
And she'd go, you have to go shovel for me so I can get the van in the driveway. What the fuck is this bullshit? Are you fucking servicing me forever? Like, are you carrying my 300-pound body to the fucking toilet when I have to shit? Like, what the fuck is going on?
There's a reason why they call Canada the Great White North. So.
No, this is the first year that this has happened where it snowed every single day.
Yeah.
Every single day for like 2 weeks.
Here it's been like every other day. So it's like it's your job to go out and shovel the damn driveway or whatever. Paul knows too. Paul's been getting a lot of snow over there too. So, and Massachusetts Beer Review. He's been sending me messages all the time about how he has shitty weather, things like that. So
Eric Shantrin there, Chargeman. Up here in northern Alberta, it's warm as hell. God bless global climate change. Last 20 years of my life, -30 to -40 degrees. Right now, it's 0.
Wow.
Yeah, that's great. It's actually getting colder here. It's actually becoming more and more like I'm living in Ottawa. That's awesome. Then from Lee Russell, invite Joe D and Chad 9976. Let's make this chat professional. First off, Joe B would never show up to anything except for his own stuff. He's much like Greg. Second, Chad9976 hates my guts if you don't remember, and wouldn't show up to this anyway either because I'm not cool enough. I'm not a published writer or anything. I'm worthless. He actually made a couple videos showing how worthless my videos were when he was making his "These are the top beer tubers" videos. So, yeah, neither of them are going to show up here.
Oh, I want to see if I'm on there. Jeez.
No, he made those before
I
you
really
existed.
don't care. Yeah, I really don't give a shit. So that's nice to have a reviewer of reviews. That's always a good thing, right? So to say that you're even more of a loser because of the fact that you review beer, now you have even a bigger loser because of the fact that he's reviewing people who are reviewing beer. So I think that's kind of like ironic or hypocritical, the hypocrisy, if you will. I think it's a little.
Now, to answer your question too about about warmth and everything, I keep my house, for you Americans, I keep my house at about 68 degrees, so average
R-O-C-K
around 18 degrees Celsius. Around 18 degrees Celsius. I close the vent off down in the basement so that all the heat stays upstairs for the kids and all that. It's fucking like 5 degrees down here. My balls are inside my fucking throat at the moment.
Ooh.
Like,
hold on. First off. What does Celsius mean? Okay, here in America, we go by Fahrenheit, okay?
Okay, well, if it was 64 Celsius, I would be dead, okay? Let's leave it at that. My 64 to 68 is in Fahrenheit. That's anywhere from like
I get it.
15 to 18 degrees Celsius.
When I watch the news in the morning, they always say that. It's like either they say whatever Fahrenheit, then they say it in Celsius all the time. So I wouldn't say I know exactly what you mean by 18 degrees Celsius, but I know for a fact that that is warm. So because you're not a frozen icicle.
Brian, I'm glad you enjoyed the show, but our fucking show sucks. It really does. This show is the most garbage show on.
Give him more credit.
No, like I said, I actually have had, over the last 2 weeks, I've had about 5 people come up to me at work, and it's weird because for 4 years, I didn't get recognized once in Niagara Falls, and I have thousands upon thousands of people interact with me throughout the year at work. And the last 2 weeks or so, I've had a bunch of people come up and, I watch your show, and I pity you guys because this is the worst beer show online. It really is. You want to watch some good stuff? Watch Lee. Watch Beer Geeks, Beer Geek Nation. Watch
the
Ryan
craft, the Pints and Quarts craft, like what you said, Craft Beer Nation, not Beer Geek Nation, but
yeah, like I put absolutely no money into my fucking my production value. There's no extra lights. There's a fucking light behind me and the light in front of me. I look like a fucking pale ass ghost, and I'm pale to begin with because I'm albino, but I look worse. Like I just don't care.
That's what some people. When they did the Craft Beer Nation, I watched one of their things. To me, it was kind of hard to watch their show, but at the same time, I was intrigued. But it was funny because some of their webcams were like such high quality. I'm like, damn! I'm like, that's got to be at least $120 webcam. Like I don't know if I go that hardcore and just talking about beer all day.
No, you know, if I was getting paid for what I'm doing, if this was my job, sure, whatever. If I was doing a TV show, sure, whatever. But I'm on YouTube making absolutely nothing because I don't even have ads on my page. I don't care. I'm talking about beer. I run a beer review. I go to breweries. I review beer. I talk about beer. That's what I do. That's all I care.
Right.
You know, that's my hobby. I don't give a shit if I put money into it.
That was one thing I didn't want to do when I started my channel. I didn't want to start monetizing. I didn't want to run ads on my channel because that was the one thing I didn't like about channels was you had to skip ads and stuff like that. I just want to watch the damn review, you know. So.
From Lee Russell, whoa, don't watch my show. It's garbage. Yeah, in production value, your show is just as much garbage as mine, if not worse, because you're actually using webcams and D's cam. But in quality, your show is a lot better, especially when you bring your brother in and you both get drunk. Yeah, that's awesome.
The thing I like about Lee's show is that he does a lot more hard liquor reviews, and I enjoy those.
Yeah.
See, I have so much hard liquor. It's just I'm on my own all the time. And I'm with my kids, and I only get 2 days off, right? I get 2 nights off. I get tonight and tomorrow night.
Yeah.
Other than that, I work in a government building, so there's no alcohol allowed in my system. So I will not drink anything at all on those days. So I get 2 nights off. I do this one night, and then I try to review some beers the next night. And again,
Right.
I'm usually alone, except for the nights that Simon and James show up. I'm alone, so I don't get too much.
That's what.
I want to get my. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say that's what Beer Zerker and Eric from Massachusetts Beer Review. They always send me messages all the time going, "We should do a beer examination on webcam," and then I'm like, I only have 1 day off. Like every other day, like the rest of the 6 days is when I work. So that's all I was gonna say.
I get messages. I get messages a lot of times about, can we do this? Can we do that?
Yeah.
I get Sage. Sage is a great guy. Sage did a lot of the music that I use every once in a while. Those theme songs I have. He did a lot of them. And he'll ask me things like, "Hey, I'm not doing anything tonight. Do you have anything going on online?" No, man. I work in hospitality. I work on the weekend.
Yeah, exactly.
My days off are at weird times, and my hours are weird. And they're not as weird as they used to be. I mean, I used to work overnights, and that was shitty. I'm glad that that's over. But if there's a shift bid, I'll be midnights again. So who knows what I'll be doing.
And it's like, if you know the manager or the owner of the place of you're working at, like say I work at a restaurant, so the benefit of me is that I know when I'm going to have my days off, unless he lets me know ahead of time, when I'm going to have my days off. But they're usually like random. It's just random, and I won't know until the end of the week when my day off is. So it's just weird hours and things like that when you're working in the restaurant or the bar business. For sure.
I'm full-time where I work, so I have set schedule. I know exactly when I'm working. I know what bar I'm at when. I actually, every year I buy a calendar and I go through and I do my whole rotation. So I actually take my days off by whether or not I want to work at that spot. And like my vacation days, and my vacation is great too. I have like 6 weeks of vacation plus 10 days of
That's nice.
plus 10 days of sick. In the end, I end up getting like 12 weeks off if I use all my time, and I can tell you I use all my time.
Well, why the hell wouldn't you?
Exactly. All those people that hold their time over, why? I use it all.
Well, that's part of the fun of a government job is, I mean, the money's okay, but it's all the benefits that you really want in a government job.
Yeah, and it's funny because I work in hospitality. I have a bartender, I'm a bar back, and I'm a shipping and receiving guy. But it's a government job at the same time. It's a government building. It's awesome.
I didn't know that was a government thing. I didn't know that, because here it's like, honestly, you don't know when your days off are. I mean, I'm working full time too, so it's weird because sometimes I'll work half days, sometimes I'll work double days. The worst part about it is that you don't get 6 weeks off, and you're lucky to even get a week to 2 weeks of vacation. And the fact that your double days, you don't even know when you're going to be working a double shift or not until, like, say, because the end of my shift is Sunday, or the end of my work week is Sunday. So I won't know until when my days off are until Sunday, and that's what I try to tell the guys all the time. Is like, I won't know until whatever. So.
Yeah, like, and with me, I always get the comments of, can we do something this day? No, my days off are this. And then the next week, can we do something? No, my days off are this. This is my static days off.
Until you're retired.
If we want to do, well, until a shift bid happens. And when a shift bid happens, I have very low seniority as a full-timer. So who knows where I'll end up. As a part-timer, I was number 2. I was the second in seniority as a part-timer. But when full-time came up, I jumped on it. I became the last guy. And then somebody stepped down. I took his spot. And a new guy took my spot. And actually, because the spot I was at in the full-time, I was midnights at the old building. Because there's two of this building in this city. And the old building is 18 years old. The new building is like 10 years old. And the new building's where everybody wants to be. That's where all the money is. That's where there's no cockroaches or anything else. And then there's the old building. And the old building is where I was, and I was on midnights at the old building from 2 to 10:30. And there was nobody in the building. So you made absolutely no money. You wanted to kill yourself because there was nothing to do. I was done I started at 2 a.m. I was done my job by 3:30, and I had to walk around until 10:30 when I got sent home. And people would love that. I can't do that. I can't. I need something to do. And there's no one to talk to. It's not like there's any other staff or players or anything in the building to talk to. There's nobody. So I'm just wandering around. My supervisor would always be like, "You weren't at your bar. Did you go by my bar?" Well,
Right.
yeah. Is there anything I had to do there? No, everything was done. So why would I just be standing there? Oh well, I thought you'd find. Go look underneath. There's two places you could be at the old building. You could be upstairs or downstairs. Now my schedule was it would be upstairs, upstairs, downstairs, upstairs, upstairs, and the next week it would be downstairs, downstairs, upstairs, downstairs, downstairs. So
Okay.
I knew exactly where I was going to be each week. I'd have 4 days in one spot and 1 day at the other. So in those 4 days, well, in the first day of those 4 days, I'd do everything there was to do. Anything you could think of. I'd crawl on the floor and get things out from underneath the bar.
Yeah.
And then the next day, what's there to do? Stand there with my thumb up my ass. That's what it was. And the guy that's over there now, I pity him because he talked to me before he went over. He's like, I'm thinking about taking full-time. He was number 9 on the seniority list because absolutely nobody wanted full-time after they knew where they were going, after I moved up.
Right.
He's like, should I go over there? And I'm like, you're going to make $3 a day. You're going to make $3 a day. The people are a lot nicer, and it's a lot nicer of a place to work than here. But you're going to make $3 a day, and you're going to fucking hate your life after about the second month. He goes, why? I go, because there's absolutely nothing to do. I called in sick every day that I could. I took a NEO every day I could. I worked that was even when I was contract. Okay, we have 3 levels. We have contract, part-time, full-time. Even as a contract, I worked more than I worked in that 1 year as a full-timer over at that old building because I took every shift off I could. I'm like, I hate my life. I want to go home and just go sleep.
Yeah, like, it's funny, too, with some people because they're like, oh, I don't have to do anything. That sounds easy. But then in reality, it's like, you're like an FML situation, you know, like...
Yeah, then I asked him about 2 months in, I'm like, how are you feeling?
You ready to kill yourself yet? Like,
that's actually word for word what I said. You ready to kill yourself yet? And the only response I got was yes. Tell me somebody's getting fired where you work.
Take a broken beer bottle to my neck, please.
Yeah, see, the thing about having a job where you don't do anything is that I've had jobs where you don't do anything, but you also could sit on your ass and go on the internet all night.
Like
and watch
leisure
and
time.
So, yeah, I mean, that's not a bad job. But if you're saying you have to stand there and kind of just look pretty all evening and nobody's there, yeah, I can see that being a real pain in the ass.
Oh yeah, she used to get mad at me all the time. She's like, I came by your bar, you weren't there. I'm like, the building isn't very big. I'm in one of 3 spots. I'm at my bar, I'm at the other bar, I'm taking a shit. Those are 3 choices I can be at. There's no alcohol. There's nobody to serve. Everything's locked up, so we don't have to stay at our bar. We're actually at that building. Your only job on the midnight shift is to clean. So when I'm done cleaning, I'm either taking a shit or I'm downstairs talking to the other guy, so that I have something to do, so that I'm not killing myself.
Oh shit! You know what? I'm thinking of Vegas. You're right. In Ontario, so you're not allowed to serve bar after 2 o'clock. Serve alcohol.
There's nothing to do.
That's the same here. That's the same here in Ohio. You can't serve beer after 2 o'clock.
Well, fuck, for some reason I'm thinking of Vegas where you can just serve it 24/7.
Yeah, that's 24/7, and you could drink on the street too with an open container.
It's a
you don't need a bag or nothing.
It's a wonderful city.
Eric's the best beer show on the internet, and I completely disagree with you. I think this is the worst beer show on the internet. But continuing, go ahead.
What's funny about Las Vegas is people think that they can drink on the street and just walk around, and then they think they could drive in a car. Not to say that they're driving the car drinking, but you can't have an open container in a car. So they think that, oh, okay, well, I'll just drink. Since we could drink on the street walking, I guess I could just drink in a car in the passenger seat, when in reality that's just illegal. So,
see, Vegas is a very funny city because everyone says it's Sin City. You know, it's like, okay, it's true. You can gamble 24/7, you can drink 24/7 even on the street. But compared to Toronto, it's not really that much of a sin city. I mean, if you look at the clubs we have at Toronto where you can go out, and there's clubs here you can go and watch people fuck, you can go fuck in front of people and stuff like that. They don't have shit like that in Vegas. You go to a strip club in Vegas, you have to choose between
they have they have cat houses outside of Vegas. Yeah.
Yeah, I've never been to one of those, but they do have the you have the patch the snatch ones where you have to have the topless and alcohol. Or you can have full nude strip clubs, but you can't have alcohol in them. It's like, what? I'm in fucking Toronto. There's no such thing as a non-full nude
Well, I'm gonna have to go to Toronto for my
Oh
bachelor.
man, no! What you're gonna do is you're gonna come here for the beer festival in May, and we're gonna take you to a place that I used to bounce at, and yeah, you can see all the like 40-year-old pregnant ladies.
All right, cool. Will they have a one-legged dancer there? I'm just curious.
They just may. I don't know what's
We
there.
actually here in Canton, there's a really shitty strip club around here. It's called the Gat. Well, we call it the Gat, but in reality, it's called the Gatsby. And it was funny because they literally had a one-legged dancer there, and that was the only reason why I went too. And that was the only place too, the only strip club that I've ever known of where you could actually bring quarters instead of actual whole dollars. So
You're tipping them quarters.
yeah. Yeah, that's the only place. I don't think they do it anymore, but they used to like all the time. So
It's funny,
Greg,
whenever
I remember I was bouncing at Pink's in Quebec once, and I was standing at the door, and I had we had those candy machines. You know, the candy machines that used to have the little plastic capsules full of
like
candy.
little toys and stuff. Or like, yeah.
So I put my money in at the beginning of my shift, and I'd get it, and it would be you know, just gums or stuff, right, like jujubes. And I would be at the door working, and this is back when I did strongman, so I was actually a lot more built than I am now. And I'm leaning against the door as people are coming in, and they come in at the beginning of the night. They'll start coming in at like 7 at night, and I'm perfectly normal. I have my things of jujubes beside me. And throughout the night, I'm sticking them to my forehead because I'm sweating so much, right? Because it's fucking hot as fuck in there. I'm sticking them to my forehead, and these guys walk past me completely fine. And they're being walked out by another bouncer at like 4 a.m. and I'm looking at them and they're just seeing these fucking jujubes stuck to my head. Just the facial expressions they do. They wouldn't even know what to say because, again, back then I did strongman, so my arms were gigantic. I was just I was a brick shithouse, as my parents
You
called
were
it.
right now.
And I'm sitting there and I have like 25 jujubes to my forehead. I'm like, yeah. Bye. So I'm like. There's a lot of fun things that happened back then. My wife gets mad at me because she'll say that I live in the past. Because I'll tell stories all the time about when I was younger. Why do you live in the past like that? Because that's when things were fun. I didn't have to worry about paying a mortgage. I didn't have to buy food for anybody. I just had to buy food for myself. So I'd get a job at McDonald's where I could buy 45 nuggets for the price of 6. You know, like what the fuck?
Well, you know what? Everyone, to a degree at least, yearns for the crazy days of high school where you could just do whatever the fuck you wanted. There's almost no consequences.
What did I do in high school? I drank. I worked out. I played rugby. I wrestled, rugby, football, work out, drink, fuck. That's all I did in high school. That was my life.
And slam bitches left and right.
I did say fuck.
Well, that's my thing. You know what? And not that my girlfriend will ever watch this show, but we've been together for over 7 years now, and I've never been banging anyone else but her for the last 7 years. But I mean, I do miss the days of being able to just go and get some strange.
Yeah, well, I miss the days of when I was hot to women and they would jump on me. It had to do with the fact that I was muscular back then. I was a lot skinnier, muscular, and I was popular, and that's all that mattered back then. Yeah. Oh my God, he's the captain of the wrestling team and the rugby team, and he's on the football team, and he does strongman. Let's fuck him. Yeah. He can buy booze. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Chad, it sounds like you lived a life, man.
Oh, I did a lot of stupid things. I bet a lot of us did a lot of stupid things.
Oh, yeah.
You also strike.
Did any of you steal lawn gnomes? Did any of you steal lawn gnomes?
No, I've never done that.
Yes, I did, actually. I used to steal
I actually have news articles.
And statues. Statues of
I have
any
lots
kind,
of
really.
I have lots of news articles from us stealing lawn gnomes in the entire Ottawa Valley. There was no lawn gnome in the Ottawa Valley that was safe. We stole a 200-pound ceramic pachyderm from somebody's front lawn, and we put it on top of a giant tiger. And nobody understood how. Again, I did strongman, so lifting my buddies up onto the roof and then lifting the pachyderm for them to pull up was easy for me. We were in my buddy Bubba. Yes, my buddy's name is actually Bubba. His name is Bubba McLeod. He lives on McLeod Road in Burnstown, Ontario. Yeah, I can give you a lot of information.
Is he Highlander's son or something? Or
maybe. But yeah, his actual name is Bubba. And when we took him to the bar for the first time, they tried to take his ID from him, thinking it was a fake. Because it's Bubba McLeod from McLeod Road. Who would ever believe that, right?
Yeah.
But so we were in his truck, and again, we used to steal lawn gnomes all the time. Everybody got their lawn gnomes back in the end because we never broke them or kept them. It was just whether or not the police would get them in the right amount of time. And this one guy had heard that all these statues and lawn gnomes were getting stolen. So what he did was he chained his cement reindeer. Yeah, he had a cement reindeer on his front lawn. He chained it to a rain barrel that was full of water. And I don't think he realized that it was a strong man and two guys on the football team that were stealing these things, because we took the reindeer and the rain barrel. And we left. He was actually having a barbecue in his backyard when we stole it. It was amazing.
Wow.
We took it and left.
No,
and we had a Bo Peep. We had a Bo Peep doll. This was great. It was a Bo Peep lawn gnome. It was like 2 feet tall. It was hollow in the center, and it was like 1.5 feet wide. And
Yeah,
we made
I'm
a duct
sure
tape.
Bo Peep was hollow in the center.
We made a duct tape harness. And my buddy Glenn shimmied up a fucking gas exhaust pipe at a gas station. You know all those fucking exhaust pipes that stick out of the ground of the gas stations? Yeah, he shimmied to the top of the gas station exhaust pipe and put the Bo Peep on the top of it and then shimmied back down.
Wow.
And we took pictures of it. This was at one of the... For any of you from Ottawa, this was at Prince of Wales. This was at the Prince of Wales intersection with the Sunoco gas station on it. There was the Sunoco gas station at Prince of Wales. We actually have pictures of it up there, and we have time-lapse pictures because we would go back every week and take another picture for 6 months before they took it down.
That's funny. Well, we didn't do anything as crazy as that. We just kind of, us kids, we used to do what we called the shit capades, which was we would go around town and literally shit on people's doorsteps.
Wow.
So yeah.
like literally, you just
yeah. We you know the whole the bag, the shit in the bag and light it on fire. We skipped that part. We just went straight on, full on. This one lady, I felt really bad for her. I'm just like, oh, this poor lady. So yeah, it was that was a lot of fun.
Oh, see, I don't even think I could shit under pressure like that. I think I'd probably,
well, this one lady, it was, I'm not going to go into description about it, but one friend, Alex, he decided to shit in the back of someone's truck, too, in their truck bed. He just literally straight up pulled his pants down and hopped into the bed while we were walking down the street.
We have 10 viewers now. We're talking about shitting on fucking people's doorsteps. Like, really, people, this is what you've done to us. You've created this monster. Well, this is a whole beer show, and we're talking about shit. You know what? Here's a great one, okay? So we're in Ottawa. This is when I lived in Ottawa now.
Okay.
The OC Transpo has its own transit way. The OC Transpo is our bus system. Now, there is a transit way that actually is like straight lines to different parts of the city, right? So basically, it's a highway on its own that is just for the buses.
Right.
And you would always have overpasses over the transit ways. And my buddy was sitting up on the railing of the overpass trying to shit on the bus as it's driving by. Okay, so he's trying to have the shit fall from the railing down onto the bus. And OC Transpo has its own police force, the OC cops. They can't do anything to you when you're off OC Transpo property, but not everybody knew that. And he's trying to take this dump, and the log is halfway out his ass. He's hanging on to the fucking railing. He's like, trying to shit on this bus. And the OC cop comes up, and me and 3 of my buddies take off, right? And he looks at the cop. He's like, "Oh fuck!" And he jumps off the fucking railing, and his log is still half out his ass. And he pulls his pants up and starts running after us. And he was running with a log in his pants for about 10 minutes.
Oh,
wow.
Another time, we used the Ottawa bike paths, and we used to steal park benches. So we would go and we would just pick up the park benches and leave. And again, all I did was work out back then. I was a fucking beast.
Yeah.
And we stole one of the park benches from an OC Transpo station. So it actually had the cement legs, right? Like the 200-pound on each side cement legs. And we're carrying this park bench back. I actually have it in my backyard right now. We're carrying this park bench back to my house. And we're taking it into the basement of my house, and we're banging it on the walls and stuff because I'm the only guy that can actually lift it, and my buddies are trying to angle it as I'm going down the stairs. So we're banging it into the door and into the walls and all that, and my mother wakes up, and she's standing at the top of the steps, and she's like, "What the fuck are you fucking idiots doing? You sound like you weigh 800 pounds." And my buddy Steve just breaks down laughing because the bench was like 400 pounds, so she was about right on the weight. And he breaks down laughing. He runs out of the house. He's lying on the ground in the backyard laughing. She comes down to see what we did. She's like, "You fucking idiots." The next week, we stole more park benches, but it was even better because we just stole the actual park benches, so they were just wood. And what we're doing is we're running down the bike path, and we have the park benches over our heads. We're running down the bike path, and Steve's the lookout. Steve was the smallest guy of us all, so he's ahead of us looking out. Anytime a car is coming, car! Put the park benches down on the side of the bike path, sit on them, wait till the car goes by, get back up, pick the park benches up, run again.
That's like when I live right by a golf course, and we thought it would be a great idea to go and steal a golf cart. So me and I want to say 5 of us and my buddies took his dad's truck, and we just went out to the golf course. We realized where the truck was until we could see the taillights, and it was like, I mean, we had to cross at least 3 fairways just to get there. So, like, we were carrying this thing. It was, like, right in the middle of summer, dead night, full moon, you know what I'm saying? Like, we were trying to carry this fucking bitch all the way across, and we did it. I mean, we did it. We stole that fucker, and ever since then, it's still sitting in my garage, so.
1 second here. Oh, it has a whole bunch of. 1 second.
Then we realized we needed. Then we realized we needed a key to start the thing.
So we're gonna go for a walk over this way. Uh oh.
Oh boy.
I have to say this. What is the worst beer, or what is the beer glass that you missed the most that you broke?
1 second.
Because I just recently broke my Stone IPA glass, and I'm kind of pissed about that, but it was the only glass I've ever broken.
Well, this one's a bit of a cop-out.
Right here? Right here? See this? Here, let's knock everything off of it. Yeah, let's knock everything off of this. So this here
a rhino
is a Harvey's sign. This Harvey's sign was actually the sign at a Harvey's drive-thru. If you look underneath, its legs are Heineken kegs.
Oh, that's cool.
I don't know if it's going to show or not. This is actually, it still has cement on the fucking bottom and everything. The night of my stag and doe, we had our stag and doe, and we were walking home because we're responsible adults. So we're walking home from the stag and doe, and that Harvey's is, I don't know, about 200 feet from my house when I lived in St. Catharines. No, probably about 400. So we stop. We got stopped by the cops 3 times on our way home. Luckily, I was a bouncer in St. Catharines at the time, so all the cops knew me. So we didn't get in any trouble. They're like, just go home, just go home. And then we get to this sign. I rip the sign out of the cement post, and I hand it to my buddy Doyle. And my buddy Doyle's carrying the sign. Then Bubba, my friend Bubba, brought back up, runs face first into a bus shelter, and rips his Achilles. He rips his Achilles tendon. He actually tore his Achilles. We didn't know this until the next day, but he tore his Achilles tendon. And me and my buddy Jeff have to carry him home. So we're carrying him home while Doyle has the sign. My buddy Norman's videotaping the whole thing, and my buddy Tyler's walking around in nothing but underwear. And this cop drives up again, and the cop car stops, and they're looking at her out their window, and the driver is like, "You guys look all fucked up." And then he looks at Doyle. Doyle looks at him. They both look down at his hand carrying the Harvey sign. He throws it in the grass. Before he says anything else, the cop in the passenger seat looks forward, and he's like, "Chad?" Like, hey! So,
yeah.
Didn't I pass you 2 hours ago? The bar that we had the stag and doe at was 20 minutes away from my house. Like, yeah. Because where do you live? Like, right there. Okay, go home. So we start walking, and Doyle leaves the sign in the grass as we're walking, and the cop in the passenger seat says, "Hey, kid!" Doyle stops and looks at him. He's like, "You forgot your sign." So, it was a great thing to get. It was fun, and then I made a table out of it. And they still have not replaced it. They're still just a cement pillar with nothing on it.
Chad, you know, the other problem is you're still being recorded, so this is like an evidence video at this point.
Yeah, you're giving yourself away.
It was 10 years ago.
The statute
I
of
don't
limitations is
know.
probably done on that.
You might get a letter in the mail saying you owe this much money to the city.
You owe Harvey's when you signed.
I'll give them their sign back. Here's your sign.
Yeah, there you go.
I gotta say, you guys were both assholes in high school. I didn't do nearly as much of that shit.
You know, it's like when I think about it, I'm like,
person.
when I think about it, I'm like, man, I didn't do that much bad shit. But then when other people tell me that, you know, they lit off bottle rockets in the gymnasium, I'm like, oh, like that's a huge deal or whatever. But stealing and vandalizing things, you know, once you get up to the felony level, that's when you're like big time.
Sounds good stuff, yeah.
Yeah. When you decide to go up to a police car and spray paint "fuck the police" on the car, that's when you're big leagues. So.
Fuck, the worst thing I ever did in high school was getting caught for street racing. That was about it.
What did you get for that?
They let me off with like a 20 over ticket because I was young and stupid back then. He didn't actually give me a street racing charge. So, and also Ontario now has a law where 50 over they take away your car, and they didn't have that law back then. So I kind of got off easy.
Huh. Did you guys talk about the Hellboy beer that you guys were that chat posted?
Yes,
earlier?
we talked about it.
Oh, okay. All right. I'll just shut the fuck up then.
The two worst things I ever did in high school were both part of initiations for rugby, and one was we crucified a kid to a bulletin board with industrial staples. We didn't go through him. We went through his clothes. We weren't complete assholes. We did put like $60 in his pocket to buy new clothes, but we literally, his arms were out. He was crucified to the bulletin board. It was pretty awesome. And the other kid, I wasn't part of this as much as I knew it happened, and I didn't stop it. And I was captain of the rugby team, so I could have stopped it, and I didn't. But they hung him by his underwear to the faucet in the shower.
Mm.
That one I feel bad about.
There was actually a thing at my high school, and I went to a private high school, so it was kind of a big deal because it was like supposed to be a very sophisticated high school that nothing ever happened. And I had nothing to do with this, but there was a huge thing. It was in the newspaper and everything where they actually, for an initiation, they hung a kid they tied him to the football pole or whatever. And then they somehow stuck an egg up his butthole. And
yeah, see, that's more than I would ever do.
They would sodomize him with an egg.
That's, there are funny. There's funny and there's being a dickhead.
Sadistic.
Well, the thing is, the guy was kind of like, he wasn't really against it because he was kind of part of the team. He's like, haha, I'm being initiated, whatever. But once somebody found out, what happened is there was actually people on the outside that witnessed it happening. And when they reported it to police, and that's when it became a big deal. And it's like, well, you guys basically sodomized this kid.
You raped him.
Yeah, like this guy wasn't really that upset about it. It was kind of a funny joke. It was a soft-boiled egg.
No, there's a funny joke, and then there's shoving an egg up a kid's ass. There's crucifying a kid to a bulletin board with enough money to buy more clothes than he had.
What are you guys doing up in Canada? Oh my god!
Like there's taking industrial staples and stapling the kid to a bulletin board through his shirt so that he can't get down. But you give him the money to replace the shirt you just ruined, and there is sticking an egg up a kid's ass. Those are two very different things.
So what you're saying is,
if
I go to the Albino Rhino Beer Festival and I get wasted off my ass and black out, I'm gonna find an egg up my butt?
No. See, you might if you're sleeping beside Greg.
Yeah, that's true.
For me, there's going to be no egg involved. I'm not an egg up the butt type of guy.
Doesn't mean he won't put a carrot up there or something. But...
Greg, you had me at soft-boiled. Or hard-boiled.
Why? Why would you do something like that? Like, I came up with some great initiations in my time. There was some great things done to me in my time. There was a lot of fun had, but initiation should still be fun. It shouldn't be, let's stick an egg up this guy's ass.
What about a light bulb? That would be even worse.
Max Keeping from CTV News. That's all I'm going to say about light bulbs up the ass.
Yeah, well, like I said, I had nothing to do with it, but from what I heard, it was supposedly soft-boiled, so it was okay.
Jeez.
Yeah, no, it was a big deal though. Once they found out, like, oh man, like the school, like
Yeah, it was a big deal.
suspended
That's,
them all.
that's sodomization. That's rape. That's rape with an egg.
No, the police got involved. Like they had to. I think some of the guys. I don't know if they got expelled. They definitely got suspended. They literally had to make an apology in front of the entire school. Like it was.
You know, there's locking a kid in a locker. There's stapling him to this. There's hanging. There's giving him a wedgie, and then there's shoving an egg up his ass. You know, like that's just going in that's an entirely different fucking venue right there. Like there is doing something that's funny and stupid, and there's doing let's stick an egg up his ass. That's like the guy that stuck the broomstick up the kid's ass too. That was actually in Toronto as well about 10 years ago.
We're a bunch of troublemakers.
Yeah, you guys are fucked. You guys are fucked.
Toronto kids, the thing is, Toronto kids, we don't get into as much trouble as, like, kids in, like...
No, you don't get into much trouble. You just stick eggs and fucking broomsticks up each other's asses.
That's what I'm saying. We don't get into as much trouble, but when people in Toronto get into trouble, it's fucking hardcore. Like, it's like Toronto. There's not that much... There, you know, we don't do a lot of petty crime, but we shoot people. Like, you know,
that's the point. There's not a lot of petty crime.
No, most of the crime in Toronto is hardcore. We're like a U.S. city. It's like
okay, well,
there's not a lot of stupid shit like stealing guns and stuff.
Okay, well, how about this?
Mall shootings.
You guys say that Toronto, like say Canada, is mostly about shooting. America's kind of the same way, but I hear down in Mexico and Brazil, they're like straight up knife, dude. Like,
well, yeah.
I mean, that's up close and personal. So if you want to talk about hardcore, I think that's.
No, we're not up there. We're probably up there with like a mid-level U.S. city in terms of violence. We're not something.
You're talking about like Ferguson, right? Not like Ferguson, Missouri.
Well, I don't know. Like I don't know the states that as well.
Not with as much looting.
Yeah, I mean, there's not as much looting in Toronto, although we did have the G8 a few years ago, which some shit happened. But
I'll tell you.
We're not like a city like L.A. I don't think we're quite like New York or anything, but we're definitely getting up there. I mean, we're a lot less Canadian than the rest of Canada in that we have a lot more hardcore violence, and there's a lot more. Even though we're not supposed to have guns in Canada, there's an awful lot of shootings in
I wish Joe was here because I hear Buffalo is pretty bad too.
Yeah, we're not as bad.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of guys.
You're not supposed to have guns in Canada. What are you talking about? My buddy Randy owns like 35.
Yeah,
they're all legal too.
Yeah, but we're not supposed to have handguns in Canada, but.
Yeah, you guys need to.
Yeah, you can have handguns. You just need to have a restricted license.
Wow.
And it's easy to get. You just go take.
How do you in Canada? How do you guys buy guns? I'm just curious.
At a gun store.
Okay, and do you guys have to fill out Do you guys have to fill out like a registration form to where
you have to have a
background check?
You have to have a license
already. Okay.
There's there's the regular gun license, then there's the restricted gun license you have to have. But even then, are there gun stores in Canada? Like I don't know.
Oh yeah.
I know places that
Lots
sell
of them.
guns.
Lots of gun stores.
Because see here in America,
there was actually a gun store that was broken into in Hamilton. They crashed their car right through the wall, grabbed a bunch of guns, and ran. That's why that store now has a bunch of cement pillars on the sidewalk around it, so that you can't crash a car.
Well, ironically, in Hamilton, chances are the guns are worth more than the car they crashed into the store. So
yeah,
that's very true.
So yeah, no, it's like I know you can buy like hunting rifles and shotguns here and stuff. I didn't know there were places you could actually buy handguns. Then again, I've never really bothered to research it. So
yeah, I want to get my license and get a fucking get a 6-shooter and a Derringer. I want a Derringer.
Now, when you guys like say you get your license and you go buy a gun, now does that license give you the right to carry your gun wherever you want in your car, you know, at your house, things like that? Like
your gun has to be locked up and unloaded at all times.
Yeah,
at all times, even when you're driving too.
Yes, it has to be locked in a case and unloaded.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, then what's the point of owning a gun?
Well, Chad will correct me on this if I'm wrong because he knows more about this than I do, but I'm pretty sure you're not allowed to carry a concealed weapon or a concealed gun in Canada unless you have very special permission, like you're you're law enforcement, or you have.
Huh.
I've heard of guys that had death threats against them that were allowed, given special permission to carry something, but for the most part, you're not allowed to have concealed weapons.
At least in the state of Ohio, me personally, I don't have a felony, so I could go and buy a gun if I wanted to, and even with the background check and everything, they would check it. No, I would be clean. But now for me to carry, say, a handgun in my truck, now I can open carry when I'm walking down the street, but for me to carry a gun even in my car open carried, which means like it's not concealed underneath my waistband or anything, but if I were to open carry it in my car, that is considered concealed carry. So I would literally have to buy a concealed carry permit to carry my gun wherever I want. Unless the building says, like a library, you're not allowed to carry in libraries. Obviously, you're not allowed to carry guns in liquor stores. Now, what's new about Ohio is that I'm allowed to carry a gun in a bar.